it is, a beautiful double kill. 2-0 for West Ham, progressing through to the next round.
Auto block, camping that tank very well, not taking too much damage. Lemon Lime just took a bolt off prayer.
Look at this, he's completely taken control of it. The third. There's another redemption from I'm So Happy. He still has 3 doses of restore as well. He can still keep this in. Goes for the claw, 25 damage coming in. Both players use a redemption, and I'm So Happy's gonna take it at the end.
Very good here for Morrow. This is a... Wow, look at this. In 3 hits. 40, 30, 30.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Today here with me, I have got EV and we're going to be bringing to you the Method Mayhem OSRS circuit. There's going to be 32 players duking it out for a total of $1,500 USD. It'll be $1,000 for first place, $350 for second, $150 for third. It is a double elimination style. So if you lose 2 of your series, you'll be knocked out. Top 8 placed players will be invited back to participate in the Method Mayhem World Championships as well. Will be a total of $3,000 for that one. And yeah, Jack, how we doing, my man? Escape, get in here.
I'm looking forward to today. I tell you what, you're looking absolutely handsome in that jacket. Look at you, man.
Stop it, you. Stop it.
I'm starting to feel underdressed over here, you know?
You're all right. You're all right. You got some slick hair. Like the hat. I like the hat.
I had to go straighten my hair before we started. You've got to look good for the cast, you know what I mean?
100%. Absolutely.
I tell you what, mate, I'm very much looking forward to today. This is the second event I've casted now, and it's going to be a lot better this time around because it's the Oceanic region. A lot of names in this one that I know this time, so a few boys that I've PK'd with before, a few boys that have PK'd me before, so it's going to be good to see how this one goes.
Yep. Itching to get into it. We'll get over and we'll take a little look at the brackets, eh?
Absolutely, mate. Let's dive in.
Cool. Rightio. So first up, we have got Gabba versus Moro. What do you reckon is going to happen here?
Yeah, so this one's going to be a nice little matchup because Gabba actually took on Moro in the Jagex 1v1 tournament about a year ago. And he got knocked out by Moro, I believe. And he did not shut up about it for the next 2 weeks, talking about how good Moro was. So if it's anything like that, it sounds as though Gabba's going to get first rounded here, but it has been about a year since that happened. So no doubt Gabba's gotten better since then, and we should be in for a close match with that one.
Looking for a little revenge from the man as well.
Absolutely.
Okay.
The second match up here, Tighthead versus Red Billy. I know Tighthead is Keith. I don't actually know anything about Red Billy, so we're not going to be able to know what's going on there until we jump into that one. But the third match here, Jinnemy versus Jeff. I don't know who Jeff is, but I know Jinnemy is an absolute demon on the sticks. I believe he's the current TOB world record holder, so not only good on the PVM sticks, but according to Dittabitter himself, probably a good chance to be making it through to the finals. So I'm looking forward to see how he performs today.
Roger that. And then Series 4, we've got George Fremont, but he's already won by default as Aloe was a no-show. So that makes it nice and easy.
From what I've heard from that one, I believe George is probably most likely going to win that one anyway. So no surprises there. But yeah, it gets through to the second round for free there. So I'm sure he'll be happy with that one.
Don't mind if I do. Right. Series 5. We've got Unla versus ASD, or aka the Dorito Chips.
Dorito Chips. Now, that's a name that I've seen around a few times. I don't actually know who it is, but I've definitely seen the man out in the wilderness a few times. So, once again, it's going to be pretty interesting to see when we get in. But like I said, a few names that I'm not too familiar with here. And the next one, Jay versus Josh E. Also not familiar with that one. But once we jump into the matches, we're going to be pretty. We'll see pretty quickly, who the better PKer is once we jump into those ones.
Gotcha. Moving on down, Matthew. I like this guy's nickname here, Get Up as well. It's a good
Get
username.
Up.
I'm a big fan of that one. Get Up.
Oh, Get Up.
He's going to be taking on Seb. I think he's a bit of a notorious PKer, isn't he?
He is. I thought Matthew here, Get Up, was Yizny, but it turns out it's not, so not sure who that is. But, I mean, just based on past performances, the pure Seb, absolute demon on the sticks, and I think he's got a good chance to be taking it all the way on the top end of the bracket there. Very good chance to make it through to the Worlds, and probably a decent chance to be taking out the entire tournament today. So I'll be very surprised if Get Up here can even come close to the Seb here, but we'll have to see when we jump in, that's for sure.
Okay. I love an underdog story, though, especially with a username like that. Big fan. Next series there, Series 8, we've got Rar. Is it? Rar versus Sandwich?
Yeah.
Quar and Rar? Quar. What about these two, bro? Do you know much about these lads?
I've done a bit of research before we came into this, Ron, and by done a bit of research, I hit up Did a Bitter and I said, mate, can you tell me anything you know about all these people? Because you know, I'm not huge in the PK scene, and all I've got on these two is that Qua is a dead man mode player for Tartar. So if he's a late game dead man mode player, he's probably knowing what he's doing in these type of fights. So, but Sandwich, absolutely no clue, mate.
Roger that. Okay. And the next two here, we've got Raccoon and Etherbix.
Yeah. Tamori now sounds like a familiar name. I believe that guy was in the 1v1, so the Jagex 1v1 tournament, actually made it pretty far, but I could be wrong there. As far as Etherbix goes, absolutely no clue. But the next fight is probably going to be one of the best fights. It's a first round fight. It's probably going to be one of the best fights we see. Drew versus Panic. Panic, a YouTuber, very, very good PKer. He came second in the Oda Block tournament not too long ago. And Drew, one of the best PKers from GSG. The Grove Street gang. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing this fight. And honestly, I wouldn't be able to call who's going to take it out there.
Okay. And then going further down, we've had another couple of no-shows. A couple of rookies here taking the weekend off a little too early.
Yeah.
Which actually means it's double down, really. Stinky Bolter actually gets to go the entire way through. This man can actually just sit back and I guess watch the thing unfold completely. So he's
From what I've heard, Stinky Bolter actually had a no-show in his off-stream qualifier as well. So he qualified in a bye, then he got his first round bye and second round bye, and now he's on to the round 3, which means he hasn't fought yet, and he's one round away from making it to Worlds. So he's had a pretty nice little run.
Does this man even play the game? I don't even think he's logged in. And yonks. Fair play. I see a name a little under these ones. So for Series 13, there he is, the infamous Did a Bitter, and he'll be versing InstaJosh.
Did a Bitter, Hong Kong / India / New Zealand's finest PVMer and PKer, self-proclaimed, might I add. Definitely going to be a good fight here. I spoke to Did a Bitter before we came on, and he said that Josh, InstaJoshy here, is a very good PKer, and he says it's going to be a first round, very, very tough first round for him. So looking forward to seeing that one. But we see Joshy in the chat here saying he's bad and Didder is trolling. So we'll have to find out when we jump in.
It's going to be a heated one. And then we've got a few left here. We've got Jenny Death versus Ped Wasp for the Series 14.
Yep. So Priyan from GSG, so very good PK there. And I'm just reading the notes I got from Did a Bitter before. He says Jenny Death is some skiller nerd that became a PKer. So I mean, skiller nerds out there with the 3-tick, mining and fishing. I reckon there's a good chance that he can take some of those skills and bring him into the PK. And so looking forward to seeing what's going on there. Scissor, one of my boys, very good PK. So I'm looking forward to him jumping in there. And I believe Lionheart in that last match is from GSG as well. So definitely looking forward to some of these matches.
Roger. All right. I think we are moments away from the first fight at the moment.
Yep. Gabba versus Mora. Like I said, this is going to be a funny one. This is going to be a funny one considering, I speak to Gabba a lot, And he never shuts up about Morrow taking him out in that Jack X 1v1 tournament. So
see if we can get some revenge.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely.
So it's a it's a series as well. So it's basically a best of 3 here. You win 2, you head on through to round 2, guys. So that's what we're looking at.
Yep. So best of 3 for the first couple of matches. And then I believe anybody that makes it to round 4 in the winners bracket is going to be going on to Worlds. And anybody that makes it to round 5 in the losers bracket going on to Worlds as well. The top 8 players.
All right, here we go. We are locked and loaded in the arena. The action's about to unfold, boys and girls.
Here we go. Starting it out there. Gabba with a nice little whip gets the first hit, but he is frozen here. So Morrow's going to have that DD advantage coming in here. Looks as though Gabba's got the claws out, ready to go for that. But Morrow obviously going to have that entity hider on. He's going to see the claws are coming out, and he's getting 3 or 4 free hits here off Gabba, just going for that spec to start with. But a nice little bolt off prayer there from Gabba. He goes for the claws again, and that's another hit that he's missing here. So we're less than a minute into the fight. I think Gabba's down 2 or 3 hits already. And he gets a claw on tank on prayer. And Morrow gets a claw off prayer there for a nice little 45 on Gabba. And he's frozen again. Morrow, once again, with the DD advantage here, Ron. It's looking pretty good for Morrow to start with.
Yeah, he's definitely got some good pace here. But Gabba with the claws as well, looking pretty eager to get back at him for that.
Yep. Morrow sitting on pretty low hit points here. I'm surprised to see him risking it. But in his tank, about 50 hit points. It's going to be pretty unlikely for him to die there. The bolts can actually hit a 53 if they get that special attack off. Both players going for the freeze here. You're going to see both players getting into their tank in between freezes, just to make sure that their opponent has a much less chance of getting the freeze on them. But Gabba now with the DD advantage, so maybe he can bring back a few hits that he lost in that last DD. And there's one right there. No, you can't get the second one. But Gabba definitely bringing it back. Here comes the claws on prayer again, unfortunately, and now he's frozen, so no advantage. 24 staff bash.
A little staff bash. Go on, man.
No.
You got to mix it up sometimes, you know? You got to mix it up.
Absolutely.
Clearly intentional.
Well, that Staff of Light there, just about as good as a Dragon Scimitar. So definitely nothing to be slept on when you get that melee attack in. Most of the time, you won't be praying Piety when you have the Staff on, but if you manage to get it on, it's a decent little whacking tool, that's for sure.
Nice little D-Claw fakie as well for Morrow. Very sneaky. Some good footwork from the boys here so far.
Yeah, interesting to see him bringing out the D-Claw fakie, considering he doesn't have a spec and seeing it worked. But Gabba in his first fight here, maybe a little bit of nerves coming in and not really focusing on the specs being already sent out and falling for that fakie there. But Morrow seems to be catching all the freezes here, getting all of the DDs, and it seems to be all over him at the moment. Be interesting to see who gets the next freeze here. Hopefully Gabba can bring it back. It doesn't even look like he's going for the freeze, and he takes a 34 whip off the prayer on the tank. Morrow going for the freezes. Gabba kind of just sitting there bolting back, which is a decent little strategy, because if Morrow gets caught in his ropes, he's going to be taking some decent damage from those bolts. But looks as though they're both frozen now apart from each other, so we're going to see a nice little range and mage war here into and out of the tank in between hits. As you can see there, Morrow deciding to only do the two-way switch with his Mage's Book on, which is going to give him a lot less defense there. Gabba comes in with a claw. Nice little 40 there off prayer. He'll be happy with that third claw spec, and getting the 2 claw specs off early in the match allows you to get that third one coming back. Morrow, I reckon they're probably just about even on food here, Ron.
Yeah, it's pretty even, I'd say.
So it'd be interesting to see who can keep up the momentum, bring it into the late part of the fight here. But I have noticed a lot, Morrow not really getting his Dragon Square Shield on in between those mage hits. Using the Mage's Book, obviously, for that extra mage attack when he's trying to catch the freeze. But if he doesn't get his Dragon Square Shield on in between those hits, he's going to have a lot less defense bonus for those range hits and those whip hits from Gabba, and they're going to do a lot more damage in the long run. Gabba here missing a hit off prayer there, taking a bolt on mage prey, and Morrow missing 2 hits here. Gabba getting free 2 hits, and he wasn't even DD'd there. So Gabba bringing it back in the second part of this fight. Maybe the nerves starting to subside as he gets into the later part of this fight here, but I think both players will be pretty close to out of food at this point.
So I think even if you didn't have the spec and you sort of brought the claws out, you kind of want to, I guess, bait your opponent into thinking they might have specs. So, you know, they whack a melee overhead on, and then you sort of Maybe get a bolt across the face, you know?
Absolutely. So after you use your 2 specs, you're more likely to try and get that whip fakey going, because if you put your claws on and you have no spec, I think that your opponent will know that you're not going to go in for the melee there. But you can definitely catch them off guard. Both players trying to catch a freeze here. Gabba just going for the bolts. He says, you know, stuff the mage. I'm gonna be going in with a bolt here, and it's gonna work better for him. And now he catches the freeze. He can get the DD advantage, but no, he gets frozen in return for a 32 barrage as well. Like I said, both players must be close to out of food here. Moro sitting on about half hit points, but he does eat there. Looks as though he's brewing at this point, so that might be his last food. Nice little range and mage battle here. Like I said, both players in and out of their tank, but Moro never getting that dragon square shield on, just deciding to go for the mage's book instead, which we didn't see at all in the in last week's bracket. And I think most players opting to go for the dragon square shield in between their hits if they're not going to change their shield. But oh man, this is a close match. Gabba trying to catch a freeze there in his full tank. That is never.
Does it look like he's out of food there? He's not eating?
Yeah, it definitely looks like Gabba might be out of food here.
And that's it. Done and dusted.
Moro's going to take match 1.
Okay. All right. Did you go how you think that was going to go?
That, honestly, Gabba did a lot better than I thought he was going to do there, based on, you know, my limited knowledge of the last 1v1 tournament and Moro absolutely destroying him. Gabba did a really good job there, so I'm proud of the kid. Look at him. Look at him go.
There it is. Okay.
We do have the PvP tracker going in here, and oh my word, Gabba up 81 deserved damage. Both players getting very unlucky with their hits there. You can see that Gabba was meant to do 841 damage and did 502, whereas Moro was supposed to do 760 damage and did 573. So if we're going off the tracker, it was a nice little RNG win there for Moro, and Gabba probably should have taken that one out, but the RNG being in Moro's favor there. So very interesting to see both players getting exactly 86 hits each, but Gabba getting the least amount of hits off prayer.
Rightio. Okay. And the next series coming up is actually going to be Series 3. It's going to be Jinami versus Skim TB here.
Yep. So we're going to be jumping into that one after this match. It's a best of 3, so we're going to see at least one more match from this one. And based on that performance, I think we get a little ahead of yourself.
I'll keep drinking my water, bro. I'm a little excited. Okay. Need to hydrate over here, baby.
Oh man. Yeah, no, based on that performance, I think there's a good chance we see Gabba bring it back here, and we could be going to a 3rd match after this one, but we'll have to see if he can keep up that performance. The tracker showing that he was 81 damage up there on Moro, so very nice performance from Gabba.
Okay, and what about the freezes there as well? What numbers are we looking at for the freezes?
So I believe that Gabba caught 8 out of his 15 freezes, and Moro caught 19 out of his 45 attempts. Okay. So as we saw, Gabba going for a lot more bolts in between those wars when they're both trying to catch freezes. And I think that's probably what got him up on the tracker there with those extra bolts in between hits. Jumping in here, looks as though both players caught a freeze right off the bat, and Moro putting on that dragon square shield. So I think he may have learned from the last fight that Mage's Book is not going to help him in between those 2 hits. Here comes the declaw. Get a hit in between. Frozen and Moro with the DD advantage, so he gains a hit back. Looks as though he might get a 2nd hit back. No, he doesn't. Is he going to jump back under here? Went for a pretty long run, and the declaw on tank, on prayer for a 0. So Gabba will be very happy with that one. Gabba with both his specs left still.
So the players also had the option of bringing declaws or an AGS. What do you typically see as being more popular?
Yeah, so the declaws are definitely more popular. Not only do they have a higher max hit, in this gear you're going to be out. No, they have a smaller max hit of a 71 in this gear, as Gabba gets a nice little claw on robes there. But the declaws have a 71 max hit. I believe the AGS has a 73 max hit, believe it or not. But the AGS being a 6-tick weapon and the claws being a 4-tick, it just makes more sense to bring the claws along, especially since you have a whip in the inventory. If we didn't see the players having whips, I think it's more likely we would see the AGS, just so players can use the AGS as a whack. But very
It would have been very dangerous there if he if he didn't catch that freeze. He could have been looking terminal.
Yeah, absolutely. Gabba sitting on about 50 hit points there in his robes as Morrow was coming in with the claws, but luckily catches the freeze one tile away. And now we're just in another freeze wall. Here comes the claws. A nice little anti there from Morrow. That was a great move right there. Really timing the freeze well, knowing when Gabba would be coming in for that whip and managing to get that claw off prayer. Unfortunately, not the biggest claw, around a 30, but he'll definitely take the move there. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So Morrow now with the DD advantage, going to be chucking in a few barrages here. As we saw in that last one, 45 barrages he went for. So definitely opting to use the mage a bit more than the range there, which is an interesting tactic. We don't really see range normally doing the most damage, having a higher max hit. But Morrow deciding to go for the mage a bit more. I guess that's because players aren't really expecting it. Might be able to catch him off prayer a little bit. But Gabba almost getting KO'd there. Very low hit points, and it seems as though Morrow has taken this one out very convincingly at the moment. Hopefully, Gabba can bring it back.
Hang on a second.
As he comes in with a 29 bolt and a 32 barrage, sorry, and a 31 bolt. He is really bringing
Gabba's
this one
on the
back.
pump.
That's 100 free damage right there.
I mean, that's the thing,
Definitely.
right? You can get one good freeze and you can just turn the tide completely, can't you?
Exactly, and momentum is such a huge thing in this fight. We can sit here and talk about the PvP tracker all day long, but sometimes you just get into a fight and you stack 4 or 5 big hits together, and it's impossible for your opponent to even try and hit back because they're too busy just eating the whole time. But Morrow now with the DD advantage, and he's going to be able to bring back some of that momentum with a nice little...
Oh, it's a claw!
And claw! He's been KO'd!
Oh, no.
Wow.
Morrow takes it out. Wow.
Morrow taking out the first match with a claw KO. I'll be interested to see the tracker on that one to see if Gabba was out of food, but that is not something we're going to see a lot of today, Ron. That is for sure. A KO in one of these matches. There's a lot of money up top, and these players are, not many people get to play for money in RuneScape tournaments. So these players out here not really going to be risking their health, but Gabba there getting KO'd with that claw spec.
So we got Morrow moving into round 2, and we will get the numbers up and a little instant replay for you guys here.
Maybe
well, we were, maybe. Little tease there in the production.
Yeah, we do have the tracker here, and these players are going to be having around 500, 600 damage in these fights for the KO, and you see here Gabba only being hit for 392 damage before getting taken out. So he was up on the tracker there, not only in deserved damage, but also in actual damage. So he was up in that fight and he got KO'd, and that's him out of the tournament into the losers bracket.
Only caught 4 out of his 12 freezes as well. So definitely seems as though he was hugging that crossbow a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see there 15 out of 23 for Morrow. So opting to use that mage a little bit more, but getting quite lucky on the freezes as well. So
yeah,
unfortunate for Gabba there getting KO'd. Maybe he just couldn't out-eat that there. There was a lot of damage coming in from Morrow, and he's going to be moving down to the losers bracket, and he will take on the loser of the next match, which will be Tighthead versus Red Billy. But we won't be watching that one. We're going to be watching Jinami versus Jeff in the next fight run.
That's the one. Right. So, little refresher on these two. Did you know much about these boys?
Yeah. So, like I said, Jinami is a very prolific PVMer. He, I believe, currently holds the record for the fastest Theatre of Blood. But from what I've heard from Dittabitter, they've been doing a bit of practicing together, and apparently Jinami has been giving him the biscuits. So, Dittabitter, a very good PKer, and Jinami apparently really giving it to him in the practice matches. So I don't know too much about Jeff, but I think if we have to pick a favorite here, just based on what I know about Jinami and what I've heard, he's a bit of a demon. I would say very likely to see him take out the victory here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're coming from a record hodl for top, you're going to have some pretty quick clicks. So I guess that kind of transpires into being, reactions and whatnot when it comes to a bit of PvP as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks as though we might actually be watching that second fight now.
Oh, okay. So
maybe due to a few people not showing up, but it looks as though we might be watching Tighthead versus Red Billy.
Okay. All right. Refresher on these two then.
Yep. So Tighthead being Keith from Frontline, the Australian version of Frontline, a clan which I don't believe I'm allowed to say on air. But as far as Red Billy goes, I don't actually know who Red Billy is, and in my little notes here from beforehand, I've got nothing. I got nothing on Red Billy, so.
Okay. Isn't it an elusive character? I'm going to root for him though. Okay, I'm going to go for the Billy here. All right, he's a
It looks as though that might have just been a production mistake, and we're not actually going to be watching Keith there versus Red Billy, and we're going to be jumping into Jimmy versus.
Okay. Third time lucky, guys. Here we go.
We got this. We got this.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Oh, gee. Yeah, I'll be interested to see that if any players decide to bring the AGS today. More of a, in this tournament, I think a gimmicky weapon. People really going for that 73 AGS, a nice little KO weapon. But I don't think, you know, the geniuses in the lab outside of the tournament will be saying that the AGS is any better than the claws here. So not sure if we'll see it, but I really hope we do. I much prefer the AGS over the claws, that's for sure.
Like to see some big bangs anyway, some KOs. I guess that's what it's really for, isn't it? The D claws is more of a stable sort of consistent damage throughout the fights, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, the thing with the AGS, the difference between the claws and the AGS is the claws will actually do all their damage over 2 ticks, whereas the AGS is 1 tick. So you can get better KOs with the AGS, but it is more consistent damage, that's for sure.
Okay, here we go. I like the gold trimmed as well on the D square. Respect.
Yeah, nice little bit of fashion scave there. And look at Jimmy. 1 ticking his barrages straight back into the tank. So this man is a demon on the sticks. That is confirmed. But we can see here from Skim TB, Jeff, he is definitely no slouch when it comes to PvP either. He is also 1 ticking those barrages straight back into his tank. So both these players definitely know what they're doing. And I think based just on the start of this fight, Jimmy is going to have a little run for his money here. Coming in with a whip, getting that off prayer, but on tank for a 0. Looks as though both players going to be going for the freezes here. Be interesting to see if either player decides to go into their Mystic Bottoms. Oh, Jimmy catching the freeze with his crossbow out. And he does have the DD advantage here. And now a Staff Bash. Oh, no. A little bit of nerves coming in here. I'm not sure if he's actually frozen here, but he might actually be frozen.
Oh, yeah. Skim's definitely on the back foot at the moment, getting bolted in robes like that.
Yeah, it looks as though both players with a little bit of nerves. Another Staff Bash, but Jimmy comes in with about a 60 claw. He'll be happy with that. Another 34 bolt. Getting so much momentum from the start of this fight, just off those claws and that bolt. Fakey with the claw, and the bolt hits a 0, unfortunately.
I believe he's already used his 2 specs, hasn't he?
I believe he's only used 1 here at the start of the fight, but Skim TB with the DD advantage. But Jimmy not losing any hits here. As I say that, he misses a hit and comes in with a second claw. Both players going for the claw. Jimmy, with his prayer up, does less damage to his opponent with his prayer down. So unfortunately there, but Skim TB almost KO'd here. And Jimmy is running a train here in the very early parts of this fight. Looks as though I reckon he'd be up about 150, 200 damage on Skim TB at this point.
Yeah.
And I think he'd be very happy with that.
Those are the hot clicks we were talking about from the Theatre of Blood World Records, my man. Right, they're coming through. They're clearly showing. They're paying off big time.
Absolutely, a demon on both sides of the RuneScape spectrum here, and now both players frozen apart from each other. Jimmy risking his hit points a bit here. I don't know about all that one because he could definitely be KO'd from those hit points, especially once they get unfrozen. But deciding to run all the way to the other end of the arena, that's something we'll see players do a fair bit today. If you can run to the other end of the arena, sometimes your opponent will be zoomed in trying to get faster clicks. And if you run to the other side, they're not going to be able to see you. They're not going to be able to click you. They'll have to zoom out, and maybe a bit of panic will ensue there. But
I think, speaking of panic, I think we can see that on Skim right now. He's missing a lot of his switches. Went for a little D-claw and gave him a nice little tickle across the forehead. So I think he's feeling the nerves a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of Staff Bashes coming in from Skim TB. I definitely think it's a bit of nerves. Like I said, based on what I saw at the start of the fight, this man does know what he's doing, but you know, there's money on the line. There's not many RuneScape tournaments that come around these days, and players don't really get the opportunity to show their skills. And there's a few people watching the live stream, and nerves can definitely kick in. So I think this fight, Jimmy is definitely in the driver's seat, but I think next fight, after the nerves settle a little bit, we'll see Skim TB come back. But Jimmy almost getting KO'd from a barrage there. Wow, he is really
that was an irresponsible amount of health.
Yeah, I think that is something that's definitely going to move from the PVM side of his play into his PKing, because when you PVM and you want to risk your health as much as possible to get as much DPS, whereas in these fights, you definitely don't want to be risking your hit points to get KO'd, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Nice little 32 bolt there. Another freeze in the crossbow from Jinami. This man is very lucky with the crossbow out on the barrage, that is for sure. But both players frozen apart from each other now. And we should see a nice little range mage battle. And it's just down to whoever gets their tank on and the right prayers in these range mage battles. It looks as though Skim TBM might actually be out of food here. Here comes the claw. Wow, yeah, I think Skim TB is definitely out of food. Jinami potentially out as well. He's not eating, but here comes the claw. I don't know if Jinami's actually out of food or he's just trying to risk the hit points here, but... Oh, wow.
Slapped him for a 41. Finished that one up. Wow.
41 there. And I believe 42 is actually the max hit with those opal bolts. So close to a max hit there. But Jinami taking down the first match. It's a nice little 1-0 for him.
Yeah. All that training with Didavita has been paying off right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, going into that fight, we said Jinami is a bit of a demon. We were expecting him to do very well in this fight, but a lot of nerves from both sides in that fight. But as we can see here on the track, once that comes up on the screen, we've got Jinami here with 74 hits versus Skim TB at 60 hits. So Jinami with an extra 14 hits on his opponent there, which is absolutely insane. That's a crazy number to have 14 extra hits. And 717 deserved damage and only did 595. So a little bit unlucky, but even still managed to take out the fight there. And Skim TB with 545 deserved damage, doing 462. So both players a bit unlucky on the RNG, but based on the tracker stats there, that was a domination from Jinami. It looked close in the match, but absolute domination from Jinami there.
Yeah, nah, he had all the momentum there. So Jinami is going to be going in through to round 2. He'll be advancing and
again, Ron.
Oh my man, bro! Who invited this guy? Why did Method sign me? Honestly, what are you guys doing? Who's this loser, bro?
You're really getting ahead of yourself today, mate.
Any
much coffee this morning, eh?
I'm shaking. The caffeine's just pumping through me. Any minders if I have some more water, please? Is that all right?
Go for it, mate. No minders.
Give me the 10. I want the 10-liter water bottle up here, bro. I'm going to be hydrating all night. I'll tell you what.
Oh, that is brilliant. Okay, jumping into the second one here. Jinami getting his first freeze, but Skim TB are getting that whip off prayer for a nice little 22 to start the fight. And the 22 back. I believe that was through prayer as well. But both players frozen right next to each other this time. So no DD advantage, but we're also going to see the whips being brought out. And you get a nice little whip off prayer on your opponent, and you could be looking at upwards of 40 damage with that whip.
Right, so it's pretty early in the fight as well. These boys will be looking to unload their D-claws shortly, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said in the first round, if you get your D-claws off early in the fight, that gives you more of an opportunity to regain your special attack, and you can potentially get 3, even sometimes 4. And a big claw from Jinami there off prayer. That's going to be about 60 damage from that one claw spec. He'd be definitely happy with that. And getting it off this early in the fight, looking at he's going to get 3 or 4 D-claws throughout the match.
Yep, and that was about as good as it gets as well. Skim had his robes on. He was a vulnerable man. He also had the wrong overhead as well, so seeing a high number wasn't surprising whatsoever. How many D-claw specs do you reckon you can expect in a general fight here?
So I think the average will be around 3 from each player. Depending on how long the fight goes, you can sometimes get 4. And I mean, if you have a very, very long fight, you might see 5, but it's very rare. You'd be lucky to see 5 specs in one fight, and I don't really think it would. Yeah. But Jinami here, once again, absolutely dominating. That claw spec giving him a lot of momentum at the start of the fight there. And he's managed to capitalize on that momentum with this DD here. But now he's been caught out. Skim TB might be able to bring it back here. He's got the DD advantage. Let's see if he can gain a few of those hits back. In the last fight, he was 14 hits down on his opponent. And 14 extra hits with an average hit of around 10. You're going to be looking at a nice 140 extra damage, which is a lot of food in one of these fights.
Yeah. And you can see as well when the boys, they get frozen and they jump underneath them, the way they move out diagonally as well, so that can avoid basically a melee hit.
Yeah, absolutely. So you'll see the players move out either one extra square or to the diagonal so that their opponent can only range or mage them. And sometimes if you're DDing... Oh my god!
Wow. What a turnaround. Skim with a surprise D claw to take Jinami out. That's a 1-1, and we're going to be looking at a third. How embarrassing.
Oh my god, Jeremy.
He'll be spewing right now.
Oh my.
Wow.
He will absolutely be spewing. He was dominating that fight again in that second round fight there. But like I said, a little bit of that PVM coming through. Players like to risk their health when they're doing PVM, and he's mainly a PVMer and risks his health a little bit too much and gets absolutely taken out by the claws there. Hopefully we'll get the PvP tracker up on screen in just a moment. But Jinami there, 41 hits to Skim TV is 35. So once again, extra hits there for Jinami, and he was up 100 deserved damage and 60 actual damage on the tracker. So, I mean, he was absolutely dominating that fight once again, and the D claws coming in clutch there for Skim TV, and that's something that's going to happen if you risk your hit points. These D claws can hit, I believe, 71 or 69, one of those two. And that's a lot of damage over the course of 2 ticks, and you can be taken out just like that.
Rightio. So can I say it now? Can I say that Jinami's moving through? No, we've got one more match. We've got one more match. I'm just kidding, bro. Honestly, I was just joking, okay? Put me up for an Oscar. There was some good acting.
I thought you were serious again. I was like, come on, man.
No. Okay, so we've got one more match. We've got until you see one of these boys go through for round 2, and they'll be going up against George Fremont.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, so Jinami, once again, I think going into this fight as favorite, but that being said, one D claw can change everything, and RNG is definitely a factor in these fights, so we'll have to see what happens.
Rightio, here we go. The finale. The decider, baby. I got my money on Jinami, I think.
I do have my money on Jinami, but I also, knowing Jinami, would not be surprised if we see another D-Claw KO here. Yeah. That is for sure. But look at this right here. It's not even... Skim TB has got the DD advantage. He has the freeze advantage here, and Jinami getting 3 free hits at the start of this fight without the DD advantage. He's frozen, and he got 3 free hits against his opponent there, which is just something you can't be doing. Jinami going in for the freeze here. Both players going for the freeze. Be interesting to see who gets the DD advantage. I don't think it's going to be that much of a factor on the Skim TB side, but Jinami catches the freeze, 15 with the whip, takes one off prayer there. Luckily for a 0, but he does have the DD advantage now. And let's see if he can capitalize on that. He's not actually capitalizing. 43 off prayer there from the Opal Bolt. Those Opal Bolts can hit up to 53 with a special attack. And he, oh my god, not again, Jinami. Don't do it again.
Come on, my man.
Risking his hit points here. Really trying to give his opponent a chance. And that is something that he shouldn't be doing. I think based off the first few fights here, whether it's nerves or not, I think we can say safely that Jinami is definitely better in this setting. And he's really just giving his opponent a chance to win this fight when he shouldn't be giving his opponent a chance to win this fight.
Rightio, he just missed a claw spec there as well, because I believe there's only unloaded one so far. There it is. There's the spec going through.
Nice little 31 there. I'll be happy with that. Into the 36 bolt. So 67 damage right there, just like that in 2 hits. And another claw spec. Oh, he gets
that's some good damage.
Damage with that second claw spec, and just like that, his opponent hasn't hit him back, and he's managed to get around 150 damage just like that.
I mean, I'm surprised, the golden trim is not helping TBR out here. That shield is... It's an extra few horsepower, I'll tell you what,
Yeah. You would like to see the Fashionscape win, just to put on that statement. But unfortunately there, the claw coming in 4-0 for Skim TV, and the RNG definitely not in his favor in this fight. Jinami's hits are running a train. Every single one of his hits is a huge one. At the moment, anyway. Skim TB unfrozen now. Let's see if he can catch a freeze, get that DD advantage. He really needs to get a bunch of hits back here. Claw through the prayer for about a 25. He really needs to get on that DD and get a few hits back off Jinami here if he's going to have any chance in this fight, because I reckon he's about 200 hit points down at the moment.
You run the numbers on that? You're pretty confident on those?
Run the numbers, got the calculator out, mate. I've, I'm basically in their inventories at this point.
Okay. You got spare batteries today? We're going to be running a lot of numbers, so...
It's gonna be a long day, mate. That is for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Skim TV here, sat on about half hit points. I highly doubt he's out of food at this point, but he is sitting on low hit points. And Jinimi will most likely have that third claw spec back by now. So it'll be interesting to see. There is another claw spec to come in for Skim TV here, and I'll be very surprised if we see Jinimi risking his hit points at this point. Oh, a 40 whip on the tank off prayer into the 21 barrage. Another 60 damage up for Jinimi here. And it's really not looking good for Skim TB at this point. The only way he brings it back from here is some sort of godlike RNG, or Jinimi doesn't eat and he gets that claw spec off again.
Yeah.
Both of which could happen, Ron. It's definitely not outside the realm of possibility, but Jinimi would have to make some serious mistakes from this point to lose this fight. He is up by a lot.
Yeah. A landslide.
Yeah, and just based on the hit points here, I think there's potential that Skim TB is out of food, and he is taking poison damage here, potentially forgetting his Sandfuse Serum. Over the course of one of these fights, you're going to take around 10 hits of poison. So that's an extra 40 damage that Jinimi's going to get for free there with the poison.
Oh, that's almost put him in the bin there. That bolt probably going to secure it.
There's a big bolt in the ropes. No, yeah, he's frozen. And Jinimi is going to take that one out, Ron. You can say it now, mate. You can
I do it? Can I do it? Am I allowed to say it? Audio, here we go. Jinimi has taken out that series, best of 3, and he will be moving through to verse George Fremont in round 2. So now that we've seen series 1, 3, and 4, and 2, can't forget 2. We're going to be moving on to series 25, right? So that's the round 2. We're going to have Moro versus Red Billy here, the elusive. We don't know much about this character. And then we've got series 26. That'll be Jinimi versus George Fremont.
Yep. Just before we jump into that bracket, Ron, we've got the tracker from that last fight from Jinimi versus Skim TV here.
Give me the numbers, Jake.
749 deserved damage from Jinimi, and he got 18, Ron. 18 free hits on his opponent. Absolutely insane. And as you can see, that 749 deserved damage, only did 583 actual damage, but he did 286 more damage than his opponent in that last fight. But Skim TB are also getting very, very unlucky. About 200 damage down on his deserved, 250 damage down there. And that can really, really stop the momentum. There are a lot of hits that he should have got that he didn't get, and that might be where those 18 extra hits came from, and that could have cost him there. So a bit of bad RNG for Skim TB in that last fight, but Jinimi taking that one out.
Okay, and what's a typical percentage? I mean, you probably watched a lot more of these fights than I have. My PvP knowledge is pretty limited. I'm a bit of a PVMer, if you will, so definitely rooting for Jinimi on that one. But what is a typical percentage for catching freezes? What's the usual hit rate, if you will?
So on the tracker, you see there the fourth column shows the freeze percentage. 100% means you caught the average amount of freezes. So if you have 100%, you got exactly as lucky as you should have, and anything lower than that means you got unlucky on your freezes. So both players in that last fight, 61% for Jinimi and 56% for Skim TV. So both unlucky on their freezes.
Roger that.
Yep. So we are going to be watching Moro versus Red Billy next. Interesting to see Red Billy 2-0'd Keith in that first round. So Red Billy moving on and going to be taking on Moro. But based on the performance from Moro in the first round, he is definitely here to play. We don't really know too much about Red Billy at the moment. This is going to be the first match we see of him. So it'll be interesting to see how he holds up against Moro, knowing how well Moro performed in that first round run.
Yep. Roger that. So apparently Keith was a no-show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Red Billy moving on. He's not even warmed up.
Yeah.
Hasn't even had a match yet. So Moro potentially with an extra warm clicks might be a bit better in this fight, but only time will tell, mate. We won't be able to see until we get into the fight. Like I said, we don't really know anything about Red Billy yet, and he could just be an absolute demon. Who knows?
100%. Just a quick little reminder as well, boys and girls. Remember to check out the Method community team by typing !community in the chat. Signing up and becoming a member of the community team offers all kinds of perks, such as access to exclusive content and opportunities and giveaways. Also, they help in providing assistance as well for streamers that essentially want to grow their channels and whatnot as well for a number of different initiatives. We've also got the merch as well. If you guys want to show some support, !merch in the chat. Get your hands on some fresh new jerseys. And if you guys don't already follow Method on the social media on the platforms as well, make sure to type in !socials in the chat and keep up today on all the exciting content that's going on. Okay.
Some of the best merch in the game, Rono.
Mm-hmm. Some tidy hoodies in there, bro. When winter comes around, I might have to pick one of those up, you know?
Oh, man, I hope they bloody send me one for casting the tournament, man. I can deal with a hoodie, you know? Winter's coming around soon, I'll tell you what.
Can you put my name down as well, please? Yeah. I'd also like one. I quite enjoy like a mink blanket in the winter. You know, I save a little bit on the heating costs, but a mink blanket goes pretty hard. You just sort of roll out of bed and get straight to the comp. Mink blanket on. Game on, baby. Game on.
I've just seen a message from the chat, Ron. Apparently, Keith's not rocked up to his first round match tonight because he is sinking beers. So the man's obviously got his priorities straight there.
The dangers of hosting the tournament on a Friday/Saturday, you know?
Yeah.
The game is,
The Oceanic region known for, a few beers on the weekend, that's for sure. And that's definitely a danger of hosting it over the weekend.
Surely a little mobile action, maybe, you know, at the party.
Oh.
Got the beer in one hand and a little mobile action.
Yeah. Can you imagine we see someone on the mobile, you know, a picture from the pub, beer in hand, on the mobile, playing in the tourney?
Don't know if you saw my Instagram story actually last night. One of the guys I was sitting next to busted out a bit of thieving during the wedding dinner. Big respect to that, man. Putty Pup, if you're out there, bro, love your work, chief.
No time for XP waste, that's for sure.
Nah. Rightio, here we are. We are into round 2. This is a series, best of 3. We have got Morrow going up against Red Billy, aka we'll say Serb, maybe Serby.
I'm going to go with Red Billy for this one, Ron, just because.
Okay, Red Billy. We're going to sign that off. Let's do it.
Wow,
okay, let's
nice
just go Billy.
Claw at the start of the fight there from Billy. He's going to get about 60 damage on Morrow off prayer there, and I don't think it was a chance, but Morrow definitely on some low hit points. And just based off the start of this fight, I think we could be in for a close one.
Good trade there from the D-Claws as well. Both had the incorrect overheads on, so there was some good damage going out towards both players.
Yep, Morrow here with the DD advantage at the moment. We saw in the first fight him opting not to put his D square shield on in between these hits. And now, sitting in the Majors book and his Mystic Bottoms. If he's going to be sitting in his Mystic Bottoms and... Wow, he's almost going to get...
Eat some food, I beg. Please, Billy. Eat some food, my bro. Come on.
What? Billy, what are you doing, mate? Wow, a bolt chance from Morrow there on Billy.
Click the yellow potion, my bro, please.
We are not going to be seeing that very often. A nice little 45 tomorrow there. But as I was saying, if he's going to be sitting in his Mystic Bottoms and his Majors book like that, his opponent has a 67% chance to hit him with his ranged attacks. And if he gets into his tank, it goes down to a 30% chance to hit. So a huge difference between being in your robes and your tank here.
That's the expected value escape. That's what we get out here. We get the numbers. Write down. Write down.
That's why I brought the calculator today, mate. And Morrow with the TD advantage again. And he is absolutely dominating this fight, this first fight. I don't know if it's coming down to nerves or what's going on here, but Morrow up a lot of food, and he goes to the crossbow freeze and manages to catch it. We're seeing a lot of crossbow freezes today, Ron.
Yeah.
Did we miss some sort of update where there was mage bonus added to the crossbow?
I don't know, but they're landing, bro. And that's all that counts.
Landing. That's for sure. Morrow again with the DD advantage. The thing is with this DD here, he is not really gaining too many hits on his opponent. They're taking a 36 from the whip. If he had
Little
noticed
smoker,
his
right?
whip there, he could have moved out an extra step and avoided that entirely. But not getting up any hits here. Billy doing a really good job during these DDs when he's at a disadvantage on the DD to make sure he continues getting every hit he can. And a 42 whip coming in here. Wow, Morrow on very low hit points. Potentially could have seen a KO there if the claws came out, but I don't believe he has a spec left anymore. Might be seeing that third one coming soon. Here it comes, and that is a nice little 43 damage from the claw there. Oh my god. Billy is risking his hit points more than Jinami in that last fight, and I didn't think I'd be able to say that at all. This is insane. Looks as though we had a bit of server lag there. If a server lag comes in, for those that don't know, it basically completely freezes the server for a few seconds, and neither player will be at a disadvantage when there's a bit of server lag because they'll both be frozen at the same time. But another claw spec coming in there. That was a chance, Ron. That could have KO'd him right there. Is he out of food? Is Billy out of food here?
It looks that way. He hasn't eaten in 2 attacks.
It's hard to tell because throughout the fight, he's been sitting on this hit points anyway, but it looks as though Billy might be out of food here. And very good chance Morrow's going to be taking this first one out unless we see some sort of insane RNG come through. And there it is. That's a 44 bolt. He's got bottom chance. They're both out of food. This is way closer than I thought it was. Both players out of food here. It's anyone's game at this point.
I can't watch. It's down to the wire. All it takes is one attack to go through here.
Hits there. Morrow got 2 free hits, and neither of them hit a single thing.
No!
Oh, he's on 1 hit point. Is he going to get a redemption off here? He's not. Morrow goes down.
Billy the Elusive has pulled it back. The redemption. Not going to take that one for him. Wow. I did not expect that. I thought Morrow had that in the bag completely.
Wow. That is insane. Ron, we're in the second round of this tournament. We've seen some of the closest fights I think we're going to see all day. That was insane.
That was pretty good. That was good. That was red hot. That's what the popcorn's about.
Yeah, Morrow looked as though in the start of that fight, he had the advantage, and then he just clearly couldn't capitalize on it. Both players out of food at the same time. At that point, it could be anyone's game, and Red Billy there coming through with the RNG at the end and managing to get that KO. No redemption procs, but that 44 bolt right there really saved the match for him. It doesn't look as though we're going to be getting the... we are going to get the tracker for that one. Let's take a quick look at the tracker here. 59 hits for Billy there to Morrow's 60 hits. So both players pretty even on the hits. But as you can see, Morrow hitting 70% of his hits off prayer, whereas Red Billy got 54%. So a lot of off prayer hits there from Morrow. He deserved to do 515 damage and did 555. Billy deserved to do 503 and did 590. So both players extremely close on the tracker. And both got lucky on their hits, in fact, and Billy managed to take that one out. So it looks as though we could be in for a lot closer fight than I was expecting. That being said, a lot of that damage could have come at the end there. Billy doing about 100 damage for free at the end when he was out of food on about 10 hit points and managing to take out the win there. So be interesting to see if Morrow can bring this one back.
When you're, when it's sort of down to the wire like that, both are completely out of food. What kind of styles do you want to be camping as well to make sure you get the hit? Would you prefer to go like range, or do you try to get a freeze off? Like what's generally running through the player's mind at that point?
At that point, you definitely want to be in your tank as much as possible just to make sure your opponent has the least chance to hit. If your opponent is going for redemption flicks in between hits, you're much better off going for magic attacks, which means you have to jump out of that tank for a small moment there to get that magic attack off, as Morrow gets a nice little claw at the start here. But with the magic attacks, if you splash, it doesn't actually hit a 0 on your opponent. And a claw back from Billy, and the magic attack won't actually proc the redemption. So you'll see a lot of players going for mage hits at the end, but definitely want to be in the tank a lot more than Morrow was when he was out of food there.
Yeah, Morrow was looking for a cheeky D-claw spec there, but again, my boy Billy managed to put a hold on that one. Caught the freeze.
Billy, this man loves to risk his hit points. I cannot believe how much this man is risking his hit points right now. He could have easily been bolt KO'd there from about 40 hit points, and he just decides to take it anyway. This man has balls of steel.
I like
Moro now with the DD advantage.
when the boys are kind of frozen and they stand on each other like that. It's kind of like the wrestlers, you know, when they get super tired and they're sort of hugging it out. They don't really want to scrap, but they're having like a little smoko break.
Yep, absolutely. That is something that you will see a lot, actually, Ron, is people that, or as Billy gets a nice little claw scratch there into the 41 whip, you'll see a player, if he is low on hit points and he has the DD advantage, just stand underneath, heal up before he decides to go out for that next hit and just take a moment to compose himself.
That's right.
But
regain yourself.
Here, getting a lot of high hits. And I mean, it's anyone's ball game at this point, Ron. A 44 whip from Moro. Oh my God, this man's whip is insane as he takes a 70-ish claw off prayer there and gets a 0 back.
Gone for the double too. That was
this is insane. Both players getting chance left and right.
It's a lot of action here, a lot of numbers. I'm seeing a lot of numbers here, Jake.
Yep.
Not a lot of zeros.
Moro looks as though he's getting the better end of these big numbers here. Sees the whip come out for Red Billy, steps out, gets a free hit, and with a fast-paced match such as this one, any free hits will be huge. So getting a free hit there from Moro is massive. And we see a poison tick there as the 40 whip comes in. Oh my God. This is insane, the amount of
any zeros.
This is a very, very quick fight. Some of these fights we'll see go to, 80, 100 hits even. I'll be surprised if one even gets to 60. This is absolutely insane RNG on both parts. Is Moro out of food already? No,
the boys are popping off.
Yeah. Moro,
I genuinely wouldn't be surprised at this point if one of them was out of food.
Yep. Absolutely insane amounts of damage, as they say. That's a lot of damage. Here comes the claw spec. Oh, another 0 there for Moro. Unfortunate for him. 2 of his claw specs hitting a 0 as he steps off the screen real quick. That is something we'll see a bit today. Unfortunately, the render distance in old school RuneScape isn't huge. And sometimes players will go outside of that render distance. Not much we can do when they do that.
I thought the man had just pulled a Houdini. just smoke bombed and just sort of got out of there, bro. I'm done here.
Oh, man. I believe Billy has a claw spec left here. So it'll be interesting to see when he pulls that one out as he takes the 27 barrage into a whip that hits a 0 that could have potentially killed him. I'm not sure what he's sat on now, but it's not a huge amount of hit points. And I think he is out of food here, Ron. Unless he is really risking it for the biscuit, we're going to see a claw come out here very soon.
We've seen it before. We've seen Billy. He got low and he brought it back. Come on, Billy. This is what I mean. Come on. Again. Let's go, Billy.
Moro's out of food as well. Moro's out of food as well.
Come on, Billy. Let's go, Billy. That's what I'm talking about, Billy. Woo! My man. I told you, bro. I told you he's going to bring it back. The big B.
Wow.
Capitalize that, man. Again, another unexpected finish in that series. Billy taking that out.
What a man. Taking that one out against Moro. Moro winning his first round match 2-0 and Billy getting a bye and then just coming in and showing that he is not here to play around.
Oh, the disrespect. So Billy's going to be moving through to round 3. I believe we'll be seeing him tomorrow. Will we not?
Correct. We will be seeing him tomorrow. We do have the PvP tracker here, Ron, and we can see both players getting 58 hits. Like I said, I was going to be surprised if that went further than 60 hits, that's for sure. And Moro getting most of his hits off prayer, only 25 damage up on the tracker there. So 25 damage, not huge. And we can see both players very, very close with their skill here. And a lot of damage coming in very, very quickly. 442 deserved damage from Billy there, and he hit 600 damage, so 150 extra, and Moro 467 and 545, so he hit around 90 extra damage there as well. So very close fights, both of them coming down to the wire, but that extra little bit of RNG coming through for Billy, and like you said, he's going to be moving on to round 3, which means he only has one more match to win before he moves through to the Worlds.
Okay, that's massive. And I love covering the freezes numbers as well, but you can see that Moro had 123%, which basically means that he caught a lot more of his freezes than he should have. It was 16 out of 24 casts, so that man was turning Billy into some ice cubes, I'll tell you what. And Billy actually only got 3. He was a bit unlucky on the freezes there.
Yeah, 3 out of his 10 freezes, so Moro going for a lot more of that mage, but what an insane fight there. That was so close towards the end of both those fights, and a bit unfortunate for Morrow. I would have liked to see him go a little bit further, but he will be moving down into the losers bracket and have a chance to come back in if he manages to take out the losers bracket. But the next fight we're moving on to, Ron, Jinemy versus George.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm going to be rooting for my boy, my PVMer. I'm a bit of a PVMer now, so I'm going to go with Jinemy on this one. How do you think this one's going to go, Jake?
This one's a tough one for me, Ron, because both these guys are my friends. So either way, whoever loses, I'm not going to be happy, and whoever wins, I am going to be happy. So it's going to be a tough one for me. But based on what I know, Jinemy coming in, as did a bit of said, a massive demon on the sticks, and we saw him put in a huge performance in that first round. George getting a bye in his first round, so moving on to the second round. I'm sure he would have been warming up outside of the bracket, but he is going to be coming in for his first match here. He only really started taking, tri-breeding, these sorts of matches seriously around a year ago. So in comparison to some other PKs, definitely fresh on the scene, but picked it up very, very quickly. And I think we're going to see a very close fight here, Ron. Very close fight indeed.
Okay. Are you a bit of a PvP?
If I had to put my money down, put my money down, I think I'll put my money on George. But like I said, I think it can go either way.
Okay. All right. Okay. As I was saying before, are you a bit of a PvP? Have you? You do a little bit. You dabble a little bit in the footwork, yeah.
I dabble a little bit. Maybe a little bit less these days now that not too many people are out in the wilderness. But I try to get out there when I can.
Okay. Oh, it shows, bro. You got a, got a good knowledge, I guess, of the PvP situation here.
I love the in-game name for George here. Taking the mickey out of one of our other friends, Seji. So I'm a big fan of that. As Jinemy gets the first DD here and 2 bolts off, huge bolts. And George going down to some pretty low hit points at the start of this fight. And Jinemy getting a free few hits to start with. But be interesting to see if George can bring it back. Hopefully get himself a nice little freeze and get the DD advantage. A bolt on robes there. Unfortunately hitting a 0. Pretty unlucky with that bolt. Here comes the DD, I think. Unless he's frozen again. They potentially frozen apart from each other. Didn't see that ice cube on the side of George, but I think both players are frozen here. Bit unfortunate there for George trying to get that DD advantage back. At this point in the fight, it looks as though Jinemy's got a nice little early advantage, probably around 50 to 60 damage. Both going in for a claw spec there. 50 on the side of George and about a 10 on the side of Jinemy. George getting his prayer up and Jinemy not getting his prayer up. So the damage that was dealt was deserved damage in the end there for both players. And George gaining that 50 hit point lead back.
It's also worth mentioning that my boy Speedy right now has got some serious bonus points for his fashion scape. He's got the golden trim, right? And he's opted for the, what is it? Is it the Dark Mystic Robes? Is that what they call it?
It is the Dusk Mystic, Ron. Yeah, definitely my favorite Mystic. Unfortunately, it looks as though George has stepped off screen here. Both players off screen. Who knows what's going on
here? We'll be right back after this commercial break, guys.
We got a nice little Houdini fight here. So, hey, mate, someone might be dead here, Ron. Who knows?
Hang on a second. I'm just 50 meters wind speed. I'm just trying to zoom in on this one. Here we go. One of them's back. Oh, he's gone again.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I see a bolt.
See the bolts. We see the bolts fly from one end to the other, but we can't see anything else. And here we go. Both players coming back in. We don't know what happened while they were off the screen there, so it could be anyone's ball game at this point. Players now frozen far enough apart that the bolts won't hit. I don't even believe long range would hit from here, so we're going to see both players hopefully praying mage here. Jinemy with his range prayer on. Jinemy, what are you doing? He can't range you. Jinemy, he can't range you from there, bro. Turn your mage prayer on.
Nice little blood spell as well to get a little bit of HP back as well. Very sneaky there from Jinemy.
Yep. Nice, I don't think that is something we'll see a lot today, Ron. Speaking to a few players who are a little bit better at PvP than me, saying that the Blood Blitz itself, not worth it, just based on the little damage you do with Blitz spells compared to Barrage spells.
Right.
But yeah, I don't think we'll see it too much today, but potentially we'll see it a little bit. If players are brewed down, if they drink the Saradome and brew, they'll go down from 99 mage to, I believe, 83, which means 83 or 84, which means they can't cast their barrage anymore, and they might opt to go for that Blood Blitz. But Jinemy, very low hit points here. It looks as though George has absolutely given him the biscuits while they're off screen there, and I think Jinemy might be out of food here.
Oh, He's definitely on the back foot. It looks like the momentum's definitely with Spidgy at the moment. I tell you, it's that golden trim shield, bro. It's gonna take him through.
Guthix Max Cape as well, Ron. You got to put some respect points on the Guthix Max Cape. And just based on what I'm seeing here, it looks as though Jinimi is out of food. Be interesting to see how much George has left, but he has full hit points at the moment, and it is completely... Oh, Jinimi not out of food! This man
Look at the footwork on the man. As well, they move away, move around quite abruptly as well, basically, so that the opponents might miss a click on them. Essentially, is that what's going on there?
Exactly, Ron. Exactly. When you throw a bolt out, oh my God, look at that claw coming in here. Jinimi might be bringing it back as he's out of food, but no, George instantly back up to full health. Had a triple eat left, and here comes the claw. George's going to take out that first round.
Bang!
Convincingly, Ron. Convincingly.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the numbers on that one.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. We unfortunately didn't get to see what happened while they ran off the screen there, but here comes the PvP tracker, and
get it up.
Wow, that is basically exactly what we thought it was going to be, Ron, as it comes up on the screen here. George getting 62 hits to Jinimi's 61, but 43 of those 62 hits off prayer compared to Jinimi's 25. So a lot more off prayer for George there. 69% of his hits off prayer. Nice. Jinimi, 500 deserved damage, did 400 damage, and George, 624 deserved damage, did 538. And both players relatively around the same RNG with their freezes there. So George up around 100 damage on the tracker there. So not only took the match out, but did it convincingly in-game and on the tracker. So be interesting to see if Jinimi can bring this next one back. But based on what I'm seeing here, the last time I saw George PK, he is way better than he was back then. So an actual demon on the sticks from what I can see.
How long has George been PKing for, do you know?
So he took hybriding and tribriding seriously around a year ago, I want to say, Ron. So yeah, about a year of training leading up to this, and it's definitely paying off, you can see.
Yeah. Rightio, into the next one here. This is the second match of the series. Spedgy taking out the first one there by quite a margin. Quite a margin indeed.
Both players frozen next to each other. Nice little staff bash from George there. Actually getting some damage in. He'll be happy with that. Jinimi risking his hit points here. Down to about 15 hit points. Oh my word.
Responsible.
Yeah, hopefully we don't see another KO like we saw in that first round. I'd much rather see these fights go the distance, but Jinimi, a bit of a risky boy. Looks as though he's caught the freeze here. Is he going to get the DD? He is going to get the DD. Goes for the claw on prayer, but still manages to get around 30 damage. Second one, not doing so much. I don't believe he's frozen here. He's not going for the DD, just opting to stand next to his opponent. Now he goes under. It's a nice little bolt off prayer. Definitely the momentum in Jinimi's favor in this fight, Ron, to start with.
Yeah, Spedgy's very, very good at getting that tank gear back on when he needs to as well. Completely mitigating that declaw spec before, so it's definitely helping him out.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see players jump into their tank straight after most of their hits, get that square shield on, get the Carol's top, the Verex plate skirt, just because if you're in your tank, your opponent has a much less chance of hitting you. Like I said before, 67% chance for a bolt to hit you when you're on your robes, whereas it's a 30% chance if you're in your tank, as well as with the mage. The average hit, if you're in your tank, is going to be a 10 with the mage. Off tank is going to be a 10, and in tank it's going to be an 8. So not as big of a difference with the mage, but definitely a huge difference with the bolts there, jumping into your robes. Out of your robes, sorry.
It's gone. Oh, the smoke bombs. Hang on. Stay with us. Again, it definitely looks like the momentum is Spedgy on this one again. Jinimi definitely on the back foot, taking a lot of heat here.
He has definitely brought it back. George brought it back. And I believe that was actually a barrage chance there. Jinimi really sitting on those low hit points, and that's going to come back to bite him, unfortunately, here. But yeah, it looks as though George is definitely in the driver's seat for this one. Jinimi on the back foot a bit here. He's going to need to get himself a nice little freeze, nice little DD, and maybe compose himself a little bit and try and bring this one back. But at the moment, it looks as though George is going to be taking this one out. We see the poison damage coming in again here, Ron. This is the third fight we've seen someone take poison damage, which means they're either forgetting their sand fuse or they're not drinking them. And like I said, that's going to add up to around somewhere between 20 and 40 damage throughout a fight.
Right, and we see those big lightning bolt specs going off as well for the opal bolts. What's the effect that has, Jay?
Yeah, so the opal bolts has a 5% chance of hitting or a 5.5% chance of hitting if you have done your Kandaran diaries. I don't know which Western provinces.
We'll just say diaries. If you've done your diaries, bro, done your homework.
The regular max hit with a bolts is 42, whereas with the special attack that comes in once every 20 or so hits is going to be a 53. So you get an extra 11 damage on your bolt every 20 hits or so.
And every little bit of damage helps as well. It all counts at the end.
Yep. Based on the hit points here, I would say Jinami is probably out of food here, mate, and he takes a 40 claw. He's not out of food. He is on bruise, though, so it's going to be, it looks as though another convincing win here for George.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Genevieve, just couldn't get a little bit of extra RNG that he might have been looking for. And unless he can get some redemptions and a massive bit of RNG here, it looks as though George is going to take it out 2-0.
Well, it was a pretty defining performance there from Mr. Spedgy. There you go. Congratulations on moving through. He will be going up against Red Billy, I believe, in round 3.
Yeah, we'll be seeing that match tomorrow, but what a performance there from George. Absolutely convincing victory. 58 hits to 58 hits there. 610 deserved damage and did 575. And here's the difference, Ron. As I said, he didn't really get that RNG. He deserved 543 damage and did 343. So 200 damage down from what he deserved. And with a margin that big, that can really affect the momentum of the fight. Some of the hits don't come through. He could have got some freezes. His opponent might have been eating a few extra hits. He definitely could have come back from that. So super unlucky for Jinami there, but don't let that take away from George's performance there. Absolute demon on the 6 these days, Ron. I'll tell you what, probably about 6 months ago, I would have said that George and I were probably on the same level, and I think he would absolutely kick my teeth in these days, man.
What do you think Jinami could have done differently there to sort of help him out? I mean, do you think that was heavy on the RNG in terms of Spedgy, or what could he have done better?
There's definitely a lot of RNG in that one. Based on what we saw in the first couple of fights, Jinami, he's good at getting his tank back on, but definitely needs to stop risking his hit points as much. That is for sure. There was a lot of times where he literally got chanced by a bolt or a barrage or something like that. And he's moving down into the losers bracket. And I really hope to see him keep those hit points high. Only sort of risk it when he's got a bit of momentum rather than sitting on around 30 hit points, because he could be easily clawed, barraged, or bolted out from there. Yeah,
Jinami, look, mate. It's a double elimination as well, guys. So if Jinami goes on in the losers bracket to lose another match, he will be knocked out as well. So see how we go on that. Okay, boys and girls, that does conclude the A group, I believe. And we're going to take a cheeky 6-minute ad break. So if you guys need to go top up your popcorn, get a couple beers, we'll be right back.
Scars. I'll brush you off just like the dust upon my shoulder. I have a hunch of who you are. Believe it or not, I got the strength to blow you over.
that's a nice
Really
ball.
low,
Again, off
yeah.
prayer.
Oh, no way!
Great actually winning going into a 5-5. He
No
books
way.
it again.
How is he still alive right now?
I do believe they can range each other with long range. But Sanctified going in for a beautiful chloride there. Into a 38 and actually wins the fight. I mean, that's an insane comeback.
Rightio, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Method Mayhem Oceanic PvP circuit. We have just finished up with Group A. Some pretty red hot action in there. And even though I've done an introduction and I'm here with my boy Evie Escape, I'm also here with my cat, Big G. So if you see this furry little puss around the place, all right, make sure you give him a nice wave, a nice smile. Bit of a PvP all-star, this man, actually, Jake. You know, he's definitely done his rounds in some tournaments and taken home some big cash.
Mate, I've seen your Snapchat stories and your Insta stories. That man, you know, a fight on the streets, he definitely takes them out and brings home his competitors as well.
Yeah, he's I think his professional record at the moment is 14-0. So he's pretty red hot. He's pretty red hot. Rightio. So, yes, Jake?
I was just going to say, before we jump into the bracket, I just want to say how funny it was during that break. We had 6 entire minutes of Gabba going tomorrow. Poor Gabba,
in
man.
the wound, bro.
I mean-
Salt in the wound, eh?
I've also just read in the chat, apparently, in his fights, Gabba forgot to bring his super combats. And that was some pretty close fights as well. So that definitely could have made the difference there. So unfortunate for Gabba, but he is in the losers bracket now. He's going to be taking on Keith in the losers bracket. So I think as a...
yeah, it is what it is. The super combat, definitely a pretty important potion. You don't want to be forgetting one of those, my man.
Definitely. We have got word during the break that apparently the matches 5 and 6 are both no-shows. So both players in those fights going to be moving on to the next round. And the first fight we're going to be watching here is Matthew Get Up versus the Pure Sebron.
Can I do it? Can I say it?
Go on, mate.
Get up!
Oh, get up!
I put a little gain on it, bro. I hope you don't mind. I put a little spice on it.
Yep. I can put some respect on that. Maybe, you know, sorry to the headphone users, but yeah, we're getting hyped here, boys. You know what I mean?
That's right. We're pumped up, baby. I mean, there's $1,500 in a prize pool here. 1,000 USD for first. Second place is 350, and third place is 150. Even if you came third, bro, that's a good night out. And by the looks of things, I think some of these boys have already gone out, haven't they?
I don't think you're wrong about that one, mate. And yeah, that's the thing. It's US dollars as well. So for these Oceanic boys in the Australian dollars and New Zealand dollars, there's going to be a nice little conversion rate on that one. And 1,000 US of first. I think the first place prize is going to be taken home around 500,000 Australian dollars. So
yeah, that's the exchange rate. I mean, that's the beauty of it, really. And the numbers have been run, and Jake doesn't often get the numbers wrong. So you got to trust the man what he says here. So Series 7 is what we'll be skipping to, and we've got Matthew, aka Get Up, and the Pure Seb. Break this one down. Pure Seb's obviously a pretty notable PKer, isn't he? He's got a bit of a rep. He's pretty red hot.
Correct. Yeah, Pure Seb, a YouTuber himself, and we don't really know too much about Matthew, but Seb, I believe in the past year, might have been a bit of a break recently, but he was uploading daily PKing videos for a good 6 months there. The man loves to have a bit of a PK run, and he's definitely very, very good at it. So I'll be surprised if anyone can really give him a run for his money in this tournament. I think out of anyone in this tournament, he's definitely up there with the favorites, and I think there's a good chance he's going to be going through to the Worlds, that's for sure. Okay, that's big. Who else would you consider to be in the running, basically, to take this out alongside Pure Seb here? Yeah, so in this bracket, I would definitely say, I think the favorite overall, if I had to pick one favorite, I would say is probably Panic. He came second in that Oda Block tournament, only losing the 10-13. So if I had to pick one person to take out the entire bracket today, I'd probably say Panic. But we're definitely going to see some good performances here from Ditta Bitter. Unfortunate for Drew being a very good PK coming up against Panic in the first round. I think there would be a very good chance that if they weren't versing each other, both those players could have made it all the way through. But luckily enough, if the loser of that fight is going to be going through to the losers bracket, so still has a chance to make it through the world. So I would say my 4 picks for the top 8 would be Seb, Didda, Panic, and Drew.
Okay,
and
what about
actually, I'm going to chuck George in there as well.
Okay, yeah, just on top. What about Stinky Bolter, bro? This man has advanced 2 rounds and he hasn't even played a match. Bro, he advanced before it even started. That's a good performance, bro, if you ask me. You know, like that man.
100%, 100%. He's 1 match away from making it to the Worlds there, big Stinky Bolter.
Yeah.
And I think it's pretty unfortunate for him. He is on the side of the bracket where he is likely going to be versing either Panic or Drew in his match to go into the world. So I would say, just on what I know about those two, pretty unlikely that he does make it to the Worlds, but it'd be a crazy story if he does. That's for sure.
Yeah. So what do you think sets Pure Seb apart? What makes him better than anyone else? What's he known for?
It's just a practice, mate. Honestly, he spends a lot of time PKing. He's really good at one-ticking his switches, so it'd be very unlikely for his opponent to catch him not only off prayer, but also off gear in his robes. He's not going to be taking too many bolts in his robes. And because he's so quick, he has the opportunities to really catch his opponents off guard, going for a whip when they're not playing melee, going for the bolt when they're not playing range. On the DD, getting those extra hits in and taking the advantage there. So that being said, like we said, we don't really know anything about Matthew. So there's a good chance that he could come in here and also be an absolute demon on the sticks and give him a run for his money. But like I said, I would very much doubt it.
Yeah, got you. And looking at Series 8 as well was Qua and Sandwich, and there was a no-show on Qua. So whoever wins this Series 7 between Get Up and the Pure Seb as well will be going on to verse Sandwich in round 2.
I can't believe how many no-shows there's been, Ron. Too many of
at
these
the same time.
New Zealand boys out on the weekend, you know?
They should have known, though. I mean, it's like a 50% no-show rate at this point. They're all probably just watching it at a pub. They've got it up on a big screen somewhere. Flick it over to Twitch. Right, here we are. We are in the arena. We are large and in charge. Take it away, my man, Jake. Oh, again, gold trim, though. I gotta say it. There's some gold trim in the arena. Some people with style once again. They both got gold trim.
And the Dusk Mystic as well there for Seb. But Get Up getting the early start here with a nice little 36 whip off prayer on Seb. But now he has a DD advantage. And in these DD advantages, that's where you're really going to see Seb shine. If he gets under his opponent, he can manage to get a few extra hits in. And you're really going to see him come out there. But both players now frozen across from each other. Going to see that range and mage battle, and he does take a bolt in his mystics there. So Get Up, definitely not a player to be slept on. He knows what he's doing here, sitting in his mystic bottoms for that mage hit as well. This man is definitely good at PK, and there's no doubt about that. So we could see Seb getting a little bit of a run for his money here in this first round run.
Okay, and so you said basically, you know, he had his magic bottoms on as well, and obviously that provides an offensive bonus for your magic spells, but also it's got a little bit of mage defense as well. Is that right?
Correct, yeah. So the Mystic Bottoms have a little bit of mage defense, whereas the Verex Plate Skirt has a 0, just completely even in the mage defense there. So if you get your Mystic Bottoms on and your opponent is going for a mage hit, it's going to be less likely for them to land their hit. That being said, if you have your Mystic Bottoms on and your opponent decides to turn around and bolt you, that is the risk to reward there is pretty low. It's a high risk for a low reward. Nice big claw spec coming in here for Seb as he takes a 39 bolt though. So the claw spec comes off and he takes the same amount of damage back with that bolt, unfortunately. And got his Mystic Top on for the bolt there. He's now DD'd. Let's see if he can use this momentum, get up in his robes on that DD and manages to catch the freeze. So when players are in the DD, if they have their robes out, they're trying to catch the freeze. That's when they're going to be taking a lot of damage from their opponent. But if they can manage to get that freeze, they're going to stop that DD advantage and manage to get it themselves. Oh, a huge claw spec coming in there from Get Up. Unfortunately, follows it up with a staff bash, but that was around 60 damage with the claw there. And big claws like that are really going to help the momentum in this fight. As you can see, his opponent is currently eating up 2 or 3 free hits there while his opponent was eating up. And now Seb with that DD advantage. Let's see if he can bring back that momentum. As I mentioned before, he's just standing under his opponent, eating up, gaining his composure before he comes out for that extra hit. And that's 3 whips in a row. And we have not seen Get Up change his prayer to pray melee run.
Again, was that a cheeky little crossbow freeze, bro? I think there has been a change in the meta there, mate. Honestly. I'm gonna check I'm gonna check the page right now on RuneScape. There must be a game update we haven't seen yet.
Seeing a lot of people bringing out their crossbow for those freezes and actually catching them. And I tell you what, Ron, I'm pretty sure Get Up is up on food here. Seb definitely getting a run for his money. A lot of big whips coming through, but he brings one back. A nice little 35 whip. I would say Get Up definitely has the advantage at this point in terms of food, but anything can happen in these fights. RNG is a crazy thing. Seb with his Mystic top on there.
Come on, get changed, brother. Come on, man. Is he? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I saw that before as well. He actually did a little crossbow with his Mystic top on. Incorrect attire, Mr. Seb. Sort it out, my friend. Come on.
Yeah, I think potentially what could be happening here is the fact that, PvP is slowly, dying in the game, and he hasn't really been able to get too much PK done lately. So might be a little bit out of practice here, Ron.
Yeah, fair play. And these guys obviously would have been using the same setup as well.
Yep. Of course, both in the same setup. We've got the Mystic top and bottom and the Mage's Book switch for your magic, and then you got Carol's top and Varric's skirt for the range with the D square shield switch for the tank as well.
And what about on the potion side? What are these guys kitted out with?
Yeah, so each player is going to be taking in 3 brews, 2 restores, and a Sandfuse serum, and the rest of their inventory is super combat, ranging potion, and then their rune pouch, as well as the rest in anglerfish. So around, I believe it's 500-ish healing each player is going to have in their inventory, somewhere at 450 to 500, I believe. So a lot of damage they can get in, which means the fights go for a little bit longer, and the player with the highest skill advantage is most likely going to win in the end, even though there's a lot of RNG involved. But Seb here, getting the DD advantage, getting a few free hits here off on his opponent. He likes to use that whip, and it really does work for him. His opponent rarely praying melee here and getting a lot of hits off prayer. Unfortunately, the actual damage he's doing is not coming through for him. As you saw there, the Mystic bottoms on for that freeze, but both players frozen apart from each other. So we're going to see a nice little range and mage battle. And you can see immediately after they cast their barrage, straight back into their tank. And then as soon as they're going to cast their barrage, on the same tick they cast it, their robes come on, which means they've got the least amount of time in their robes to stop their opponent from hitting them too hard. But is Seb out of food here? He potentially is out of food. I saw the heart prayer come on a couple of times. Once coming on, you might call a mistake, but he put it on twice there. So potentially out of food here for Seb. Gets up. I'm not too sure how much he's got left, but he definitely looked like he had the advantage
There's
there.
a redemption.
Yeah, the redemption is coming on. So Seb definitely out of food here. Potentially out of food as well is Get Up. So this could be a very close end to the fight here. The redemption procs there for Seb. He's got to get his prayer back on in time. He gets it back on. Unfortunately, takes a bolt off prayer. Both players definitely out of food. And in comes the Opal Bolt spec for the KO. Get Up, taking out the first match, Ron.
Get up! Get up.
Oh, Get Up.
It's that username, bro. I'm telling you right now. It's done him absolute wonders. First match going to Get Up out of the series of 3 here. That didn't really go the way I thought it was going to go. I mean, we hyped Seb up pretty big time, but we'll have a look at the numbers. Maybe there's a little explaining to do with the numbers.
Yeah, if we get those numbers coming through, we'll definitely have a look at them. But that is not what I was expecting at all. Like I said, Seb, a very, very good PK, but Get Up showing that he is not here to be slept on. On the tracker, we can see 628 deserved damage there for Seb, and he did 489. So 150-ish damage that he should have done that he didn't get. I think that was due to a lot of those whips that he was getting off prayer, getting zeros. But Get Up there, 585 deserved damage and did 577. So a relatively close fight on the tracker, only around 40 damage in between both these players and around 4 hits. So a pretty close fight in the end, but it looks as though that RNG was definitely on Get Up's side there. And I think with players that are both this good, as you can see, both players getting around a 50% of their hits on and off prayer. I think at the end of the day, it is just going to come down to whoever gets the better hits, because both these players are so good. They're so often not getting caught off prayer, not getting caught in their gear. And end of the day, RuneScape is an RNG game, and there's definitely potential that RNG is going to decide some of these fights. So definitely can't sleep on Get Up there, but Seb was definitely unlucky in that fight. But Get Up putting on a very good performance in his first fight.
Yeah, big fan. Hey, what's that on the TV behind you, bro? What is that? A little Age of Empires 2? What are you rocking?
Age of Empires, mate. Yeah, you know, had a little nap on the couch before we started, so I was fully energetic for the outcast today.
Fair play. I'm pretty dusty. I had a pretty massive wedding I was emceeing for. Bit of a late one, bro. I must say, bit of a late one, but definitely had a power nap as well. It's got to be done, doesn't it?
Power nap and a power raid after a big night, mate. That's the way to go.
That's it.
Getting into this fight here, Get Up, getting a nice little 40-something bolt to start the fight, into a 26 and a 26 whip. I think he's up about 100 damage here. I don't think Seb has hit him at all, Ron. Look at this. 140, 150 damage up at the very start of the fight. In comes the claw spec on prayer, on tank for a 0 as well. Get Up in control of this fight.
Absolutely pumping, my bro. Go on,
he's
mate.
up 200 damage at the start of this fight. 250 damage.
Seb's hungry. That man's putting them away.
No doubt this man's putting on a great performance, but also the RNG at the start of this fight is absolutely insane. Unfortunate for Seb here that he is getting the bad end of this RNG, but as is RNG, it certainly can turn around to get himself a nice little freeze and he can potentially bring it back here. But at the moment, he's not landing into these freezes. He still has not hit his opponent. His opponent's on 90 hit points at the start of this fight, and he's had about 300 damage dealt back to him.
Seb really needs to get a freeze here. He does get the D claws and get some damage there. That might buy him a little bit of time here to compose himself again.
Unfortunately, he is on the DD here, so he takes a little bit of time to get his composure, eat some food, get back into it, but now he's frozen immediately. Both these players frozen across from each other, and basically it's just going to come down to who can click the fastest here, who can get in and out of their ropes the quickest. Looks though Seb actually missed a hit there. So maybe this RNG getting him a bit flustered at the start of this fight. Yeah. Unfortunately, he's missing a few hits and a lot of big hits coming back in his direction, and he is going to have to pull out something special to bring back this fight, Ron, because at the moment he's getting absolutely dominated.
I guess as well, I mean, when you're on the top and when you're known to be an incredibly good PKer, you know, sometimes I guess that's what the nerves can get the better of you because you can only go down, really, you know?
Yeah, definitely. That is something that can be a factor. Get Up, like I said, we don't really know him. I'll be surprised if there might be a few people in chat that know who he is, but everyone knows who the Pure Seb here is here, and that can definitely be playing on the nerves. He feels like he's got to put on a performance. If he loses here, everyone says, oh my God, can you believe Seb lost? But then, you know, if Get Up loses, who says anything? You know what I mean?
Exactly right. Exactly right. Love an underdog story. And as well in the chat, remember, guys, we've got predictions rolling out for each of these series as well from the moderators at Method. So make sure you get stuck in, get engaged, put a little bet down, pick a favorite.
Cheeky little bet on the fights here. And Get Up really just pushing his lead here, Ron. He got a massive lead at the start of the fight, and he is not taking his foot off the gas at all. Yep. A huge run there, potentially coming off the screen of Seb, and he gets another freeze. He's got the DD advantage again. He's so far up in this fight, and he's still getting more and more advantages, and there's no way. Seb is
out of food already.
Oh my God, what a display here from Get Up. Like I said, there is going to have to be something very, very special from Seb here to win this fight, but from what it looks like, it looks as though Get Up is going to be moving forward to round 2, and Seb is going to be moving down into that loser's bracket.
Yeah. I mean, unless he's got another claw spec or something like that, he can only go for a KO at this point, but it's not looking good. That's it. And done and dusted. 2-0 for the Get Up. Fair play to the man.
That is surprising to me, Ron. I was not expecting that, but like I said, before that match, I had no idea who Get Up was, and now I will not forget the name. I'll tell you that much for free.
Oh, look, I've been saying it for bloody 2 years. Come on, my man.
You've been rooting for this man since day one. Get Up.
Oh, it's way ahead, bro. It's way ahead.
All right, we do have the PvP tracker coming in here, and as we can see from this PvP tracker, 401 deserved damage from Get Up there, and he did 552. I think most of that 150 extra damage came from the start of the fight, and that momentum just snowballed. Once you get that momentum, it can just snowball. But as you can see, Ron, Seb with 408 deserved damage, actually, even with all that momentum that Get Up had, still won on the tracker. So that is very unfortunate for Seb there, but please do not sleep on Get Up. That was an insane performance from him. It's about getting those advantages. He might have got the advantage from having some good RNG, but once he had the advantage, he kept on fighting. You know, he didn't just get an advantage and slow down. He kept kicking. So you can't sleep on that, man. He definitely did a great job. And he's going to be moving forward into round 2 to face Sandwich.
Yeah, that's it. Be a best of 3 once again. I believe next up we've got Jayon.
I've just seen on the screen here, Ron, we've got Dorito chips versus...
Yeah, I'm getting there, baby.
Right.
Yeah,
that's exactly
you're right.
what you're reading.
I'm going to hand you the water, brother. It's coming through the cam. Grab it. Come on.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Yeah, no worries. There it is. Hey, look, we got to look out for each other out here, okay? So it'll be Dorito chips versus, we'll just say Jay. Yeah, Jay versus Dorito. Do you know anything about these two boys?
I don't actually know anything about them, but I will say I have seen the name Dorito chips around a lot. I think he may be in one of the Australian clans. I don't know which one it is, though, but I've definitely seen his name around a lot. So we're going to be seeing the first of both of these players, and we'll be able to sort of gauge from the start of the fight.
I know where I've seen that guy's name as well. Aisle 7 in the supermarket. Hey, guys. Am I right? How's that for a little dad joke?
Oh,
many different flavors. Oh, I'm just gonna low key. I'm just gonna.
Who gave this man the microphone? I can't believe it.
Someone made the mistake of doing that at the wedding yesterday as well. I'll tell you what. We did a little wedding activity, a little game called Cards Against Humanity.
Yep. Great game.
It was like Cards Against Sam and James, who were the newlyweds, and then I made up like phrases and things like that, and you sort of the tables essentially had to insert a word, and then the newlyweds would vote on the funniest phrase that would actually come out of those. So,
gotcha.
It's a cheeky little one.
I'm sure there's a few that you can't really say on the stream today, Ron. Hey?
No, definitely not. That's where I had to kind of stop. I was like, man, these are all really inappropriate. So, yeah. It's just real religious like families here as well. I weren't impressed.
Weddings can get wild sometimes, mate. That is for sure. But yeah, we're going to be looking at Dorito Chips versus Jay here. Did both of these players have a bye in their first round? I think they did.
Let's have a look. Let me get back to the board on that one. I think they did. Yeah, series 5 and 6. Yeah. They had a pass.
The first we see of both these players. It looks as though Jay getting that DD advantage to start the fight. We're really going to have to gauge how well these players perform based on their fighting in general, not off previous knowledge. But at the start here, looks as though Jay getting a nice little advantage with that DD. Doesn't look like he's had any damage dealt back to him, even though he's taken a few bolts off prayer here. He's off the screen. Oh no.
Where's he going?
I'm pretty sure he's frozen here. I am pretty sure he's frozen off the screen here, so we're only going to be able to see the damage that is dealt to Dorito Chips.
This man is attacking people up on the rafters of the crowd right now. Someone's copping it. Someone's throwing rotten tomatoes and he's getting barrages back.
Yeah. Someone threw a tomato at him and he just wasn't happy about it.
He's gone for another one up there.
And here we go. We're back into it. Like we said in the previous fights, guys, unfortunately, the render distance in old school RuneScape can't be increased. And sometimes they'll just run off the screen. And it's not too much we can do about it, unfortunately. But here comes a claw spec there from Dorito Chips. Oh, my God.
Wow.
No way.
Oh, he's brought it back.
Wow.
I swear down, I saw a full red bar just now. He's got to be, he's double nacho cheese, surely. That's the best flavor. This man knows what he's doing, bro. He's just teasing us. He's all good. Let's go. Bring it back, Chip.
Taken a claw spec down to 1 HP and then a second claw spec on about 10 hit points and managed to survive it. If he brings it back from here, wow. I'll be very surprised. But looks like we've got another man off the screen again. Oh, this is unfortunate, Ron. This is unfortunate to see.
That's all right. It's all right. Hey, quick gold trim check as well. Disappointed, Jake. I'm disappointed.
Unfortunate.
Come on, guys. Like, gold this is a professional.
Also, not gold trimmer and not the Dust Mystic, not the Fashionscape. And
Right, like
looks like
it's-
we're going to have another Houdini fight here.
You know, Jake, that's what I mean. Like, I came in a jacket, bro, right? And it's a professional event. You got to dress up, bro. I've got my IRL fashion scape on. A little bit of gold trim, you know? It'd go a long way.
100%. I'm 100% with you on that one. But here we go, back into the fight. We can see both players now. Dorito Chip sat on about 50 hit points. Could potentially be out of food here, which is very early into the fight to be out of food. So if he is actually out of food here, I'd say that Jay has put on a very dominant performance. Even though we really couldn't see what was going on from his perspective, it looks as though Dorito Chips is out of food. I think it'll be one more freeze here. The old one freeze job here from Jay if he can catch it.
hang on
Oh,
a
he has
second.
eaten up, actually. Interesting.
Too soon.
Wonder why
Too
he's
soon,
sat on
Junior.
about 40 hit points there.
Hmm.
But both players now frozen across from each other. We can actually see them now, which is nice, even though they're sat at the top of the duel arena. And just so much damage coming in from Jay here on his side. I'll be interested to see the track here. From my perspective, it looks as though Dorito Chips has been pretty unlucky with his hits. But that being said, Jay definitely putting on a good performance here with the DD now. And nice little bolt-off prayer. Can Dorito Chips bring it back from this point? Looks as though he's down a lot of food and potentially even out at this point. So he's going to have to put on a magical performance.
If you were in this tournament and you managed to take it out, Jake, what would you spend the $1,000 on, mate?
The $1,000 or the 500,000 Australian, mate.
With 500k Aussie, yeah.
You'd just have to put on a party for the homies, wouldn't you? You know, because if I was in the tournament, I'd have them all around cheering me on. You know,
Yeah.
all
Would you pay for my
two of
flights?
my IRL friends. So I'd have to
Yeah.
just spend $1,000 on a party. And
Respect.
nice little claw spec there off prayer for around 33 damage there from Jay. Dorito Chip's still eating. So, I mean, the man must have unlimited food in his inventory. But at this point, looks as though he is out. Takes a whip off prayer. And it's going to be one more hit for him to be done here. Gets the smite up instead of the redemption.
Damn.
And there it is. Jay takes it out.
Up to the crumbs. I've got a bit of
It looks
an
as though
overlay,
the
some,
next match in the bracket
in.
is starting while we're in between this one. That's going to be an off-stream match, so we won't get to watch.
Yeah.
But
They don't mess around, bro. Getting the boys through, eh? Rightio, I
Yep.
believe shortly as well we'll have some numbers to break down here, Mr. EVscape.
fingers
What's that
crossed,
stand
man.
for?
I'm
Expected
interested to see the numbers on this one, Ryan, because from my perspective, it looks as though Dorito Chip's got some pretty dogging RNG.
Yeah, yeah. And then after this one as well, so we've got a series of 3. Jay obviously taking that one out first, and then after that series, we will have series 28, which will be Get Up and Sandwich as well. I really want to see how Get Up performs, bro. I want to see this man go all the way through. I mean, if he's taken out Seb,
100%.
you know,
He,
I'm excited to see that match.
He put on a very dominant performance in that first match. A very tough opponent in Seb, and he made it look easy. I hate to say it, Seb's a really good PK. Nothing but good things to say about him, but Get Up made it look easy against one of the best PKs in this bracket for sure.
Yeah.
So it'll be definitely interesting to see that. But like you said, Seb, in the losers bracket, he's going to be taking on Qua in the losers bracket. Unla's going to be taking on Josh. Jeff is going to be taking on Alo. No, he's not. Alo didn't show, so he gets straight on to the losers, and it's going to be Gabba versus Keith. And it's also going to be Shardy Bickies, who was a no-show, up against Skep, who was a no-show. So I don't know what's going to go on there, but one of those players is probably going to go through for free by the sounds of things.
Yeah, Shadi will definitely be out having beers right now.
Absolutely, mate. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
No doubt about that. But yeah, based on that first fight there, I don't know if we do have the tracker. It sounds as though we didn't get that one coming through. But just based on what I saw, I'm going to say, Dorito Chips, a bit unlucky on the RNG there. But that being said, it is all about capitalizing on that RNG. And Jay managed to capitalize it.
Fair play, right? We're into the second match of the series here. Jay leading with a 1-0. Here we go.
Exactly. Yeah, we did get that tracker coming through at the end there, and it was 418 deserved from Dorito Chips, and he only did 250 damage. So definitely getting unlucky there, but like I said, do not sleep on Jay. He definitely put on a great performance, that's for sure.
Yep. And the freezes there from Dorito as well. He caught 10 in the previous match. Obviously didn't help him out. 115%, so he got a little more than you would think as well. He got pretty lucky on the freezes, but didn't help. Jay had the landslide.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you saw when Jay did get that DD, he managed to capitalize on that DD advantage. Obviously, if you're stood underneath your opponent, you have all the momentum. You decide the pace of the fight. You decide when you come out and when they can hit you back, and make sure you're in your tank and potentially hit them off tank. And also, you can potentially hit them when they can't hit you back. And we definitely saw Jay really putting on a show when he had that DD advantage. Here comes the claws off prayer. Unfortunately for a 0. That was a chance right there, Ron. That could have been the end of the fight right there.
Yeah.
That's
when
something
you're
that
you go. Hey, look, Jake, you go.
that's something that we won't really see too often, Ron. I thought, we've seen a lot of chances today, but you won't really see the players going for the chances in these outlast fights. In the wilderness, a lot of the time you are going to chance your opponent. You're going to have the chance to kill them with your special attack. But in these fights, your opponent is rarely going to give you the opportunity to actually kill them with one hit until they're out of food. And they're rarely going to risk it. So it's been crazy to see so many chances throughout the first few rounds of this. And back-to-back 35s for Jay there with the bolt, catching his opponent off prayer on robes, 2 hits in a row, and that is not good for Dorito Chips.
I've seen a couple of bolts as well with the defender on, and that's not a good look as well. I believe that's got a -5 maybe on the range stat as well, so you don't want to be freezing or ranging in that as well.
Yeah, definitely. I believe the Dragon Square Shield also has a negative range bonus. I could be wrong on that one. I'm sure there's a scientist in the chat that can and give us a hand. But if they want to get the maximum range bonus, we'll see them put on their Mage's book, which sounds counterintuitive. It's a book for magic. But most of the time you'll see them ranging with that D Square Shield on just to get that extra defensive bonuses on, because defensive is super important in these fights.
I think the D square could be 0 actually. I'm not sure. Or is it? You can't mage in it. No, that's the mage.
It's definitely got a negative mage bonus. I know that.
Yeah.
So, here we go. In the chat, -2 range attack. So less than the defender, but still, if you want to get the maximum range bonus, you'll be putting on that mage's book. But here we see Jay. Dorito Chips sat here on very low hit points again. Both players trying to go for the freeze. Here comes a bolt spec, only a 6 through the prayer. But here comes that DD advantage. A nice little 30 barrage. And is Jay going to get underneath here? He's not frozen. And he's not running towards his opponent. And here comes the whip. Nice little move there. Instead of going under his opponent, maybe made his opponent think that potentially he caught a freeze when he didn't. And coming in for that whip, getting it off prayer for a nice little 39.
Oh, there it is. The crossbow. The crossbow freeze, baby.
We're seeing that a lot today, Ron. I'm not sure if it's just the nerves coming in for the players. A lot of misclicks. Oh, both claws coming in here off prayer on the same gear. And you saw Jay get around 50 damage there compared to Dorito Chips' 0 damage. This man's RNG is not good at all, and very unfortunate for him. And that's it. Jay's going to take it out 2-0.
2-0, baby. Big claps in the chat. Dorito. Just crumbs in the bottom of that packet, unfortunately. Has been bested. So he's Jay's going to move through to round 3. Rightio, which leaves us now next up with Get Up and Sandwich in Series 8. We'll have some numbers up shortly. What's up? What are you laughing at, Punk?
I really hate you, man. Just crumbs at the bottom of that pack. I can't. That's great. That is great.
I wanted to call that when he was like low HP. I was like, oh, he's got a little crumbs in the pack,
Yeah. We do have the the tracker here. Dorito Chips 350 deserved damage and doing 323 damage. So not super unlucky on the offensive, but on the defensive, we can see here 467 deserved damage for Jay and getting almost 600 damage. So an extra 300 damage in that fight for Jay. An absolute domination. 10 extra hits. 60% of his hits are off prayer compared to Dorito Chips' 34. And catching 16 out of his 25 freezes. So that man, very nice on the RNG, but also very nice on the sticks, Ron.
Yeah, incredible. He's a cold lad to be catching that many freezes, bro. That's a lot. That's a lot. Especially
with the Dragon Crossbow out, mate. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, that's the only way to do it. Dorito Chips was... maybe we rename him to an Ice Cube tray or something like that. I'd say there's about 16 in there, right? It was an Ice Cube for a lot of that fight there. Yeah.
Unfortunate for him, but he's going to be moving into the losers bracket now, and he is going to be taking on. I have no idea. Where is he? He's going to go into
Slaughterman.
match 35. So he'll be taking on the winner of Shardy Bickies and Skep, which are both no-shows.
Right.
So I think at this point that means he might be just moving on to losers round 3, so he gets a free ride there. But I could be wrong on that one. We'll have to see in the future.
The no-shows, they're just considered fake gamers, really. You know.
Exactly.
Exactly. Not good enough. Right. So up next, anyway, we've got them up on the screen here. We're going to get into it shortly. We've got my boy Get Up. He's my red hot favorite at the moment. He just took out the Pure Seb in a pretty upsetting victory, actually. And then we've got Sandwich. He'll be versing in a best of 3. How do you think this one's going to go down? Do you know much about my boy Sandwich?
Yeah, we haven't really seen much from Sandwich. I don't know. I don't think it was actually a no-show. I think he might have won 2-0 in his first round there. Potentially no-show. Not too sure on the first one there, but what we saw from Get Up in that first round, he is going to be hard to beat, Ron. I'll be very surprised if I see anyone beat that man in this tournament. He really put on an insane performance in that first matchup against Seb.
Yeah, and look, I stand by the golden trim too. You know, even though it apparently has no extra offensive bonuses, I think you'll be surprised as well. I think it was the update. It was definitely the update. Little gold trim, bit of attack bonus, and then what was it? The rune crossbow, the dragon crossbow, some major attack bonus as well.
It's
the update.
It's not the actual stats you get from the Fashion Scape, mate. It's the extra RNG you get from having that Fashion Scape on.
Yeah.
But I've just got word that Sandwich actually did win his set 2-0 off stream. So did take that one out pretty convincingly in the first round. Be interesting to see how he does here versus Get Up. It's a nice little bolt on robes. Still on prayer, but I believe that was around 14 damage. And bolting your opponent when they're in their rows, regardless of whether they're praying or not, is always going to be a good idea because they have such little defensive bonuses, around a 67% chance of hitting your opponent when they're in their robes. So even if they're praying, you got a decent chance of hitting a high hit there, Ron.
Yeah, and Sandwich, I think he's feeling the nerves as well. Did see a little freeze in his kilt, if you will. I like the Verax skirt. It's almost like a kilt, isn't it?
Yep. That is something that we saw a little bit of in the NA West qualifier, I believe, or NA East. Oh, he's got the AGS,
AGS, baby! Go on, brother! Pop off!
Okay. I'm going to be completely biased here, and I'm going to say I really hope Sandwich wins this one with a big AGS act. You'd love to see an AGS. He caught that one off prayer as well. Unfortunately, not for a massive hit, but love to see the AGS. But we saw in the NA West qualifiers, some players opting to go for the barrage while they have that Verax plate skirt on, just to get the extra defensive bonuses. The big Panic himself is going to be in this tournament today. Done a lot of work with the PvP tracker, run some numbers in the back end, and apparently, according to him, it's better to, when you're on the defensive, try and catch that freeze in that Verax plate skirt because you still have the chance of catching it.
Because that doesn't actually have any negative casting effect, does it?
It has negative casting effect, but it doesn't have negative mage defense.
I see.
You get the extra range defense there, but you do have a negative chance of catching the freeze, but with the way that magic works in this game, it's sort of up in the air as to whether or not you're going to catch the freeze or not.
Yeah.
So here we go. I believe that is Get Up with the DD advantage here, just eating up in between these hits. And yeah, he's going to come out for the bolt there. Catches that one off prayer and cops a 22 back through prayer. Pretty unfortunate for him there. Looks as though Sandwich at the moment getting the better of the RNG, but like I've said so many times throughout this cast, if you get the better RNG, it's about the players that can capitalize on that. And gets the DD advantage there before getting frozen off. And at the moment, it looks as though he's really giving Get Up a run for his money. Ron, we're seeing some really good PKs come out of the woodworks here.
100%.
Get Up catching that 26 barrage and a whip on prayer. Now with the DD advantage, let's see if he can make something of this. A nice little 38 bolt off prayer there with that spec.
Little comeback.
Sandwich, is he out of food here? No, he's not. Oh my word. He was chanced by a barrage there, Ron, of all things.
And that's a pretty embarrassing way to go. Consider, in the PvP, community. I think you get laughed at quite a lot if you get the old barrage KO. You definitely get teased for that, so you don't want to go out like that.
Yeah. On terms of embarrassment, there's dying to a barrage. There's
Yeah.
dying to a bolt. Then there's
Dying to
staff
dead a
back,
bitter.
you know? It's
Yeah.
just... Yeah, very unfortunate there. Sandwich looks as though he is low on food, potentially out even, and Get Up really just taking advantage of that DD, getting as many hits in as he can, and showing from this fight and the first fight why he's in this tournament and why he deserves to be here, and why he's potentially going to be moving on and taking this one out 1-0 here with that claw spec. There it is.
Yeah, pretty decisive from our boy Get Up there. He came back. It was definitely looking like Sandwich was in control of that match there at the start, but really brought it back and got a little bit desperate, I think, with the AGS at the end as well. A little bit lazy, if you will. Definitely should have changed into his mage, try to cop the freeze and regain control.
Yeah. So that's the thing at the end of the fight there, Ron. You got that spec left. You know you're out of food. I mean, you sort of you got to go for it at that point. But the tracker coming in here, 56 hits to 55. So pretty even on the hits there. Around 50% caught off prayer for Get Up and 40% off Sandwich. So a little bit extra for Get Up there. 434 deserved damage for Get Up. And he did 581 damage, Ron. So he got lucky, but don't let that distract you from the fact that Sandwich also got lucky on his hits. So pretty even on the tracker there, Ron. We thought Sandwich was getting the better of the RNG, but it looks as though he might have caught the bad end of that one. And this second fight may potentially be a lot closer than we thought it was going to be.
Okay. I mean, yeah, initially I was going for Get Up, but I would really, really love to see him cop an AGS. Just to prove that the AGS is still a formidable spec weapon, you know? We want to see that. I want to see some
100%. I believe the max spec with the AGS in this gear is a 73 as well. And I tell you what, if we see that, that's it. It's over. Show's over. We shut it down. That's all we came here to see. You know what I mean?
That's right. I mean, the gold trim on the Dragon Square Shield, very cool. But the AGS as well, definitely get some points for that.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, Get Up really putting on a dominant performance here, and we'll have to see how he goes in the second fight.
I got my money on Get Up on this one again, though. He's going to take it out. He's got this. He's going all the way.
I'm going to be sad if Get Up wins this. I chucked all my Method coins on Sandwich to win this one. He's had some good value on the prediction in the chat, Ron.
Okay.
So.
What's he paying at the moment, Jake?
When I put it on, he was paying 10-1, Ron. I mean, that's some really good value for one of these fights. You never know when the RNG is going to turn around like that. And Sandwich starting off with the DD advantage here, Ron. Unfortunately, getting frozen out, but I believe he got 1 or 2 free hits there on his opponent, which is a nice little start to the fight.
Nice little color coordination here from Get Up as well. White boots, white hat. Very good. Hate to say it. It was an important note, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has to be stated. We saw the RNG for the man in the last fight. He has that Dragon Square Shield with the ornament kit on, and he got some really good RNG. So I'm not saying that proves it wrong, but, you know, the numbers don't lie.
Yeah, just consider being very stressed.
Ooh, here comes the AGS on tank, on prayer. That's not going to do too much there for Sandwich. Both players frozen next to each other. We see Get Up going for that ice blitz. So he would have been brewed down there. Like I said, if you brew from 99 mage, I believe you go down to around 83, which means you can only use the blitz spells, either Blood Blitz or Ice Blitz, be 83 or 84. So you will see players oftentimes, when they brew down, use the blitz spells, and Get Up opting to go for the ice version of those spells that time. And Sandwich, his second AGS, really not surprising his opponent at all with that AGS.
Nah.
Fortunately, both of his specs hitting a 0. That's not what we wanted to see out of the big Armadillion God Sword run.
No, it was a little bit lazy once again. Definitely did that in the previous match as well. I'd like to see maybe a little fake at AGS. I think that's the only way you can catch them off guard. You can't run after them going, chase me, you know? You can see it coming from a mile away, so you got to be a little more sneaky about it.
Yeah, 100%. You will see players a lot of the times where their specs go for the 1 tick, which means their opponent has no chance to react to it all, and they sort of have to predict when it's coming. But fortunately, here's Sandwich going with about a 3 or 4 tick AGS both times, and not catching his opponent off prayer, and his opponent catches him off prayer there. I believe that was the max claw there, Ron, a 69. He just hit 34 and 35 with both of those. A nice little 69, and that's going to give him a huge advantage in this fight.
Speaking of being sneaky as well, you can... what is the combo? You drink a pot and then you click your spec weapon and it kind of hides it through the action of actually drinking the potion, right?
Yeah, so you drink the pot and then you can change your weapons without your opponent noticing.
Yeah.
But a lot of the players with these weapons they have in this match, you've got the Toxic Staff of the Dead or the regular Staff of the Dead. That actually has a spec bar, and so does the Dragon Crossbow, which means you can click on your special attack weapon and the special attack bar in the same tick and attack your opponent. So they, even without drinking a potion, they call that a one tick, and they have no chance to react. So they sort of have to predict your attacks. Nice little 27 bolt coming in here for Sandwich. You could potentially be bringing this one back with Get Up on the DD advantage. I think it's another bolt on the tank for a 0. Does he catch the freeze here? He really does need to catch it, and he needs to get under here. So at the moment, he's definitely down on food. He does have the DD advantage. Can he make a move here? He steps out, takes a bolt off prayer, but without RNG, manages to get it back. And here comes the robes for Get Up. He gets back out of it. Look how quick this man is on the switches. And a 43 AGS. Oh, that could have been dangerous there for Sandwich. A 43. I think he'll definitely take that run after the first 2 specs.
100%. There was a lot better, a lot more sneaky than his previous AGS specials. So props to Sandwich. But it still looks like the momentum's with Get Up, eh?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. And I think at this point in the fight, it seems pretty even to me, Ron. Neither player showing that they have a huge advantage here, and neither player getting a massive amount of RNG. But Get Up here, I believe, with the DD advantage. So let's see if he can maybe get a few hits up on his opponent. But then for Sandwich, we're going to need to see him catch a freeze here, because he lost a hit there, Ron. So with this DD advantage, Get Up really, he's pushing his advantage. But now Sandwich with the DD, he's going to take a moment to eat up, heal up, make sure he's composed, and then come back out for a few more hits and potentially bring it back, because I believe he's down a little bit on food at the moment. Oh, he sees the claws, gets a hit back. That's a really nice move there from Sandwich. Being underneath, saw the claws coming out, stepped out a little bit extra and got a free hit on his opponent, but loses one there from getting frozen outside and trying to go for a whip. Here comes the claws. I believe he caught that prayer just in time there for around a 20 claw, but still on robes. Oh, Get Up definitely getting a bit of momentum here, and it looks as though Sandwich is definitely out of food. He's going to need to proc a redemption here if he's going to have any chance. He gets the whip off, so definitely a potential. Get Up could also be out of food here. The redemption doesn't proc. Not on low enough hit points, but I believe Get Up actually does have food left here. So should be a nice, easy victory for him from this point, unless Sandwich can pull something special out. Maybe a cheeky little AGS, but there it goes. Unfortunate for Sandwich there, Ron.
There it is. It's going to be the 2-zip for the bro Get Up. Get Up in the chat. Okay, pretty convincing from the man. I think he will be... a promising player going through to round 3. He will be taking on Jay in tomorrow's stream there. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. How did you think that went?
I mean, that's what we expected from Get Up going in. I mean, Sandwich did win his first round 2-0. We didn't get to see it, though, but we saw the performance that Get Up put on against the Pure Set before. He did get quite lucky on the tracker in those first few fights, but also really pushing that advantage when he took it. And that's exactly what we expected from that fight there. Get Up, getting up, as they say, Ron. And we got the tracker coming through for that one. 75 hits for Get Up and 71 for Sandwich. And pretty close on the tracker, actually, Ron. 593 versus 556 and 407 actual damage compared to that 556 deserved damage to Sandwich there. So both players getting unlucky. Get Up only getting unlucky by about 20 hits, and Sandwich missing out on about 150. So I would say if you're Sandwich, you're going to be fuming when you see that PvP tracker, because he got very, very unlucky with his hits. And if the RNG may have turned around in his favor, he could have taken that one down and brought a 1-1 out and potentially taken down the third fight as well. So unfortunately for him, he's going to be moving on to the loser's bracket, but definitely not one to be slept on. He's going to be down in the loser's bracket. He doesn't have an opponent just yet, but definitely a name to be remembered on.
Yeah, definitely. Up next, I believe we have Tamori and Goofy Slayer in the Series 9 match. Best of 3. Give us the lowdown on these two. Have you got any notes from the infamous Did-A-Bitter? Any little insights for us?
Let me just double check my notes, Ron. It's not ringing a bell. I don't actually know either of these players myself. Let's have a look. Have I got anything here from the big Did-A-Bitter? No, nothing about either of these two players here, so not too sure.
Okay.
The name Tamari now does ring a bell though, so I'm not 100% sure who these players are. So we're gonna have to see how they perform when they get into the fight, and see what goes on when we jump in, because we don't really have too much to go off at the moment.
Okay. Fair enough. It is what it is. It's just not good enough, bro. Okay. We need some more insights, please, young man.
Yeah, I've just read in the chat. Apparently, Tamari now is DMM Raccoon, and he's a dead man mode Aussie player. And even after that information, Ron, I still don't know who he is.
I'm sure he's a really nice guy, though. I'm sure he's a nice guy. I'm sure he's got some good footwork.
Little performance here, and he can come out and say, "Hey, you might not have known who I was before the fight, but you're definitely going to know who I am after."
100%.
So here we go.
Gold trim. I had to do it. Yes. Get it, baby. And the Mystics.
He loves a gold trim. Was that a 43 whip to start the fight there from Goofy Slayer? And he's unfortunately not got the DD advantage here, but a nice big hit to start the fight. Tamari bringing it back though. Oh my god, that was a through prayer, I believe, a chance with the Dragon Claws. Goofy
That could have been all over real quick.
Yeah, very low hit points there, but managing to get the triple eat in there, so probably not a chance in the end, but nice little 39 claw there from Tamari, bringing it back. I think I'm going to call him Tom from now on, Ron. It's 200 pounds, that entire name. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, that's fair
So
enough.
Goofy here with the DD advantage. We can see he's moving out diagonally. As we mentioned, players are going to move out diagonally to avoid the melee hits from their opponents. And I believe he got a couple of free hits in there while he was DD'd. And here comes the claw. Oh, that was around a 45 damage claw there. And that definitely was a chance there from Goofy. He could have taken that one out right there. So both players getting chanced by their opponent's claws early in these fights. And once again, Ron, we're seeing a lot of chances in these fights.
100%.
It's gonna be interesting to see as we get further in these fights. I think we'll see a lot less chances, a lot more people choosing to safe up, keep their hit points high, try and keep that advantage when they manage to get it. Because if you get yourself an advantage, Ron, you get a bit of momentum going, and then all of a sudden you have to stop to eat, you lose all of that momentum. So players often, when they eat, they will eat as high as they can.
Right.
And try to keep the momentum that they have when they get it. And Goofy Slayer, we see that poison damage, Ron. That's another player that has forgotten to bring in their Sandfuse Serum, either forgotten or just not drank it. And over the course of the fight, that 4 poison damage is going to add up. It's going to add up to around 40 damage over the course of a fight, which is almost 2 anglers.
There again, that could make or break the fight completely.
100%.
I mean, I think it's about 5 minutes of anti-poison, isn't it, per Sandfuse sip?
Yep, and obviously throughout the fight, you're going to be continuously getting whipped by your opponent. That poison is going to go back up to 4. Normally, it would go down to 3 and then 2 and then 1, but you're going to continuously keep getting re-poisoned here. And Goofy sitting on around 20 hit points. What is going on with these fights, Ron?
Irresponsible HP levels once again.
Absolutely insane. And Goofy Slayer here with the DD advantage, getting a few extra hits on his opponent who had to eat up, was on a bit of low hit points there. We're going to see who catches the next freeze, manages to stand under their opponent. Goofy going for the bolt while his opponent's in his robes, unfortunately hitting a 0. You don't see that very often. Like I said, around a 70% chance to hit your opponent in their robes with a bolt, especially off prayer. That can do a lot of damage. But Tom now with the DD advantage. Let's see if he can push that advantage. Unfortunately, taking a few hits off prayer. Here comes the claws. Only a 20. I believe his opponent was in half robes there. Off prayer. Only managed to get a 20 claw. He won't be too happy with that one. But 20 is definitely better than a 0. I guess you'll take that one. Now, I believe Goofy here with the DD advantage. Both players opting for a lot of bolts here. You'll see players go for a lot of bolts in these fights. Because it does have a higher max hit and is more accurate than the barrage. You'll see mostly players try and use the barrage for the freezes and then use it sparingly throughout the fight if they're trying to catch their opponent off prayer.
That was definitely a chance there on Tom. Definitely could have gone down on that bolt on the robes.
Yep,
Lucky
definitely, mate. Both players risking their hit points a lot here. It looks as though Goofy is a little bit up on food at the moment, but not too much. It's probably anyone's game from this point. Here comes a nice little bolt spec. Only a 7 through the prayer. catches a barrage for 16, and Goofy not frozen. Tom, I think, thought his opponent was frozen there, went for the DD, and then unfortunately copped a whip off prayer. Wasn't really expecting his opponent to move. Goofy on low hit points here, copping a few whips. Is he going to eat? He does have food left, and now another bolt off prayer. Tom with a bit of momentum here and potentially bringing back this fight.
What's the game plan when you get frozen? You know, you've lost the momentum a wee bit. Are you trying to concentrate on a defensive thing, you know, make sure that you're getting the overheads right, or are you trying to refreeze and, you know, sort of catch your opponent out there again?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one when you get frozen, Ron, because your opponent is stood underneath you and they oftentimes will hit you and then straight back underneath you in one tick. As Tom is out of food here, Goofy with the advantage is going to take it out. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one, Ron, and when your opponent stood underneath you, because if you're trying to catch a freeze on them, you've got one tick to catch that freeze. You have to constantly spam click them, and you're in your robes the whole time, which means your opponent can get a lot of damage off you, and you've only got around a 50% chance of catching that freeze. So you could get unlucky and go 3 or 4 hits without catching that freeze, and your opponent can do a huge amount of damage. So some players opting to just sit in their tank gear and bolt back as their opponent is underneath them. Some players opting to go for that freeze, but if you can catch that freeze, completely removes that advantage your opponent has.
Gotcha. Right, we do have the numbers if you want to run through them, my man.
Yep. So 79 hits there for Tom and 74 for Goofy Slayer. So 5 hit advantage there for Tom. But as you can see, Goofy catching 61% of his hits off prayer and Tom only catching 51. So 5 extra hits for Tom, but also not as many on prayer. And 567 deserved damage for Tom there and only doing 450 damage. So super unlucky with the RNG there, and his opponent doing around the same deserved damage and getting around the same actual damage. So a very close fight from both these players, Ron, and it could go either way in the second fight. Fingers crossed so we can see Tom bring it back and go to a third match.
Yeah, it was almost like Tom was looking at the numbers. 4 out of 14 of his cast went through and actually caught a freeze. You could almost say the man was trying to catch a freeze in Carols and Varax, mate. You know, that's extremely low, extremely unlucky.
I've turned into Shrek on the camera here. Ron has gone green for some reason. But Tom getting a huge advantage at the start of this fight. A lot of whips, a lot of bolts off prayer, and I think he did about 100 to 150 damage to his opponent for free at the start of this fight. So Tom definitely getting that RNG refund, as we'd like to call it, from that last fight. He got bad RNG in the last one. He's getting some really good RNG at the start of this one.
Oh, it's the law of averages, isn't it? I mean, the longer you do something like that, statistically speaking, you would know, of all people, right? RNG's got to come back around for you, baby. You know, it'll start paying off again.
Expected value for nothing, and
that's
both
right.
Players now frozen here. Tamari coming in for that claw. That's a huge claw, Ron. 61 damage from that claw. Caught him off prayer, so he is up by a lot of food at this point.
Yeah, Goofy definitely on the back foot. Tom getting a lot of those whip hits off as well when Goofy's in the robes. Should be getting a bit more damage on there. It's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, and the whip, I believe, I could be wrong here, but I think the whip is the most accurate out of all of the 3 combat styles. So if you manage to get a whip off prayer, there's a good chance you're going to be doing a lot of damage. I believe the max hit is around 44 with the Tentacle Whip and the Avernic Defender in this gear. But Tom here with a bit of an advantage in terms of food, and now he has the DD. Let's see if he can continue to push this lead that he has.
Rightio, and so Goofy obviously trying to recatch that freeze onto Tom as well so he can stop the momentum. And it looks like it's obviously a good idea to sort of stay dressed as well in some major defensive gear in your Carols and keep bolting them as well so they can't essentially freeze you.
Exactly, mate. Yeah, if you got your Carol's top on, there's a lot less chance for your opponent to catch a freeze out. I just have to mention, I did see in the background of this fight, some man walking through the duel arena in just a Tentacle Whip. I think we know what's going on there.
Respect, as you were, good sir. He's at the party right now, bro. He's fired up the mobile, and he's doing a good drunken steak. All the best to you, my man. You done a couple of those in your time?
Good. Oh, mate, haven't we all? Haven't we all? And Goof,
yeah,
he is bringing it back here. Big Goof with a nice 41 bolt. I believe he has a DD advantage at the moment, and he's really putting in work to his opponent here. Tom had a massive advantage. 200 to 250 food here, and Goofy bringing it back, really showing that you know, he might have been RNG'd at the start of the fight, but that's not going to stop him. Both players frozen across from each other here in melee distance, so we're going to see the whip come out a lot. Like I said, I believe it is the most accurate out of all the weapons, so if you can get a few whips off your opponent's prayer, should be a good chance to do a fair bit of damage. And almost a whip there in the robes there for Tom, but Goofy managing to get his tank back on, and I believe he's now refrozen, so a DD advantage for Tom. He is going to stay under, step out, a nice little whip there for an 18, but he's refrozen. Goofy only taking an 18 in his robes there to catch that freeze and getting a 27 in return. See that Verex plate scope freeze coming in there for Tom, and a zero claw off prayer on 50 health for Tom. If he loses this fight now, he's going to be fuming because that was a big chance there for him. Now Goofy with the DD advantage and a big claw there, going to do about 25 to 30 damage with that claw. And Tom sitting on about half hit points. Is he out of food here? No, it looks as though he's going to be eating up. Oh, this is a tough one to call, Ron. I don't know who's up at this point. If I had to guess, I'd say probably Tom, but who knows? Both players could have any amount of food in their inventory, and it's certainly a close fight. It started out one way with Tom really taking the advantage, but Goofy bringing it back. Is he out of food here? No, he's not. Okay, so definitely could go either way still. Both players on full hit points.
It's always interesting to see as well with the players. They won't actually change into their different gear until they're essentially ready to attack straight away, just so that the opponent won't know what's coming, right?
Exactly, mate. Not only will the opponent not know what's coming, so you're more likely to hit them off prayer. If you're sat in your tank for the maximum amount of time, you're only off your tank for one tick, it's so much less likely that your opponent's going to hit you off tank, and the numbers don't lie. If you're not in your tank and your opponent hits you, they're going to do in mage around 20% more damage and in range around 35% more damage off tank compared to on tank. So these players staying in their tank as much as they can, and you'll see the better PKs in this tournament able to pull off those one-tick attacks and even those one-tick barrages, jumping into their mystics off the exact tick that they cast as well.
Really even fight. It's been going on a wee while. Definitely looking for some third claw specs. Surely they're just around the corner.
Yeah, I would say
a little
4 claw specs here, Ron, and it looks as though Tom potentially out of food here. This is a surprise to me. I really thought he was up by a lot, but Goofy still on full hit points, most likely out of food as well. This is going to come down to the wire here, and here comes the claw spec. Has he taken him out? He has, and that's a 2-0.
Done and dusted. A lot of these matches in these series we've been seeing have been 2-zips. They've been quite convincing, if you will. Yeah, so my man's going to rock on through to round 2. Congratulations to Goofy. Up next, we will have Boss Hong and Nice Splash, aka Panic PK. He's a bit of a unit around the PK scene, I believe, isn't it?
He is. He's definitely a big name in this PKing scene. We'll just quickly run through the tracker from that last fight. Yeah. Look at the numbers there, Ron. Both players having an even amount of hits, both 94, but Goofy, 65% off prayer compared to 49% off prayer for Tom. That being said, both deserved damages around the exact same. Only 9 deserved damage, the difference there. So even though Tom wasn't getting as many hits on prayer, off prayer, he was getting more hits in the robes off the tank. So that is definitely something to look out for him in the losers bracket that he's going to be moving on to. But unfortunately, the RNG just not there for him this time. And Goofy putting on a really good display and definitely deserving to move on to that next round.
And so for the viewers at home as well, what does the deserved damage essentially mean? That's the average amount of damage that the players should have got on the opponent. Exactly, is that right?
Yeah. So with the game being as old as it is, people have figured out how the combat system works in the back end, and they know exactly when they hit their opponent, depending on what they hit with, what they're praying, and what gear they had on, they know the average hit that they should have done with that hit. And I believe it was Maz that made this plugin. I think I could be wrong, but I believe it was Maz that made this plugin to essentially track the fights, because a lot of times you'd be out in the wilderness or in a tribrid stake or something like that, and you would lose, and you think you know, I'm way better than this guy. How did I lose? Well, now you can look at the tracker and say, I see, I lost to RNG, which is a good and a bad thing, Ron. I think the tracker really helps players get better at their PKing. They can sort of see on their trackers when they were losing, what they were doing to lose, and why they didn't deserve to do as much damage. But also, it can be a bit annoying when you fight someone, you beat them, and then they say, oh, look at the tracker. I beat you on the tracker. It's just like, hey, come on, man. You know?
Yeah.
One of us is dead and one of us isn't. You know what I mean?
Whether you win by a mile or a meter, a win's a win, baby. Ask any real racer. Any racer. Up next, Panic PK. Tell me a little bit about Panic PK and Drew. How's this one going to go down? Break it for me.
Yeah, so Drew, a very, very good PK from GSG, and Panic, also an amazing PK, coming second in that Oda Block tournament that was not too long ago, only losing a 10-13 in the final, and I believe it was pretty close fights. I didn't get around to watching that one, but Panic, definitely not a man to be messed with, but I will say, very, very unlucky for both of these players to be coming up against each other in the first round, because both of them very, very good PKers. And I think regardless of who wins here, Ron, we're going to see the loser of this fight make a pretty decent run in the losers bracket.
Okay. And so obviously these different styles of PKing, you've got, you know, pure PKing, and, you know, you've got the mains, high-end sort of stuff. Panic PK, does he usually do this sort of, would you say this is like mid-tier, or sort of, what kind of style PKing does he usually do?
He's a bit of everything, mate. He's a bit of everything. Does a bit of puring, does a bit of Zerk builds, does a lot of mains, and I think a lot lately he's been really focusing on the main build, and like we said with the tracker, people using that tracker to get better. Wow, a claw and about 40 hit points there from Panic, but he's been using the tracker, tracking his fights and figuring out where he can be better, what gear to be using in what exact scenario, and really been putting in the work, not only in game to practice his clicks and make sure he's as quick as possible, but also putting in the work in the back end with the theory crafting to make sure that he's one step ahead of his opponent when it comes to what gear to put on.
Rightio. And so Panic was actually initially out, but his opponent actually admitted to cheating and was disqualified as well in the Austrian qualification. So that's why we're seeing him here today as well.
Panic first rounded in the off-stream qualifiers, and then it turns out that the guy he was fighting wasn't actually the guy he was fighting, someone else playing on the account, and manages to get into the tournament through a disqualification.
Very, very cheeky. Naughty, naughty. Can't be having that.
Exactly, mate. Exactly. So at the moment here, at the start of the fight, looked as though Panic was getting a nice few hits in, got that D-Claw spec off on about 40 hit points of his opponent there. But Drew, now with the DD advantage, we'll see him eat up here before he comes back out, gain a bit of composure, and I think we're going to see a very close fight here. Look at that. Both players getting a whip on their melee prayer. These guys are close. These guys are very close in their styles, and I think it's going to be hard to call who's going to take the victory out here. And I think that the RNG will come into play. But Panic now with the DD advantage comes in with a nice little staff bash. Unfortunately, did not hit anything with that staff.
Yeah, Boss Hog not doing a whole lot of moving. He's been pretty stationary.
Yeah, another staff bash there from Panic. Maybe, you know, he's very, very quick with the clicks, Ron, but potentially maybe trying to go a little bit too quick. Might need to just calm down, keep his composure here, and make sure he's actually getting his weapons on before he hits, because these staff bashes definitely will come back to haunt him. You staff bash, and that's 4 ticks you're not getting back, and it's not going to look good on the tracker, I'll tell you that much for free.
Yeah.
Nice little bolt off prayer there for Panic, and you can see, Ron, when he gets this DD advantage, he really takes that advantage, getting 1 or 2 free hits there against his opponent. Drew, unfortunately, not able to catch the freeze there, and he's down very low in hit points with that 28 barrage. He's going to have to eat up here. Pop a claw off prayer for about 33 damage, and Panic with all the momentum at the moment, and straight back into that DD advantage. He is really, really pushing this momentum as far as he can take it. And a 29 bolt off the prayer and a whip off prayer. He's getting so many hits off prayer here. Another staff bash coming in, unfortunately. But Drew really on the back foot here. He needs to catch himself a nice little freeze. Oh my God, look at that claw spec.
Oh, a nice retaliation there from Boss.
Wow, this could be it, Ron.
Wow.
He's been tripped by a whip.
Oh, no way.
He's out of food.
Almost a double. 360 disrespectful spin. How has that happened? He was in such control on that fight. I swear Boss Hong might have moved twice. I swear he was frozen there essentially the entire time. I don't know how Panic was out of food on that one either.
That is,
Must have missed a few
that
numbers.
is crazy. I'm so surprised to see that he was out of food there, but we do have the PvP tracker coming in. Both players getting extremely lucky, Ron. Both players getting very lucky with their hits.
Look at this. The nice splash as well. Panic catching 11 out of 14. His name really is doing some work as well with the freezes. His opponent catching 4 out of 9 as well. So that definitely helped him out. I told you, Boss wasn't moving a muscle, bro. He couldn't. Freezes just non-stop.
It really did look like Panic was in control of that fight, and we can see 60 hits to 50 run, 10 extra hits, and that really adds up. And you can see here 413 deserved damage on the tracker versus 337. So
Wow.
Panic winning on the tracker there and losing in game, but both players getting insanely lucky with their hits. Both players getting around, I think it's 140 damage extra there for Panic and around 200 damage extra there. 250 damage there for Drew. But he's going to take it out. And, you know, regardless of what the tracker says, like I said, one of these players died and the other player didn't. So that is going to be a 1-0 at the moment for Drew.
I mean, Drew must have done, Boss must have done a really, really good job there of staying offensive, even though he was frozen. Usually the momentum goes to someone like Nice Splash, but he must have done a great job. Got some good bolts off, some good damage back.
Yeah, it's
Got him
definitely
close.
interesting to see, Ron, that, you know, Panic there had 10 extra hits on his opponent and only 70 extra deserved damage. So, not really capitalizing on those extra hits and maybe getting all those extra hits on the tank. So, we'll have to see how this second fight goes. But I think it's a very good chance we're going to be going to a third fight here. But either way, it's going to be very close. Panic here, grabbing that first freeze and getting the DD advantage. And like we saw in the last fight, when he gets the DD, he really knows what to do with it. Well versed in the art, that is for sure. And both these players attacking at the exact same time here. So both players going to be outside of their tank gear when they take the hit. And that's a claw spec coming in for Panic. Manages to only hit around 15 damage through the prayer there. And a nice little 20 barrage from the Boss Hong comes in for the claw spec, does about 25 damage. All claw specs so far on the melee prayer, so these players know what they're doing. They're getting their melee prayer on in time. Are we going to see a claw spec coming in here from Panic? I think it's very likely we see one at some point throughout this DD. They really want to get their claw specs off before the spec starts regenning so that they can get as many claw specs as they can throughout this fight. He does get it off. Only around 25 damage there. And he's getting a lot of whips off prayer that really aren't doing too much. And finally, he gets a whip that hits and it's through the prayer for a 25. So the RNG maybe turning around a bit there. Now Drew with the DD advantage. Hits a nice little 36 bolt into a nice claw. And if he caught his opponent off prayer there, that definitely could have been the end of the match right there. But luckily for Panic, he manages to get his melee prayer on, only take around 25-30 damage from that claw spec. Another whip off prayer for Panic. He's getting a lot of whips off prayer, but not getting rewarded for it, Ron.
A lot of toe-to-toe action here as well. I mean, there always seem to be quite up, you know, in each other's face. You know, with a lot of other fights that we've seen tonight, you know, there've been a bit of distance between the players, but these guys going really go neck to neck in their styles, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Both players really liking to use that whip. Like I said, the most accurate out of all three attack styles. So using that whip is going to give you a huge advantage in the fight. And I see a lot of hits off prayer here for Panic that really aren't doing too much. Off prayer and in robes. So maybe a bit unlucky on the RNG and not really being able to grab that momentum. But like I said, if you get lucky and you manage to take the advantage, that's what separates the boys from the men. Now,
how do you think this one's going to go at the moment?
At the moment, Drew seems like he's up and he does have that DD advantage, although he has just lost it. I think they're probably even on third, but so far from what I've seen, I think there's a good chance that Drew might take this one out 2-0. But that being said, Panic, a very good PKer. And he's not the type that's going to get nervous in a situation like this. And he can definitely bring it back. But Drew, with the DD advantage, we'll have to see if he can push this a little bit further. Panic, full health. Staying as high health as he can. just so that if he does get this momentum, he can hold on to it. And there's a nice little 36 bolt off the prayer. In comes the claw spec, manages to get his melee prayer on just in time. He switched to his mage prayer 1 tick after the attack, so very unlucky there for Panic. He could have got a nice little claw on about 50 health off prayer. Unfortunately, only did about 15 damage. Let's see who's going to get the DD advantage here. It's going to be Panic. He hits a nice little 30 barrage as well. He could have kept that momentum going there, but he decided to eat up. And Drew, potentially out of food here? This could be a
1-1.
victory here for Panic. No, he does eat all the way up. I wonder why he was sat on such low hit points in that DD. He's had around 50 hit points when he still had food left, but Panic on full hit points right now. And like I said, he's going to need something to bring it back, and he really is bringing it back right now, showing why, even as a underdog in a fight, he can bring it back as easily as this. He's putting on a show here, Ron, that's for sure.
Yeah. I think we could be looking at a 1-1 here. He's definitely got the momentum at the moment.
This could be the first set of the day that's going to a third fight, Ron. That'd be great to see.
We need it. We need it.
Especially with 2 fighters as good as these guys are. I'd love to see a third fight. These 2 fights have been great. It's great to see the skill difference between some of the players in the first round of the bracket, Ron, and these guys right here. And you can just see with their switches, all the 1 ticks that are coming in, the massive difference they can show. I think both players out of food here, Ron. This could go either way. Both players out of food and sat on around 35 hit points. It's literally going to come down to the RNG at this point. Panic taking a bolt in his robes off prayer for a 0. Unfortunate for Drew there. Either player going to catch a freeze here, could potentially win them this match. They're both going for it. Panic, I think he's caught it there. No, he hasn't. Another splash. They're both splashing out of their minds right now. Both on very low hit points. There's 1 hit in it, Ron. 1 bolt could win this match. Panic's not out of food.
There it is. Wow. Almost a 1-1, but it's not going to happen. Drew's going to take that out for 2-0 with a nice little 42 bolt to the dome. And I believe their nice splash actually had the freeze, didn't he?
Wow. That is insane there, Ron. That is insane. I saw Panic eat at the end there. He potentially wasn't out of food. If that was a KO, we're going to have to see on the tracker how much damage was actually done. I don't think it was a KO. Yeah, no. So he was out of food at the end there. But as we can see from the tracker, on 78 hits to 79, 66% on prayer versus 59 on prayer, and 554 deserved damage to 546 deserves damage. So an insanely close fight for that second round there. But unfortunately for Panic, he is going to be moving down into the losers bracket, and Drew going to be moving on.
Yeah, and Drew will be going up against Goofy Slayer. So that'll be the Series 9, and I believe that'll be up next as well. So a lot of the content creators bowing out here, bro. We had Panic PK, we had Sebi. Boys getting 2-0'd. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. A little bit of RNG on both sides, but like I said, either way, whoever lost that fight, obviously it was Panic in this fight, but either way, it was unfortunate for both of those players to be coming up against each other in the first round. Both of them really good PKs coming up against each other in the first round, and just unfortunate that one of them has to go down into the losers bracket. But Panic is going to be taking on Tamori in the losers bracket, so it'll be interesting to see that one. But in this next fight, we're on Drew versus Goofy Slayer. I think Drew is going to be taking this one out pretty convincingly.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty ironic as well. Panic's named their nice splash, but he only landed 9 out of 26, which is about 70%. So he got pretty unlucky on the freezes.
Yeah, well, quite lucky in the first fight, and then unlucky in the second fight. So the RNG does turn around, but yeah, unfortunate for him. But he is down into the losers bracket, and I think Ditto Bitter is going to be happy about that one. He said the one person he doesn't come up against is Panic, so he's going to be happy to see that he's out of the winners bracket for now.
100%. Rightio. A little reminder as well, ladies and gentlemen. Remember to check out the Method community team by typing !community in the chat. Signing up and becoming a member of the community team offers all kinds of perks, such as access to exclusive content and opportunities, and you better believe it's some giveaways as well. Who doesn't love some free stuff? Also, we provide help and assistance to aspiring and upcoming streamers to grow their channels as well through a number of different initiatives. Method merch as well. If you guys want to cop some of that, just make sure you guys type !merch in the chat, and yeah, It'll take you through and you can have a cheeky little browse. Get some goodies. Also, make sure you guys are following Method on the social media platforms. Just drop an exclamation mark, socials in the chat, and keep connected. Keep connected.
I've heard through the grapevine, Ron, that you're actually going to be the next model for the Method merch. Is that true?
That is the first time I've heard of that. So where do I sign? I'm keen.
I wouldn't be surprised to see you doing a bit of modeling for merch, mate. You're a handsome boy.
Oh, behave. Save it until the green room after, okay?
Yes, you're right. You're right. Not on stream. Not on stream.
What time you finish? How you doing?
So I believe the next fight we're going to be watching, Ron, is Drew versus Goofy Slayer. I think we were supposed to be watching Emmy Bolter versus Shardy Vickies, but both players not showing up, Ron.
The Stinky Bickies. No, he's been put through immediately, I believe. Wait, do you mean for Series 30?
So we were supposed to be watching Series 11, Emmy Bolter versus Shardy Vickies. Emmy Bolter and Shardy Vickies, both no-shows, so they put Emmy Bolter through, and then Emmy Bolter versus Stinky Bolter. Emmy Bolter a no-show, so Stinky Bolter going through to the next one, which, like we said, pretty insane. Stinky Bolter not having had a match yet, and he's one win away from going through the grand final.
Skilled. Completely skilled. Boss Hong versus Goofy Slayer in the next matchup.
Yep.
Boss Hong, pretty dominating player so far. He's definitely proven himself there as well, taking out Panic PK in the last round. Goofy Slayer, though, what are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, I think Drew is probably going to take this one out pretty convincingly. Goofy Slayer did beat Tom in that first round 2-0, but I think the skill difference between these two players is really going to show here. That being said, Goofy could pull it out of the woodworks, and we might be proved wrong, but Drew, having just finished his matchup against Panic, having to jump straight into this fight, so absolutely no time in between, which I think he'll be happy with. Staying warm, you know, it takes a couple of fights to get warm into these fights, and I think he'll be happy being warmed up.
100%. I mean, that's the thing as well. You know, keep the hand warm. Move. You know, you're gonna click a little quicker. 100%.
100%.
Especially when you jump on a computer straight away. Wait, what's happened? What's happened? Shut it down. What's going on here, guys?
Goofy just got whip KO'd in the first minute of the fight.
I mean, that's. Do you think in terms of tears of embarrassment, that's got to be there with a barrage KO, surely? I mean, he was on ropes. He was looking a little susceptible. He's looking like a treat, and he got what he deserved.
I cannot believe my eyes, Ron.
Mate.
I've watched how many of these fights over the course of this tournament, and that is the first time I've seen a whip KO.
Yeah, just as we were saying, Boss Hong was going to be the dominator in there. I tell you, bro, the underdogs are really coming through today, bro. They're mixing it up. We got the numbers coming through.
Yeah, we got the tracker coming through for that one.
12 attacks in total.
We've just got word that Goofy Slayer has said, "Don't laugh."
Okay, too late for that. Yeah,
must have been a bit nervous coming into that fight, and unfortunately, the tracker. I mean, for the first 12 hits of the fight, Ron, it was pretty even, you know. Unfortunately, wow, I did not think we were going to see that throughout this whole tournament, but. Goofy Slayer, can he bring it back, Ron? That is the question. There's definitely potential here. He gets the first freeze of the fight and cops a nice little 35 bolt off prayer into the barrage off prayer as well. So I think we might be sleeping on Goofy Slayer a bit too much here, mate. He's definitely showing that he's got moves.
I feel like Boss is going to redeem himself in this one, though. He's going to bring it back.
Yup, for sure. I mean, he got that first KO with the whip. Which, I don't think Goofy's going to be too happy about. He said, "Don't laugh," and he gets a nice little claw off prayer there as well. Ron, I think there's huge potential for Goofy to bring it back here, and if he wins this fight and then loses the next one, I think he's going to be fuming about that whip KO in the first one, because he is actually putting on a nice little clinic here. And he's got a lot of momentum. I would say probably about 100 to 150 hit points up on his opponent right now. And he has the DD advantage. Now he is frozen. Boss Hong with the freeze. Drew, oh, and he hits a 40 bolt on the run through there. Unfortunately, not getting a claw, but a 37 bolt back here from Goofy Slayer. Drew on the DD advantage. Goofy Slayer in full hit points though, and Boss down to about 40 or 50 hit points. So even though he's got the DD advantage, I'd say that Goofy still has the upper hand here in terms of momentum. And a 34 barrage! The RNG on this man is insane. If only he had the RNG not to take a 25 whip to the dome in that last fight, he might have taken that one out as well. But a 34 barrage coming in as well. He is really giving it boots here in this second fight.
He's all over him, bro. It's not looking good for the Hong, man. I tell you what. He's going to have to get out of here.
I think he is down probably around 200 hit points at this point, but he gets a nice little bowl there. Goofy catching that freeze, so no DD advantage for Drew at all, and he steps out and avoids the whip, gets a free hit. He is really putting it on here, Ron. He has stepped up his game for this second fight. I think he is really going to be fuming about that death in the first one, especially with his performance here, because he still has to win this fight and another one to move on. And that first fight really going to come back to haunt him, I think.
See a little bit of a panic though with the cheeky staff bash.
Yep. I think probably more of a trying to click too quick than a panic. I think he just got a little bit too excited about being so far ahead, and then maybe just didn't click on his whip or his crossbow there. But got the DD advantage again, and he avoids the whip. That's another free hit, Ron. Goofy really bringing it back. I think we really slept on this man, and he's showing that he is not here to mess around, and he is not a player to be messed with. Gets a nice little 15 bolt there. That could have been a huge one. Off prayer, in rows with an opal bolt spec, only hitting a 15. That could have been massive, but now Drew with the DD advantage. Can he bring it back here? He needs to get a lot of momentum in this fight if he's going to bring it back, and he's not getting it. He's really just taking damage.
He's going to have to get a KO here. I think that's his only way out. He's going to have to get a sneaky little declaw on some ropes. He's going to need some better RNG than what he's getting right now, eh? It's not looking good.
Yeah. And it looks as though Goofy does have that DD advantage. The claws coming out. I think Goofy's sort of just eating up here. He is moving out off the screen, so we have missed a couple of things there. Maybe not on the DD, but he's now frozen. I think Drew's out of food, Ron.
Yeah.
Drew is
I wouldn't be surprised
at this point, and I think Goofy still has a claw spec left, so I think it's one claw spec away from taking out the dub here. This
Hugging
is
it out.
insane.
They're both a little tired.
Here comes the claws from Drew. No, it goes for the bolt instead of 36 bolt.
Hold on. Oh,
what's just happened?
What's happened?
What's just happened? Oh my god, he's out of food.
Here we go.
This is the worst time for Goofy to disappear. No way is Goofy out of food as well. I think Goofy's out of food as well, Ron.
This could be coming down to the wire. Every fight, there's some good fights coming down to the wire. We might see some redemption flicking. No, Goofy does have a bit of food.
Drew's not out of food either. What is going on?
You teasers, bro. Everyone's just teasing us right now. Good heaven.
Legit, mate. No, I think Goofy's still up quite a bit on food there. Faking the claws and getting a nice little bolt off prayer. Unfortunately not hitting anything and taking a 34 barrage, and now Drew with the DD advantage. He's really brought this fight back, Ron. He was getting absolutely dominated in the early parts of this fight. A 51!
51! Oh my lord.
Yeah.
Wow. We've gone through. No way. Well done. Well done to the Hong. Couldn't believe that.
I tell you what, Ron, I think that really just shows the dominance of Drew. He was getting absolutely worked in that fight. There's no other way to put it. He was worked. I think he was probably down around 200 food at one point in that fight, and still manages to bring that back. I think that really shows his dominance there.
Yeah, and obviously his experience as well. I mean, when you're down that far, he can clearly keep his composure and bring it back like that. So an impressive performance nonetheless.
Yeah.
Rightio. Okay.
See the tracker on that one, Ron, because I think it was a very nice fight from Goofy's end, but just unfortunately couldn't close it out. He was really in the driver's seat and just couldn't keep his foot on the pedal, and he's been punished by Drew.
Tell you what, I can comfortably say that was a much longer fight than the first one as well. We got a little more out of that one, didn't we, as a viewer?
Yeah, and I think that Goofy's going to be really upset with himself about that whip KO, because as we saw there, he really can put on a show and brought the fight to Drew in that second fight. And I think if he didn't get whip KO'd in that first one, he could have definitely had a chance to take this one out. But unfortunate, it does happen in these fights. Sometimes you are just going to get a nice little 25 whip to the dome, and next thing you know, you're on the floor.
What's one of the more embarrassing things that you've seen in some of the other regional tournaments at the moment?
I'm going to be completely honest with you, Ron. That was the most embarrassing thing I've seen. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. That was by far and away the most embarrassing thing I've seen. The poor man, unfortunately, taking a 25 whip to the dome, and that's going to be it for him. He's down to the losers bracket.
Oh, well, it is what it is. There'll be another day, another opportunity to redeem yourself, I'm sure, Mr. Slayer. We are going to take a 15-minute break, boys and girls, and then we will see you back for some more action. It will be the Group C. No, sorry, it'll be Group D. Group D coming up. Thank you. Get your snacks, your bibs, pat some cats. Do your laundry, make your bed. Okay? Do your things, do your chores, guys. We'll see you in a bit.
I'm holding on, if almost gone. Someday I know I'll finally make it through the gates. Just have to wait. You whisper to me, there's no maybe. There's only time for dreams even greater. I hear the call.
what you need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for the moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage. I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from on the ground. Hey, I did
that's a nice
really
force
low.
again off
Yeah.
prayer.
Oh, no way!
Great actually winning going into a 5-5. He
No
books it
way.
again.
How is he still alive right now?
I do believe they can range each other with long range. But Sanctified going in for a beautiful chloride there. Into a 38 and actually wins the fight. I mean, that's an insane comeback.
Righty-o. Okay. Ladies and gentle gamers, welcome back. We are looking at another group here. It is the D group for the Method Mayhem OSRS Oceanic PvP circuit. Next up, we've got one of the hometown boys, the big bitter, the Ditter Bitter, and he's going to be going up against Lit, aka Insta Joshi 69. What a number. What do you think of these two here, Jaco?
What a number indeed, Ron. 69. Probably my favorite number of all time, you know what I mean?
The one before 70, it's not bad.
Exactly. You know, +4, you get the 73. It's just so close to everything that you need. But this one did a bit of... He's the boy, you know? You can't argue with that fact, you know? He looks after me. He's been great. Good, really good friend. And like, I'm gonna struggle to commentate this fight, Ron, because if he's losing, I'm just gonna have to sit there and talk about how he should be winning. You know what I mean? It's just...
I got you.
It is what it is. He's New Zealand / Hong Kong / India's finest PVMer and PKer, and self-proclaimed the best to ever do it. And according to him, these are his words. He says that Insta Joshi here is very good, and it's going to be a tough first round match. Those are his words. I don't actually know who Insta Joshi is, but according to Didabita himself, it's going to be a tough first round match. So I'll be interested to see what goes on there. The next matchup in the bracket, we've got Jenny Death versus Priyan. I know Priyan is from GSG. I don't know anything about Jenny Death. Then we've got Scissor versus Oza. Scissor, a really good PKer. Fought him multiple times. Let's be honest, Ron, he kicks my head in. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. You wouldn't
really
mind
say-
seeing that guy go down. I see it.
Well, I like him. You know, he's a nice guy, but, you know, the amount of times that he's beaten me, it would be nice to see him lose, that's for sure.
Yeah,
And
100%.
then Lionheart versus Jerry in the last one. Once again, not really too sure who either of those are. But if we have a quick look at the losers bracket, Ron, some news from the losers bracket. The Pure Seb coming up against Qua, and he's taken that one out 2-1. So he is going to be coming up against Goofy Slayer 4 in the losers round 2, which, may I say, Goofy, what a run this poor man has had. He wins his first match 2-0. He then comes up against Drew, and then his first match in the losers bracket is up against Seb. This poor man has had the roughest run, but as we saw in that last match from Goofy, he can definitely bring the heat, and I'll be interested to see how he does against Seb. I don't know if we will be watching that fight. Potentially we will be at some point, maybe tomorrow, but definitely looking forward to seeing that one, that's for sure.
Yeah. And again, a little reminder, it is a double elimination PvP tournament here, guys. So if you are in the losers bracket and you lose your second match, you do get eliminated. You dropped out, basically. Yep. That's
Exactly.
it.
And then
Also,
I just wanted to say, Ron, that
you hang up first.
throughout the losers bracket, there will be one player that wins the losers bracket. Essentially makes it all the way through the losers bracket and is the winner of the losers bracket. And the person that wins the losers bracket gets put back into the winners bracket for the grand final matchup, and they will go up against the winner of the winners bracket, but they will come in at a 1-0 deficit starting. So they automatically lose a match in a best of 7 if they win the losers bracket, just to have some sort of disadvantage for being in the losers bracket.
Roger. Makes sense. It's also the top 8 placements get invited as well for the World Championships, the OSRS World Championships as well for this. That is definitely worth mentioning. 3,000 USD on that prize pool too. So that's a bit of take-home dosh. Maybe to chuck up the arena, you know?
Yep. At the arena, the IRL arena, mate. Take it down the old casino.
Yeah.
Mate. You like to have a bit of a dabble at the casino, do you, man?
I don't mind going into a cast and chucking a cheeky 60 down on blackjack. I am a massive fan. I play for the experience, even though I don't usually win anything. I genuinely enjoy a little bit of blackjack. What about you, Chief?
I'll put some respect on that, mate. No, I'm not a huge on the old casino. I do go there from time to time, have a little bit of a dabble, but most of the time if I'm at the casino, I'm playing a bit of poker. You know, poker's my game, that's for sure.
Okay, respect. Yeah, no, I'm not bothered, bro. I'm not saying I'm there like every day, like a proper DJ. Okay, like that's I would say once a quarter. Once a quarter, I might find myself in the cast.
Yeah, fair enough, mate. I mean, you can't go there too often. That's when it becomes a problem. Speaking of people that like gambling, did a bitter on the account, Jimmy, up against Insta Joshi here, Ron.
Okay, let's see it. I'm rooting for you got to go for Ditter. You got to go for your homeboy. You got to support the locals. I'm actually surprised that he made it here today. As the last time I came across Ditter Bitter, no one really picked him up from his house. So the fact that he's here today is a miracle. He's actually come in.
Ron, this is not looking good for the big DB coming into the start of this fight. I think he's about 100 damage down just to get started here. So Insta Joshi, like did a bit of said, not to be slept on. And there's a big 47 bolt as well. He's about 100 damage down to start this fight. This is insane. Nice little bit of RNG at the start here for Joshi, but now no DD advantage either. I thought he was going to get it there. Unfortunately, gets frozen next to him. Goes into the claw, on prayer, on tank for a 0. And now they're stood next to each other. We're going to see a few whips. We're going to see a few bolts. I'll be surprised if we see much maging going on. But here comes the claws on prayer again. Going to get about 20 damage off there and a 21 bolt back from Joshi. Hits the triple each straight back up to full health. Potentially could have wasted some of his food there, actually. For those that don't know, you in RuneScape can hit 3 pieces of food at the same time. You can hit an anglerfish into a Saradomin Brew, into a Karamba one, and that's going to do about 60 points of healing. I think it's 58 points of healing. But if you hit the angler into the brew and then into the Karamba one, sometimes if you're not 58 hit points down, you can actually waste some of your HP there. And it looked as though Joshi hit that eat on about 50 hit points, maybe wasting a couple of HP in food there. But he's got the HP to waste at the moment, Ron, because I think he's about 200 damage up on the video.
Yeah, no, he's in a bit of trouble, our local lad. I don't like to see it whatsoever. I hope we can really turn this one around. It's also worth mentioning, and you know I'm going to do it. Points for Fashionscape here from Mr. Lit, Mr. Insta Joshi, 69. Not only a great number, but also a great little bit of trim on that shield. And he's got the color-coordinated boots and hats. Love to see it. Love to see it. That's going to help him out big time. We know that.
Who's got the best Fashionscape here, mate? Because we've got the Dragon Square Shield Ornament Kit versus the Guthix Max Cape. I'm taking the Guthix Max Cape every single day of the week. Yeah. But it's not doing too much for Dittabitter right here. He is still taking insane amounts of damage from Josh here. But Josh, he's been changed by a bolt. What is he doing? He's so far up in this fight, and he's risked his hit points. He's on about 30 hit points there and decided not to eat at all. And he could have just been taken out by a bolt there, around 200 hit points up on a fight. That is a poor move there. But luckily enough, he doesn't get taken out, and hopefully he can continue pushing this advantage. Although Dittabitter is bringing it back now, probably about 100 free damage there. Still think he's down on the fight, but he's certainly bringing it back. Whoever catches this next freeze is going to have a nice little advantage in this fight. Both players going for it and neither player getting it. An 8 bolt versus a 26 whip, I believe that was from Dittabitter. So still bringing the damage back, taking a bolt here. He's going to get a whip off prayer. Is he? No. Into the bolt. A nice little fakie there from Josh. He pulled the whip out knowing that Dittabitter is using Entity Hider. Entity Hider hiding his character so that he can see what's going on underneath him. And he pulled the whip out for a bit of fakie, waited until he changed his prayer to melee, and then bolted him so he could get a little bit of extra damage off. Here comes the claw. Claw fakie from Dittabitter. Unfortunately, he went for the claw fakie into the whip. Made his opponent pray melee and then hit with melee. So claw spec coming off on here for Dittabitter. He has brought this fight back, definitely. I don't think Josh is out of food, but he's not eating at the moment. What is he doing? He must be out of food, surely, at this point. He has to be out of food. There's no way he's not eating here. And somehow, Dittabitter has pulled this back without us even noticing. He was so far down at the beginning of this fight, and now his opponent is completely out of food while he's on full health. What a performance.
Bring it back. There we go. Did a bit
There
of climbs it back. It was looking really, really bad for our homeboy right there. As you said, managed to pull it back. That was fantastic. So that's a nice little 1-0 for the DB. The big DB in capitals too. Don't forget it.
I am so confused, Ron, because it seemed like, for lack of a better term, Didder was getting his head kicked in there.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, his opponent's out of food.
Yeah.
Wow. And we do have the tracker coming in here. Whoa, Ron, have a look at this. 5 extra hits there for Josh. 65 hits to did a bit of 60 hits. 475 deserved damage and 430 actual damage for Josh there. So slightly unlucky on his hits, but did a bit of 420. Then we know the man likes to blaze it. 420 deserved damage and 588 actual damage. And I hate to say it because Dittabitter is my boy, but we can safely say that was a big RNG victory on his part.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely got him across the line on that one.
Yep, even with the freezes there, we're seeing 9 out of 24 for Joshy and 7 out of 20 for Dittabitter. So slightly luckier on the Ditter side for the freezes as well. But in terms of actual damage dealt there, expected damage dealt there, not too much of a difference. Definitely on the side of Josh there, but a huge difference in actual damage dealt, which is crazy there for Dittabitter.
Yeah. Not only is the local lad and we're rooting for him as well, but we've got to see a content creator go through and not get too zipped as well. So bring it home, baby. Come on.
100%. I think there's a very good chance we go to a third match here. Ron's could once again be the first time today we see a third match. Hopefully coming out here because I'd love to see a third match between these two. With Joshy there getting the DD advantage. He's now frozen away from his opponent and Ditter is unfrozen here. Gets the claw on prayer for a 13. Not the most amount of damage that he'd be looking for, but then again, he did hit on prayer in tank. As you see there, this is something that you'll see the better players do in this tournament. Did a bit of stepping out from his DD for the hit in his tank, waiting for his opponent to hit him, and then moving out of his tank. So normally, if you're under the DD, a lot of players will just instantly try and hit as they come out. But if you know your opponent is definitely going to hit you back, stay in your tank, wait for them to hit you, and then you can hit them back. That way, you know they're not going to miss a hit anyway, and you're going to stay in your tank and get that extra bit of defensive bonuses. But now Josh with the DD, it's a bolt off prayer on Robes, and a big claw that definitely had to be off prayer there, I think. Around 51 damage, and I don't think he can hit that high on prayer. So a huge claw coming in for Josh. And now he's freezing in the whip, and he hits it. Nice little 2 with the whip freezer.
The little Alpha Mage, the little Alpha Mage set up there. You like that?
I can definitely put some respect on that. And you can see both these players are very proficient in their switching. You can see how quickly they're going in and out of their gear, putting the fakies on. A fakie being when, let's say you want to go for a range hit, you'll sit in your mage gear, so your opponent prays mage, and then you switch to your range gear to hit them off prayer. Seeing a lot of fakies coming out from both these players, and it's going to be hard versing an opponent like that because you can't predict what they're going to do 100% of the time. If you verse someone that can't one-tick their attacks, you know when they put their whip on, they're going to whip you. You pray melee. Whereas with these players, as you can see, they move to their weapon, the exact tick they hit, so you have to predict what they're going to do, and we're going to see a lot of hits off prayer from both of these players right now. But at the moment, it looks as though Josh, a nice little advantage. He does have that DD, incoming bolt spec as well for the 10. That's something we see with the Opal Bolt spec. If you have your game sounds on, you can actually hear the spec coming before it hits you, so you know you're about to take a fair bit of damage and you can eat up. Nice little triple eat there from Dittabitter, going from about 20 hit points up to about 80 in 1 tick. And another bolt spec coming in for Josh. He's getting super lucky on these bolt specs, but unfortunately, they're not coming at the right times. He's just not getting them when his opponent is off prayer so he can get those big hits. But a nice little 29 barrage coming in here for Dittabitter. I think he thought he had the DD there. Unfortunately, his opponent was unfrozen, and now he gets a free whip off prayer while he's on about 40 hit points. I believe that was a whip chance there, Ron. Can you imagine we see Dittabitter go down to a whip chance in this fight?
I mean, I'd have ammunition forever. Anytime I seen him, I think before I say hello, I'd probably just hold up my phone maybe just before I shake hands with him with a recording of that, you know?
100%. And we see there Josh finally getting one of those bolts off prayer. Nice little 38 as Ditter went in for that claw spec on prayer. So Josh doing a very good job here. I think he potentially is up on food here just because he is getting his prayers right more often than his opponent. I'll be very surprised if Ditter's out of food here. But 51 bolt coming in. This could completely turn around the fight. Unfortunately, loses all that momentum from that 51 bolt because he decides to eat instead. Cops a claw on prayer for a 0. Josh not going to be happy with that one, but that is a huge bolt. One hit taking away 2 and a bit anglers.
Yeah, and those bolts are big, especially when the special attacks come in as well. Gives you a nice little increase in damage, so that's why we're seeing some big numbers with those.
Yeah, absolutely. A 42, the normal max hit with an Opal Dragon Bolt, and 53 being the max hit with a spec there. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, based on the players risking their hit points today, I would not be surprised if we managed to see a Bolt KO at some point today. But in comes, it looks as though Josh is going for the freeze here. Potentially both players out of food or just trying to catch the freeze, not eating up. Neither player can really be KO'd from this hit point, so wouldn't be surprised if they're not eating just to try and get a little bit of momentum. Joshy with the momentum now. He's got the DD advantage. Potentially out of food here from Ditter. He is out of food. We see the redemption go on. He's only going to do that when he's out of food. Potentially Josh out of food as well. This is going to be a very close fight. There's a very decent chance we're going to see this go for fight 3. And a whip.
Come on.
On ropes, off prayer for a 24. He misses the redemption. Ditter up by about 20 hit points at the moment, but both players around 1 hit from dying, and there it is. Ditter is going to take it out. What a close fight, Ron.
Damn, it was all down to that freeze really there. I mean, if old mate Joshy managed to cop that one, we might have had a chance at a 1-on-1. Yeah, but it went his way there.
Yeah.
Went his way.
Yeah. And a nice performance there from Ditter. We got the tracker coming in, and once again, Ron, I don't believe my eyes. Joshy winning on the tracker.
Everything.
And Ditter once again getting the RNG. I hate to say it because he is my boy and he is a very good PKer, but you definitely can't sleep on the fact that Joshy did more damage on the tracker and definitely deserved to win at least one of those fights.
Yeah, 100%. I guess it's just really the experience as well of Ditter. I mean, he's been around the scene for a long time, hasn't he?
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. I'm sure Joshy has been as well, mate. Like I said, we don't really know too much about him, but one thing's for sure, I'm not going to forget the name after this. He's not to be slept on. That was a really nice performance for him, but unfortunately, RNG not being on his side this time, and our boys moving on to the next round, Ron.
Big ups, bro. Love to see it. Rightio. Speaking of the next round as well, next series, should I say, we've got Jenny versus Pri here, and this is for series 14. Series 14. Do we know much about these players here, Jake?
So all I know is that Pri is Prian from GSG. So I know there's a fair few GSG boys in the chat that'll be cheering him on for this one, but I'm not too sure about Jenny Death. I know Prian is a very skilled PKer, so I don't think he's going to be slept on this tournament at all, and it should be a nice match. If he manages to win this one and comes up against Ditter in the next round, it should be a nice fight. But unfortunately, I don't know too much about Jenny. Apparently, in the chat, we're being told that he's from GSG as well, so we're going to see 2 clan members coming up against each other. So this should be an interesting fight.
Fair play, brothers going at it. There's also a prediction going in the chat as well. If you guys would like to throw a little bit around the method money, have a nice a little bet, a little side bet. I love it. Keeps it engaging, you know. Actually, I might put some in. I'm going to put a little bit on this one.
95% of the method coins are on Jenny right now.
I'm putting 10 down. I'm going to break the bank. I'm putting 10 down. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go with Pri. I'm going for an underdog. The underdogs have been coming through today, so I'm keen.
Everyone loves an underdog story, man. Everyone loves an underdog story. So we'll have to see what's going on here. But by the sounds of the chat, it sounds as though Jenny might be a very good PK here, man.
Yeah,
could be a nice little sweep again. I really want to see a match that goes to the 3rd fight.
100%. There's just something a little more exciting about, I guess, casting a third fight knowing that it's completely evened up, you know?
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Third fight comes down to the wire. Both players on 20 hit points. You just dream of that scenario.
Yeah.
You know what?
Couple
I
of
figured it out.
redemptions.
We're going to see 2-0s throughout the entire bracket run. And
Right,
then in the final match to figure out who wins, it's going to be 3-all, and it's going to come down to the wire. We're just building up the RNG of not enough matches to that last match. That's what we're going to see, man. That's for sure.
It's good. The boys are going to be running around like headless chickens with 1 HP, trying to catch freezes on one another. That's what it'll be. It's going to be perfect. It's going to be the closest match to ever get to any television anywhere on planet Earth. It's going to be great.
I think that's probably one of the funniest things you can see. Both players out of food, running around like headless chickens, trying to catch a freeze on their opponent, get that last hit off. Both players trying to get that last bit of damage in.
So that's a little blue heart as well, the redemption, if you guys don't know. So basically, if you take damage below, I think it's 10% of your HP goes automatically back up to, do you know what it is?
I believe it actually depends on your prayer points, what your prayer level is. So I think at 99 prayer, you should go back up to somewhere between 27 and 30 hit points.
Yeah. Bro, no way. Elliot just got a T-bow on the max cash from Scratch series. So we just made a bit of extra coin. Just sort of throw that in there.
You're lying. There's no way.
Cheers, Elliot.
There's no way.
Thanks, good master, bro. Yeah, dead set. Apparently he just got a bow.
It was on his Iron Man, bro.
Oh, he'll drop it over AL. That's all good. Cheers. Here we go, baby. Next up, right. Ginny versus Pre. I believe these boys are GSG members. So the locals are fighting the locals. And we do have some gold trim as well. Do have to mention it. It's got to be done. It's what I do. It's what I do best. Fashionscape, okay? We on.
And we actually have the Light Mystic on the other side from Friend here. So both players opting for a bit of Fashionscape. Oh, they're both in the Light Mystic. Look at that. The GSG boys going out the Light Mystic. Both these players being from the same clan. I don't think they'll be too upset either way who goes through here. But, I mean, within the clans, you got a little bit of rivalry between players. And I definitely think there'll be a bit of bragging rights for whoever takes this out. Especially being Aussie boys, GSG and Aussie clan. We know how the Aussie boys can be, man. I think there's going to be a little bit of flaming going on between them. All in jest, of course, just jokes between the boys. But I think it's going to be funny either way. But here we go, getting into it. Looks as though Jenny's up a little bit of food at the moment. Priyan now catching that freeze. Let's see if he goes for the DD or he's just going to stand out here. He's copping a fair few bolts in his robes and looked as though he wasn't going to eat there around 30 hit points.
Australian internet or something going on there, Jake, I think.
Must be, mate. Must be. We know Australia has the worst internet in the world, so wouldn't be surprised if we see a player today, disconnect and not be able
fair, I'm surprised we haven't seen a player disconnect yet.
Exactly.
Riddle me there.
So Jenny coming in there for the claw spec, unfortunately hitting all zeros. Does have the DD advantage now, but gets caught immediately by Pran. So in that DD, manages to stop that advantage straight away, but regardless, it's still taking a lot of damage here. And I can't remember the last time I saw a hit splat that wasn't a 0 for Pran here. And he's copping a fair bit of damage back, but gets a nice little free hit there. Jenny now unfrozen. Let's see who gets the next freeze. Both players in their robes for that, and they both catch the freeze. A 15 versus a 30, though. So Jenny getting the better side of the RNG on that exchange. Now praying back up to full hit points. Both players one square away from each other. So it'll be interesting to see when they both get unfrozen. If we see a nice little whip, potentially a claw coming out here. And I think we'll see very, very soon, maybe 1 or 2 hits. Oh, right now, I thought we were going to see some melee press on players, but unfortunately, Jenny gets that whip off prayer on prayer there, and he does have the DD advantage again. So he caught another freeze, and let's see if he can push this advantage a little bit.
So were these GSG lads, were they around in the old Deadman mode? Well, way back.
They were, mate.
Are they quite new? They were in?
I'm sure at some point they took you out in multi.
Oh, was that those little snakes, was it?
No. I don't think it was them that took you out.
Nah, I'm pretty sure that was Shardy and the boys, eh? I got 1 kill in that Deadman. I was stoked. So,
Oh my God. That was almost a barrage chance there from Jenny. That's insane. Risking his hit points a bit here. But yeah, no, the GSG boys definitely did get around the Dead Man Mode tournament. I'm not sure if any of them made it too far in the 1v1s, but they were definitely around PKing during the season, which in my opinion is the most fun part anyway. And a claw spec coming in here from Priyan, getting it on Prayer, doing about 15 damage and taking a hit off Prayer, and that's a KO.
That was a smooth operation right there. A lovely little touch across the back there. Jenny taking out Pre with a nice little declaw all the way from half HP.
Yep. I'm going to tell you something right now. There is no chance for the rest of this man's life, if he stays in this clan, his clan mates will let him forget that.
Yeah, nah,
that will be around forever.
Yeah. Even as a PVM, I do miss the old dead man stuff. I'll tell you what. I love grinding for 24 hours just to get one kill and then get lured to multi, die, and then never play it again. Did you get amongst it?
The dead man mode, I did, mate. I did. I was one of those cheeky buggers that got involved just for the swapping, though. You know, made my money.
Okay.
Game, yeah. But have a look at the tracking here. 521 damage there for Jenny versus 439 deserved damage for Priyan. But have a look at the actual damage there. Jenny missing about 50 hits.
Wow.
50 hits damage, and Priyan missing about 150. And as you can see, Jenny did win on the tracker there, but we know that momentum does play a big factor in these fights. So he might have won on the tracker, but certainly did have a little bit to do with RNG there.
Yeah.
And
Head Swap got incredibly unlucky as well. Like his deserved damage 439, and his actual damage was only 287 as well. So it was out a little bit. Plus the splashes too. He had a lot of splashes. 6 out of 17 splashes he landed. So really unlucky on Pit's.
Not the luckiest first fight there for Priyan, but I mean, he did get KO'd in the end, and we saw 474 damage from Jenny, which means he definitely had food left. So there is no doubt that was a KO, Ron. So unfortunate for him. Let's see if he can bring it back in this second fight. But based on what we're seeing on the tracker, I think it's going to be a nice little close one again. Potentially a 2-0, but we could take it to the third fight, Ron. I'd love to see it.
And we do see Jenny using the old the blood burst. Or the blood, is it a blood barrage? No, it's not. It's a blood blitz. Blood blitz.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I've just remembered the notes I got from Did a Bitter before this. Apparently Jenny is a skiller. And I've just read in the chat, apparently ranked 51 overall. And now putting on an absolute show in the Method Mayhem tournament. So you love to see that. Players branching out from other parts of the game and jumping into the PK. And you'll often see that players that partake in other parts of the game, those skills sort of translate a little bit into PKing. But what you'll notice is players that are very good at PKing are always very good at other parts of the game, whereas players from other parts of the game don't always come into PKing and be very good straight away. So Jenny definitely get some practice in, taking some time off from maybe 3-ticking granite in the desert and starting to 1-tick some barrages.
Yeah, he's got some rapid mouse movements, that's for sure. I would really like to see Jenny go through. I think Jenny will be a really good matchup here versus Dida in the next round.
Yeah. And if Jenny goes through here and manages to win the next round against Dida, I'll tell you what, I will not let him forget it. That is for sure. But Jenny really is taking an advantage in this fight. Does cop a claw off Prayer here, but I think he's up around 100 hit points at this point. So once again, with a nice little advantage in this fight, and he has the DD advantage as well. As a whip on Robes, unfortunately hits a 0, and a bolt on Robes again for a 7. So a little bit unlucky not to get a few extra hits in there. And now he gets a free hit off because Priyan was going for that whip and he stepped away. Is Priyan going to be able to grab a barrage here, get the freeze? I think he just tried to freeze in his tanks just then. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I saw that man with the Carol's top on catch a barrage for a 17. And I tell you what, you would not be happy if you saw someone throwing a barrage at you with a Carol's top on and it hits, that's for sure. But players now frozen just across from each other, bringing on about half hit points, Jenny on full hit points. And we're going to have to see. Now Jenny is unfrozen, should have the DD advantage, but deciding to just go for those whips. That was 2 whips off Prayer into a staff bash, and both whips did 0 damage. So you're not happy to see that if you're Jenny, but you're definitely happy to see that if you're Priyan. You'll take those. Managed to get his tank on for that barrage. Unfortunately, still gets caught. And a claw scratch from Jenny. That was off prayer as well. That could have been huge. Unfortunately, just gives him the little swipe. And now gets the claw off prayer for a 0. RNG not coming through for Jenny here, but definitely in control of the fight at the moment. Not too sure on the food count, but in terms of the momentum, Jenny is definitely putting on a show here and showing that skillers are not to be messed with, Ron. A nice little victory here for the high-level community, potentially.
There was another crossbow barrage as well. Had to call that one out. It's actually nice to see Jenny with some crappy RNG. I think Pid's owed a little bit of that at the moment after the last performance there.
Yep. So now Jenny with the DD advantage hits a 42 bolt off prayer on Robes, and Jenny will be happy to see moments like that in this fight. 42 damage, about 2 food, and that's an off prayer claw for a 43 into a whip. That was a whip chance there from Priyan. Could have ended the fight right there if the RNG came in. Unfortunately, it didn't. A 32 barrage. Priyan definitely coming back with the momentum here, getting a lot of good hits in. And wouldn't be surprised to see Priyan take this one out. If he can manage to get this next freeze and get the DD, gets the freeze,
Come
no
on.
DD. Both players right next to each other, and both players getting a staff bash. Interesting to see Jenny go for the stab on the staff bash and Priyan go for the slash. I wonder which one's better. And that's a 33 on Robes off prayer. That was a whip chance again.
Damn. Again, the whip KO. I mean, it's not bad. The man was out anyway. So that means Jenny is going to take that series 2-0. And Jenny will be facing Ditta in the next round. Yeah.
Got to put some respect on the high-level community for that one. That was a very nice performance from Jenny there. And like I said, both players being from GSG, I think that Priyan's going to be hearing about that one for a long time to come. There's no doubt about that, especially that KO in the first fight. And if we see the tracker come in soon, and that man wasn't out of food and he's been KO'd again, I tell you what, that's just 2 for 1.
So you were saying they basically get about 500 HP worth of food in the inventory.
Around
as well.
500 HP, yeah.
Right.
Somewhere between 500 and 600, yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't know the exact numbers on that, but yeah. There's potentially KO'd again, but I don't think we are actually going to get the tracker coming through for this one, Ron.
I think the calculator might have run out of batteries. Hang on a second. The batteries have been swapped over, and we will be getting some numbers to look at here. The expected value escape is going to run through them.
Yeah, we can see here 78 hits for Jenny, 72 hits for Priyan, and 765 deserved damage there for Jenny, and 667 for Priyan. So a win in-game and a win on the tracker, and still in the actual damage dealt category, Jenny getting an extra 73 damage. You wouldn't believe it.
There it is, the number. The other one after 69.
But yeah, luckily there for Priyan. He might have been KO'd in the first one, but he was out of food in the second one. So a silver lining to the cloud that is a loss there. But Priyan will now be moving on to the losers bracket, and he's going to be taking on InstaJoshi69, who put on a great performance against Ditta. So it'll be interesting to see what goes on with that fight. And the winner of that one going to be taking on Jinami. Another thing from the losers bracket, Ron, just quickly, Panic has taken on Tamori, and he's taken him down 2-1, and then went on to take on Sandwich and beat him 2-1. So that's 2 wins in the losers bracket for Panic, and he's now 2 losers rounds away from making it to the grand final.
100%. Good to see the content creators clawing back a little bit, if you will. The next round here is Scissor, aka Stun, versus Clownish. What's the background on these boys? What are their credentials, license and registration? Hit me.
So Scissor is an Aussie PK. I don't think he's in any clan. I think he's just a solo PK goes out. I think he knows a lot of the PKs. Apparently, according to my notes here, Oza is in GSG as well. So a lot of the GSG boys in this tournament, man. So it'd be very likely we see a few of them going through into the grand final. But I saw that Scissor was practicing up against Ditta before, and looked like he was giving him a bit of a run for his money. So unfortunately, I don't know anything about Oza apart from the fact that he is from GSG, but we'll have to see how it goes in the fight. But the only thing I know is that Scissor is a good fighter.
Okay, let's have a look. What other sort of clans have we got? We've got GSG in the mix. What other clans being represented here?
We have the Aussie offset of Frontline. Unfortunately, I don't think I can say what it's called on the stream today,
We'll stick
Ron.
with Frontline. Frontline's good.
I think the other Aussie clan is Zingers. I'm not sure if there's anyone from Zingers in this tournament today, but I could be wrong. I don't know if Zingers is a clan. But starting off here, it looks as though we have Clownish, Oza, getting the DD advantage up against Scissor here, aka Stun. What a name. What a name is
That's a
Stun.
very good name.
Yep. And, incoming Claw. That's going to do about 26 damage on the prayer. So a nice big hit through prayer. I think Scissor will be happy with that one. And a 13 whip. Now frozen again. Unfortunately, couldn't get the freeze. And he's in the enchanted robes, Ron. Talking about some fashionscape. But I don't think the fashionscape is helping him here. He just took a 40 bolt on his robes into around a 40 claw through the prayer.
Major offensive stat-wise, what's the difference between the Mystics and the Enchanted setup there?
I think they're identical, Ron. I could be wrong, but I think they are completely identical. One thing's for sure, I know it isn't better because he would not be allowed to bring it in if it was better. So it's either identical or slightly worse.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
But Scissor here getting a freeze. No DD advantage now. He is unfrozen now, so he can get underneath, and he is getting underneath. I see a lot of boys in the chat rooting for Scissor here. I know he gets around with a few of the Aussie boys, so I think he's got a couple of boys in the chat hoping that he gets through here. But at the moment, he is being put in a spliff, as Dittabitter would say, mate. And Oza is really good at that, yeah. Oza again with the DD advantage. Cops a 32 bolt off prayer there. And oh my god, a chance claw there from Scissor. He could have taken that out right there. That was absolutely insane. Around a 60 damage claw, a little bit extra, and he would have taken that one out right there. Clownish needs to be a little bit more careful with his hit points there as he takes a 38 bolt, another bolt off prayer. And Scissor bringing back the momentum here. Can he get another hit in? A 36. He is really bringing back this fight, Ron. And he was on his last legs by the looks of it. And he is coming back and potentially going to take this one down. He has all the momentum right now. Oza really needs to catch a freeze, get underneath him. I think whoever gets the next freeze, if Scissor gets the next freeze, he is going to keep this momentum up. But if Clownish gets the next freeze, he's going to be able to get under, get his composure, heal back up, and bring back this fight. And he does get the next freeze. So I think we'll see it slow down a little bit here. Clownish jump back into the driver's seat. Unfortunately for Scissor, just couldn't keep that momentum going. But really great to bring the fight back there. And now he's taking a fair bit of damage.
Yeah, Clownish was definitely on the back foot, bro. He was panicking big time. You could see it in his switches. Didn't have the D square shield up either, which, probably would have saved him a little bit of HP when he was on the defense there.
Yeah, absolutely. And both players going for the freeze now here. Clownish does catch that freeze, but he takes a 35 bolt, gets a 27 barrage in return, and now gets a free hit on Scissor here. 2 free hits, and that's not good on the side of Scissor. You don't want to be giving away free hits, especially at this point in the fight. And now Clownish running off, coming back for the claw spec. That is a 51 claw. Manages to catch him off prayer, but a 27 coming back for the whip with Scissor here. He really needs to catch this freeze and get under. I think he's out of food here, Ron. Tries to go for the Verix plate skirt freeze, does not catch it. He really needs to catch it here. Unfortunately, I think he is frozen. And by the looks of things, unless he gets a nice little redemption off and gets a bit of RNG, he is going to go down here. Clownish. Just take it out.
Close but no cigar. That was pretty back and forth. Not going to lie. That could have gone either way in many moments then. Clownish taking that one out for a nice little 1 zip. Did that go the way you think it was going to go?
I had no idea who Oza was before this fight, man, so I couldn't say which way I thought it was going to go. But as we saw there, Oza not here to mess around and really putting on a show there. Getting a nice early lead. Unfortunately, Scissor managed to come back throughout that mid-fight there. But then late in that fight, Oza managed to get the freeze, compose himself. I thought when he got that late freeze, he was just going to stand, get a DD going, and heal up, get his composure back. But as soon as he was on the back foot, as soon as he got that freeze, he just kept the pressure on. He said, I'm not going to take this moment to stop the momentum of Scissor. I'm going to take this moment to get my own momentum back. And he really put on the pressure and managed to come out with the win there. Interested to see the tracker with that one, Ron, because
100%.
I wonder how close it was on the tracker, that's for sure.
The number wise, yeah. Little H2O break. Here we go. We got the numbers. You got to hydrate. Always got to remember to hydrate, Jaco.
You seeing these numbers, Ron?
I'm seeing the numbers. They're right here. They're right above me.
That is not what I was expecting, having watched the fight. Clownish there with 17 extra hits, Ron. Not only 17 extra hits, but more hits off prayer than Scissor did there. 521 deserved damage, hitting 594 actual damage, and Scissor 391 deserved damage and hitting 489. So Scissor not only getting lucky, but losing the match. And that is not what I was expecting there.
Rightio. Into the second round of the series. Let's get a 1-1, baby. Scissor, bring it back, I beg. Come on.
Here we go. Here we go. Let's see who catches the first freeze here. Scissor getting a bolt off in robes, but not really being super rewarded for it. And it looks as though Scissor is going for those Verex plate skirt freezes. Potentially not. Maybe I've just said that, and now he's going to make me look like an idiot. But Clownish getting some free hits here. Like we saw on the tracker last time, Ron, 17 free hits. Clownish got on a Scissor in that last fight, and already in the first 20 seconds of this fight, getting an extra 2 hits.
I mean, that was really all down to the fact that he caught 15 out of 28 of those freezes too. He just sort of managed to move away at the right times and confuse the man, you know? So fair play to the man.
Absolutely. I've just seen a poison tick there from Scissor, so potentially forgetting his Sandfew or just forgetting to drink it at the start of the fight. That can potentially happen at the start of the fight. Not drinking the Sandfew serum to start, but there's 4 free damage and 2 claw specs in a row there from Oza. And he only got about 20 to 30 damage from both of those claw specs, even though one of them was off prayer. But I do see that poison damage tick coming in there for Scissor. He gets a nice little claw there. That is a 45, but it takes a 25 bolt back from Oza there. And another claw coming in on prayer, on tank for a 0. That's not the claw that he was looking for, Ron, at the moment. He is behind in this fight and really needed something to come back.
Yeah. Man, Pekang's really come a long way. I remember you seeing, what's the Alva Mage videos when the man's out in Mystics, Magic Shortbow, you know, he's got everything he needs right there. And it's just a spell. There was no changing of the gear, nothing like that, you know. Now look at the boys, you know. Unbelievable.
It is insane how far Pekang has come, and the skill ceiling is so high at the moment. These players really showing how far it has come. Here we go again. Oza, another DD, and getting more and more free hits here on Scissor. I really love to see Scissor bring it back here because, you know, he's a great bloke, and I enjoy playing a bit of Rooney with him. But at the moment, he's just getting absolutely dominated here by Oza. So he's going to need something special to bring it back from this point. But at the moment, looks like it's another 2-0 for GSG.
Cleaning up. Absolutely cleaning up right now. Clownish definitely on the domination at the moment. Definitely getting the best of stun.
Yeah, and another 31 whip coming in there on the robes of Scissor. He needs to catch this freeze. He needs to get underneath his opponent, and he needs to get that momentum back. Saw in the last one, he hit that massive claw potentially for the KO. We need to see something like that being pulled out again, Ron, because at the moment, he's really on the back foot. Definitely down food, and he needs to get some momentum going as he takes a 37 bolt to the dome. It's like I'm cursing this man at the moment. Every single time I say he needs to get some momentum, he takes another big hit to the dome. And at the moment, on half hit points, is he out of food at this point? There's no way he's out of food at this point. And now he
AGS, bro. I beg.
A what?
I want to see the AGS again. We've seen it once during this entire circuit. If any of you boys out there that are coming up in the next matches, please get an AGS out for the crowd.
Yep, and there goes another big claw. Oh my word. Oza absolutely dominating this second fight. And I hate to say it, Ron, but there is no way Scissor comes back from this one. And it's going to be a 2-0 for Oza. And I'll put the house on that right now.
Said that before, and then bang. A pretty fast turnaround, and the underdog pulls it back. But I don't think it's going to happen here.
Wow, Scissor pulling out some nice moves there. Not being out of food, but still going for the redemption flex. Goes for that claw, but Oza knew that was coming. He knows he's out of food, and he knows that it's going to be he just has to keep his health high. Unfortunately, Scissor not getting the redemption off there, and he's going to be down.
It's going to be a 2 Zipperino.
Unfortunate to see. Scissor, he is the boy, but Oza too good, mate. Too good. Really showing that some of these GSG boys are not here to play around, and they're here to show that, you know, there's 3 Aussie clans around, and they want to show that they're the best, not only in these big clan fights, but also in single fights.
Yeah, and I guess it really comes down to it as well. I mean, sometimes the clans really, you know, in many respects are only as good as their top players, you know, like they're the flagship players, you know, they represent them, so they've got to, you know, they got to pump it.
Yeah, absolutely. Got the tracker here. We see another 12 free hits there from Oza. So that definitely adds up over the course of the fight. And those 12 free hits getting him an extra 74 deserved damage. He did 514 deserved damage to 440 from Scissor and 580 actual damage. So a little bit lucky and a little bit unlucky on the side of Scissor, especially with those freezes. 13 out of 19 freezes there for Oza, up against the 7 out of 19 for Scissor. So a little bit of RNG coming in there, Ron, but I definitely don't think you can call that one RNG at all. Oza coming in and putting on an absolute clinic, and I'll be interested to see how he goes further in this tournament.
Yeah, no, that was a dominating performance nonetheless. Up next is Series 16. We have got Lionheart, aka Saint Captain, and NHL in a little head-to-head best of 3. Yeah,
Unfortunately, once again, I know nothing about either of these players, but I do have a note that Lionheart is from GSG as well. So these boys not only putting on a show, but also putting up the numbers. There's a lot of GSG members in this tournament. And you got to remember, you know, we've got a bracket of 16 fights here, 32 players, but prior to this stream, there was a round of 64. So 64 players that signed up, and they had to win a match before this. So the GSG players winning matches before this, and moving on into this one. Just a quick bit of news before we jump into that fight. Just seen in the losers bracket that Seb has taken down Goofy Slayer. Goofy did manage to take down one match, but Seb 2-1 to move on in that losers bracket, and he will be facing the winner. Oh, we don't even know what match is coming up there just yet, mate. But Seb, moving along, him and Panic, the two content creators, are both into round 3 of that losers bracket.
All the 2-1s happening offline. What's going on here? Getting stitched up. Let's get some close ones here. Rightio. First match of the series, Lionheart and NHL. And points already for the what is it? The Dusk Mystic again.
Yeah, I'm the Dusk Mystic.
Yeah, big points, big points. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Ron. I'm going to have to take some points away for that. Dusk Mystic bottom and the Dark Mystic top. I'm going to have to say no thanks on the mismatch there. But jumping into the match there, we have Saint Captain versus NHL. All these guys with interesting in-game names compared to what they signed up as. And we'll see who catches the first freeze here. Both players catching the freeze. So they're going to stand across from each other and hurl a few bolts, hurl a few barrages, and just comes down to who can stay in their tank when they get hit, pray the right thing, and then try and get their opponent off tank. But like I said in these matches, it's going to be pretty hard to get your opponent off tank, considering the fact that they go in and out of their tank so quickly. You'd be hard-pressed to find a moment that you can actually hit. NHL, they're going for the claw spec on prayer, not getting the biggest of hits, and both players sort of risking their hit points, and NHL potentially chance through prayer there. I think that bolt can hit like a 35 through prayer with the spec, and he was sat around 35 hit points, so potentially a bolt chance there. He flicks the smite, Ron. Now that potentially was a misclick, but if it's not a misclick, this man, balls of steel trying to flick the smite in the middle of these fights. I don't think you're going to run your opponent out of prayer, but I can put some respect, that's for sure.
The audacity of the man to do that.
Exactly. Captain here with the DD advantage at the moment. No DD advantage, actually. And now he takes a 29 on ropes off prayer. Goes for the claw. Unfortunately, catching that one on prayer. And his gear must be all over the place at the moment. He's got the Mystic top on with the Varix plate skirt. I think he's hitting the old perp. What is happening in my inventory right now? and we're going to have to see one of these players catch a freeze. There it is. NHL getting the freeze. Is he going to get the DD advantage? Does he decide to take it? He doesn't. He's just standing there. He's not frozen at the moment. And the claw's coming out as a fakie there for Captain. Interesting to see NHL pray his melee there, considering the fact that his opponent is frozen and he stood away from him. Still fell for the claw fakie, even though he knows that he can't get hit by it. But at the moment, NHL really up on third, I would say. 32 bolt coming in, but return to 26 barrage. And NHL here, not standing under, deciding not to go for the DD, which is definitely an interesting tactic. Maybe not well versed in the art of the old DD Bridding, but opting to just take his opponent head on, saying, hey, you know what? I'm not going to sit underneath you. You're going to see exactly what you got coming for you. Every single time is coming for you. And I'll tell you what, I can put some respect on that.
Yeah.
Captain here, now getting the DD.
You're going to let you go. Gonna let you go, bro. It's all you.
And he's now going to be able to stand underneath his opponent. He's got a fair bit of food to catch up on here. So you're going to have to see him. Oh, hang on a minute. That was a diamond opal bolt run.
Okay.
Sorry, a diamond dragon bolt. Players opting to go for the opal dragon bolt in this tournament because I believe the opal dragon bolt has a higher max hit. I think it's more DPS. Not 100% sure on that. I would say it probably is. Otherwise, why would everyone not be using diamonds? But interesting to see a diamond bolt coming in. The first time we've seen it in the tournament.
Fair play.
Who's this with the DD at the moment? I think it's Captain. It is Captain with the DD, so he's got a little bit of an advantage here. Like I said, a bit of food to bring it back. And I think he is bringing it back here with his food disadvantage at the start of this fight. And now that he's got the DD advantage, getting a couple of free hits. There goes the claw. That was off prayer, 100%. 51 damage coming in from that claw, and that could have killed him right there. That was definitely a chance for that 51 claw. Those claws can hit a max of 69, believe it or not. And a claw back from Captain. He might be out of food here. I think he is down to bruise. He is slowly healing back up. But unfortunately, I think he is out of anglerfish here. And NHL really just needs to stay high health and make sure he's hitting his opponent as much as he can. Hopefully not seeing his opponent get those redemptions off. And there it is. He takes it down.
That's it. Rightio. I believe NHL took that one out. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty.
We'll see a tracker coming in here soon, but just on the looks of that fight, Ron, towards the end, Captain started to come back a bit, but NHL was really in charge of that fight throughout that whole thing.
Yeah, definitely had the momentum.
Oh, and we can see exactly why NHL was in charge of that fight throughout the whole thing. The RNG on this man, getting quite lucky with those hits. 62 hits from NHL versus Captain's 76 hits, with 59% of them being off prayer. 645 deserved damage to 483, a 161 damage difference. You don't see that every day. And 558 actual damage for NHL versus 461 actual damage for Captain there. Extremely unlucky on the side of Captain, missing out on about 180 deserved damage compared to his opponent, who got an extra 60 damage for nothing. So I think we can definitely safely say that was an RNG there on Captain's behalf. Unfortunately, winning on the tracker, but not winning in game. And tell you what, like I said before, you might win on the tracker, but one of these players is dead and one of these players is alive. And RNG is definitely a factor in these RuneScape tournaments. It's part of the game, and it's something that these players have to deal with.
Here we go. Back into it. Come on, baby.
Jumping on into the second fight here. First bolt coming in for Captain. A nice little 20, but unfortunately is frozen at the moment. And like we said before, NHL not going for the DDs. I think this is a mistake on his behalf. DDing adds so much to your fight. You can catch your opponent off guard so much when you stood underneath them. If they're not using Entity Hider, they can't see you. You get a lot of free hits if they're not paying attention and not hitting you every single time they can. So not taking advantage of that is a big mistake on the part of NHL here. And based on what we saw on the tracker in the last match, I think Captain, if he gets the right RNG in this one, will really show the GSG prowess here. That being
Getting in there
said,
with some pretty early, yeah.
he's just getting so many hits here. 38 bolt. He's just had a 30 barrage into a 30 barrage into a 10 barrage in his tank into a 38 bolt. This man's RNG is crazy. Claw spec on prayer. Both of them. Decides to launch both of them as captain. Does about 20, 40 damage between those specs. Not really what he was looking for. Takes a bolt off prayer here. And now captain with the DD advantage. He's really got to bring it back here. Like I said, with those frees, another 30 barrage. I can't believe this man's RNG run. Every single time he hits, it's a 30. And there goes a 53 claw as well. Oh, if you're captain, you're going to be pretty upset at this point in the fight. A 35 bolt. I mean, he's copping a lot of hits off prayer. So kudos to NHL for getting all these hits off prayer, because you can't hit that high if your opponent's praying correctly. But that being said, in terms of deserved damage, he's definitely up at the moment as NHL. And captain has a lot of hit points to bring back here. And he's just started now. Gets a nice little freeze there. Got the DD. Captain taking advantage of that DD. Something that we haven't seen NHL do. And that's going to allow him to get some free hits on his opponent. Maybe catch his opponent off guard. Here comes the claw from NHL. That is an 8. So I think that captain will be happy with that one. Let's see if captain can catch the next freeze and get another DD going. Incoming whip. Almost chancing his opponent there. Luckily, NHL gets his melee prayer on at the last second. And now NHL deciding to go for that DD. We'll see if he's just doing this to heal up, or he's actually going to take advantage of this DD at the moment. But he's just regaining his composure. Goes for the Verex plate skirt freeze. And manages to catch one. Will he get a second one? Oh, here comes a big bolt for captain. That's a 47, but he cops a 20 back through prayer and another 15. The player's disappearing now. Who knows what's going on over there? Are they having a tea party, or are they having a fight? NHL on full hit points here, and I would not be surprised if captain was out of food at this point. He's taken a lot of damage off prayer with those bolts, those whips, and those barrages, but he still has a chance to bring it back, and I'd love to see him bring it back here, especially seeing the tracker in the first one. Definitely deserved to win that first fight, and he is bringing the heat right now. NHL gets down to 1 hit point and potentially out of food here. No, he is eating up, really just not eating as quickly as he can, and sitting on very low hit points, and now he's got to be out of food.
We've got our 1-1.
And he takes his gear off. The disrespect from captain here.
Wow.
All the gear comes off. He gets that last whip hit in, and he takes it out. That's a 1-1 run.
Fantastic. We've actually done it, Jake. We're going to see a third. We're going to see a third match. Absolutely wrapped. Okay.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Once again, interested to see what the tracker says on that one, Ron, because from the looks of things, it looks as though NHL was getting a lot of big hits, and we do have the tracker coming in here. But believe it or not, Ron, NHL didn't get too lucky on his hits. But like we saw in that first fight, captain winning decisively with the deserved damage there. 499 up against his opponent's 361, and still getting 12 extra hits on his opponent. 12. That is an insane amount of hits, and captain getting a little bit lucky on his damage there. So a bit of the RNG from the first round that he didn't have, bringing it back, and Ron, I'll be surprised if we see NHL take this one out. I think it's been a pretty decisive performance here from captain, and if the RNG prevails and it's an average amount of RNG, I think we see captain take down this third fight. Yeah,
I think you're completely right. Absolutely right. And then the winner of this series here will go through as well to versus Clownish, who we saw with a pretty dominating performance there versus Stun in the last setup there.
Yep. Did I say that Oza was from GSG as well? I think I did.
I think everyone's from GST, and this isn't Method Mayhem OSRS. This is GSG's PvP tournament, brother.
I believe
I'm getting fired.
It's going to be a GSG versus GSG in the next round as well. So they're going to be knocking each other out of the tournament.
Wouldn't believe it.
NHL going for that claw there. His opponent was stood right next to him, and he didn't manage to get it off. So apparently not clicking as quick as he should be there. And now gets the claw on prayer on tank for a 0. Catches the freeze, a nice little 28 there, but he is sitting on about half hit points. If he decides to come in for a melee here, I think there's a good chance he gets anti-stacked And we could be seeing it very soon. We'll see if Captain, nope, he catches the freeze. So we're not going to see an anti-stack here. But both players frozen apart from each other. Captain is going to be unfrozen here very, very soon. I think it's very likely we see him go in for the DD. There we go. Fakies his opponent with the whip. Manages to get him off prayer with a bolt. And another bolt. Off prayer on ropes for a 0. Once again, the RNG not in Captain's favor. There's the diamond bolt again from NHL. I wonder what possessed him to not bring the opal bolts, Rono. I wonder what possessed him. There's the smite again. It has to be a misclick. I'm confident that it's a misclick at this point, the smite from NHL.
Has to. It wasn't exactly timed there, I don't think, was it?
Yeah, exactly. But here we go. An Hustle 31 bolt. That is through prayer at 26. And again, Captain really likes to go for that double claw. Most players will go for the claw and then go for the bolt, thinking their opponent will still be praying melee. Because if you get hit with a claw, you're going to want to get that melee prayer on before it comes in, and you're still going to take a decent amount of damage. So some players will be eating in between that hit and not get their prayer changed in time. But Captain really liking to go for the double claws there, and now he's frozen across from his opponent with a nice little 29. I believe that was a blitz. A 29 blitz to NHL. The man's RNG is insane. And then a 25 whip here coming in from Captain. NHL going for the DD. Unfortunately, his opponent's not frozen. He did have that freeze immunity for just a few seconds. After your freeze finishes, a barrage lasts for 20 seconds. And I believe you have 2 or 3 seconds of freeze immunity, which means you can't get frozen. Again, could be wrong on that one about the timing, but you definitely get some immunity after you're frozen. Another diamond bolt spec coming in from NHL. 26 barrage. They're both next to each other. The claw fakie into the barrage. Hits a 23, and he manages to get his prayer on for that whip as well. So NHL, maybe we've been sleeping on him, Rono. He's putting on a nice little performance in this last fight.
Little comeback. Come on, baby. How many people do you think actually use the render self tool as well in the client? Obviously, when you get frozen and then you've got your opponent standing on top of you, it's helpful to be able to see what sort of attack styles they're going to come at you with next. Is that the meta at the moment? Is, a lot of people using that?
I think everyone in this tournament will be using render self, and I think if they're not, they've made a big mistake because it is such a massive advantage that when your opponent's DDing on you, which we've seen so many times throughout this fight, all these fights today, all of the DDing that's been happening, if your opponent's underneath you, and that is a bolt chance right there from Captain, sorry to interrupt myself, but if your opponent's underneath you and you can see what gear they have on and what weapon they have on, you have such a massive advantage. And then, even on top of that, if you're... Wait, he's not...
Captain strikes again, baby, for a 2-1. I'm not sure. The numbers. We'll have to have a look at the numbers, bro. We'll bring them up. But for those of you that don't know, the render self is basically a little line that you can type in your client, and it will essentially make your character invisible. Obviously, very advantageous to have in a PvP situation as well. So NHL actually was looking pretty promising in that fight. But the captain, too good.
But I'm sure he wasn't out of food at that point. It was such a quick fight. And if he wasn't out of food and he just copped the 25 whip to the dome, that's the second whip KO we've seen. But I would be surprised if he wasn't out of food. I don't think he would take a whip like that if he wasn't out of food. But yeah, in comes the tracker. And yeah, he definitely was out of food. Tracker coming up at the moment. And we see, wow, 47 hits to 62. A quick fight. A very quick fight, Ron, and still a 15 hit difference. That's a... Captain has hit 30% more times than NHL has done in that fight. 545 reserve damage, 452 actual damage compared to 363 and 315 for NHL. And man, I got to say it, he might have lost the first fight, but it was a big RNG and a really, really dominant performance there from Captain. He's going to be moving on to the next round.
And so what are some of the ways that you can make your opponent actually miss some clicks?
Plenty of ways, Ron, that you can make your opponent miss some clicks. We've got... obviously, the DDing, if your opponent is stood underneath you and you're trying to spam click them with a barrage or a bolt, or you're just trying to change your gear or change your prayer, your opponent can get a free hit on you. Another one that we've seen is players running from that DD as far as they can across the other side of the arena, because when you're DD'd, you're likely to zoom in. So you can try and catch that barrage on your opponent. And if you're all the way zoomed in and your opponent runs off your screen, you can't hit them back. And then the last way is with your movement. Every single time you cast an attack, either that is a barrage or a bolt, there is an animation delay. So you can hit with your bolt and then your character won't move for 2 ticks. So you can be 4 tiles away from where your character thinks it is by the time you actually move, and you move really, really fast in between those bolts. So you can get some really nice movement, and that can really throw off your opponent. But that's not something we see super often in these fights, because most players opt to go for the DD. It's a lot easier to go for the DD than to try and get all that movement in between your fights. But the players that are really good at that outside movement, I would say, have an advantage over the DDs. That's for sure.
Roger. Well put. Right, a couple of reminders as well, guys. In the chat, remember to check out the Method community team by typing !community in the chat. Signing up and becoming a member of the community team offers all kinds of perks, such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways. Method also provide assets, resources to aspiring and upcoming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. As well, we've got a little bit of comfy merch coming through, possibly a new hoodie. If you're on that side of planet Earth and it's getting a little bit nippy, make sure to drop an !merch in the chat for some luscious new clothes. And make sure you guys are all connected and up to date with the Method social media by typing !socials in the chat. Staying connected, get the follows going, bro. Get involved, get in the mix, Jake.
Might have to hit that merch line, man. Pick up myself a Method hat. You know, I'm a man of many hats. They're all lying around here. I don't have 100%. A Method. You know?
Can we see how bad the hat here is right now? Would you take it off for us? And too slick.
Oh, look at that.
The lock's gone.
Yeah.
The parting.
That's not too bad.
Is that the longest you've had your hair?
What was that? Sorry.
Is that the longest you've had your hair?
Yeah, longest I've had this hair. I just decided that, you know, at this point in my life, I've never had really long hair, so I'm going to go for it. And then eventually, when it gets long enough that I decide I don't want it anymore, I'm going to be donating the hair to charity. So, you know, it's a win-win for everyone.
Fair play. Like where your heart's at, bro. Right now, though, this is where it's at. Ditta versus Jenny. And a best of 3. We've got a local lad here. Putting on quite a show. This is one I've actually been waiting out for as well. Jenny or Ditta? How we doing? Honest opinion,
Mate,
what do you reckon?
I mean, you've got to take Ditta in this one. As we saw before, Jenny, a skiller turned PK, definitely put on a bit of a show. But Ditta, having spent most of his time in the game PKing, that being said, there's going to be a bit of nerves on the side of Ditta here. There's no doubt about that. Especially since, like I said, he sent me those notes before we jumped online today, and he said Jenny Death is some skiller nerd become PKer. So if he goes down to some skiller nerd, he's never going to hear the end of it. So there's definitely going to be a bit of nerves on the side of Ditta for this fight.
He might have stitched himself up by killing him a skiller nerd as well. He should have just stuck. I reckon he should have just stuck with nerd. That would have been way better. That way, if you fell, wouldn't have been as embarrassing, right?
Exactly, mate. Exactly. And I think based on what we're seeing here, I think Jenny is going to make Ditta put some respect on his name.
Yeah.
See the advantage for Jenny here, and Ditta, I believe, down on food at the moment. Does catch that barrage. Jenny not going for the DD, but another bolt off prayer on Robes. Ditta, interesting to see here. Normally pretty good with the prayers. Unfortunately, not getting them right here, and he gets a staff bash. Oh, I gotta say, the nerves on Ditta's end here must be pretty high. It's not very often to see this man making mistakes like this, and he's made 2 or 3 mistakes already at the start of this fight. And Jenny really in the driver's seat. No nerves on the side of Jenny. Jenny's just some skiller nerd run. Nothing to prove. If Jenny loses here, it was expected. If Ditta loses here, he lost to some skiller nerd. So he's got a lot more to prove, and it's showing here that the nerves are definitely kicking in. So Jenny taking control of this fight.
He's 3-ticking Ditta's head pretty rapidly, bro. He's getting some XP drops, I'll tell you what. He's essentially skilling, and that is a little piece of granite right now. He's getting mined away.
Absolutely, mate. We see Didabita here with the DD advantage. Unfortunately, now his opponent's unfrozen. Is he going to catch another freeze? He will be looking to get that DD, get himself composed, and try and get a few free hits in. But at the moment, Jenny gets the DD advantage and has the advantage in the fight. Gets a whip off prayer on Robes. That is a huge, huge hit there. You don't often see a player get hit on Robes and off prayer. So a massive, massive bit of momentum there for Jenny. Only hitting a 14, unfortunately, and takes a 35 with a whip. As Jenny was going in for the claws, takes 35 to the dome, and that's another whip off prayer. That's a chance right there. Didabita has just chanced with a whip. Jenny death, unfortunately not getting the KO, but as we saw in that fight before, a 25 whip to the dome for the KO. It does happen, so you've got to be careful with your hit points there. And a 42 whip back from Jenny says, hey, I'm going to take that whip you just gave to me and give it back to you tenfold, and a 33 bolt on Robes off prayer for Didabita here. He is, I hate to say it, crumbling at the hands of this skiller nerd at the moment, Ron.
100%. I reckon this one's going to go to Jenny, and then we're going to see a 1-1. I think Didabita is going to clean up on the next one. That is my forecasted prediction here, Jake.
Okay. The weatherman coming in with the forecast.
That's
Looks
right.
As though Didda is coming in here for a freeze. He really needs to catch this freeze. At the moment, it kind of looks like he might be out of food. No, he is going to heal up there, just risking his hit points a little bit to try and catch that freeze. Both players now frozen across from each other, and it comes down to who's going to get the most hits off prayer here. And that's a big opal bolt through prayer for a 28 there. I think the max hit on the opal bolt through prayer is around a 30 to 35. And now gets an opal bolt off prayer for a 23. In comes the smite from Didabita. Definitely a mistake there. There's no way he's this cocky at this point in the fight. And both players risking their hit points here. Are both players out of food? That's a 25 bolt. I think both players are out of food here. And yeah,
wow.
Jenny down to Brood. This has come down to the wire in the first fight. That's it.
Come on, let's go, Didda.
And Didabita takes down the first fight. Oh my word.
How has he turned that around? I swear he was getting absolutely swamped. He must be making the best, though, of being trapped by those freezes and definitely retaliating, getting some damage back on a Jenny, bro. Crazy.
Wow. That was an insane first fight. Definitely interested to see the tracker on that one. It looked as though Jenny was really in control for that whole fight, but did manage to bring it back at the end. Maybe the nerves starting to subside towards the end of that fight there, Ron, and he managed to bring it back and takes out the first victory in a close one. And those are the ones that you want to win. In a best of three, if a fight comes down that close, they're the ones that you want to take out, but it could go either way. So Didda will be happy that he's up 1-0 here. And here comes the tracker, and look at that. You really, really can't see a difference in between these two players. 69 hits for Jenny versus 71 hits for Didda. 646 deserved damage for Jenny and 621 deserved damage for Didda. So technically a tracker win there for Jenny, but 25 damage could go either way. It's one hit either way, but a technical win there on the tracker for Jenny. But like I said, doesn't matter what the tracker says, mate. One of these players died and one of these players didn't, and Didabita going to be taking down that first match, mate.
Yep, no, he's got a lot of experience. He's been in the scene a long time. He can cope well under pressure. He's done the All-Stars. He's been in pretty much every event you can think of. Good to see the man turn around. Let's get a close one, though. We're into the next one now.
Yep,
1-0 to Didda.
Nice little close one here. And something that I want to mention, we just saw Didda do at the start of that fight, is that he deliberately gave his opponent the first hit just to make sure he was in his tank when that first hit came along, because as much as offense is important in these fights, defensive is also an incredibly big part of these tribal fights. So making sure he's in his tank for that first hit. But both players now frozen across from each other, and that is a bolt off prayer for Didda. And we see the Blood Blitz coming in for Jenny. Like I said, I've spoken to a lot of PKs that say that the Blood Blitz is not worth it in these fights. That being said, am I going to take the word of a PK running numbers over a man that has 3.2 billion experience in the game? Probably not. I'm going to say if Jenny Death is using the Blood Blitz here, it's probably worth it. I would say the man has probably run the numbers. But Did a bit of now with the DD advantage. Gets a nice little 34 there and a claw off prayer for a 23 into the whip off prayer for the 9. Could have done so much more damage there than he actually did. And Didda coming out and really in the driver's seat in this second match here, Ron.
Running out, you know, in the first initial fight as well, is the first thing you want to go for is a freeze so you can gain control straight away. What's the usual opening strat for these guys?
Yeah, so a lot of players will opt to go for that freeze because if you get that first freeze, we see a big claw from Jenny there. Players will opt to go for that freeze to start with, but also a big thing in these fights is getting that first hit off prayer from your opponent. So sometimes you'll see players go for that opening whip. Sometimes you'll see players go for that opening bolt just to get a nice little big hit. If you can start the fight with a 40 whip or a 50 bolt, that is a huge advantage. You get an amazing bit of momentum to start that fight. And now, Didda, speaking of momentum, has that DD advantage, and he is making the most of it with these whip hits and these bolts.
You can also start a fight with a little 25 to the back of the head too. That works, doesn't it?
Start and end of the fight that time.
That's
nice
right.
little 25 coming in here for Didda. Both players frozen apart from each other now. No player with that DD advantage. It's going to be interesting to see how Jenny brings this one back, as Didda definitely in the driver's seat at the moment. Once again, with these players being frozen apart from each other, it's just a range mage battle, and Didda getting a nice little bolt off prayer there for a 30. They'll definitely take those, and at the moment, I'd say he's up by a decent amount of hit points. Whip off prayer there from Jenny, not doing anything for him. Now with the DD advantage and a bolt off prayer there for Didda. Going to be taking that 15, and Jenny's going to have to pull something back here. A 14 with the Opal, and speaking of bringing it back, there's 43 Opal Bolt spec. Jenny will be happy to see that. Into the 35 barrage run. This is a lot of momentum coming in for Jenny, who is currently down in the fight, bringing it back, but unfortunately, there goes all that momentum run. Could not get the DD advantage to keep that momentum pumping, and now they're both frozen apart from each other. Still, once again, a close fight. Jenny has brought it back a bit here.
Yeah, a little bit of a panic. You saw the cheeky little redemption flick too. I don't think that was meant to be on purpose. He needs to get a freeze here really, really quick and regain some control. Instead of looking for that claw finish. Doesn't quite get it on the ropes though. There we go. There's the freeze out that he needed.
Yep, exactly. It does look as though Jenny might potentially be out of food here, trying to get that claw off prayer. Unfortunately, not getting it, and down to 30 hit points, and it looks as though Didda is still having food left. And there's a 44 bolt! An Opal bolt. This is exactly what Jenny needs to see at this point. Didda potentially out of food. I think I did just see him eat there. Could potentially have been a restore. We'll have to see when he takes the next hit, but it could go either way at this point. Didda catching that freeze now with the DD advantage. If he does have food left, by the looks of it, he does, eating up while he's underneath there. And unless something horrible happens here, it should be Didda taking this one out. There's a nice little 29 whip. He's got to get this last barrage in.
Yep.
And he does. And there it is. Didda taking out the 2-0.
GG's in the chat. Big 2-zip versus the man. Yeah, that probably went the way we thought it was going to be. Didda's just a formidable force, bro.
Definitely went the way we thought it was going to. But that being said, Ron, you can't sleep on Jenny Death there. Coming into the tournament, once again, being called a skiller nerd by Didda himself, and really just showing that Jenny Death is here to play. Going into the losers bracket, going to be taking on Jeff in the losers bracket, and still has the potential to go forward and make it into the grand final.
Yeah, no, I think Jenny still did great. Good footwork and represented the PVM scene really well in the PvP action there. We do have the numbers as well.
Correct. We're going to get that one coming up on the screen in just a moment, but 67 hits there for Jenny and 71 hits there for Didda. 669 deserved damage for Didda, so 91 extra over Jenny, who had 578. So a nice performance there for Didda, winning in game and on the tracker, and 591 actual damage compared to 483 actual damage. So both players getting pretty unlucky with their hits, and Didda taking that one out. And I might be a bit biased here, Ron, but I tell you what, you love to see it. The boy Didda moving through into round 3, which means he is now 1 win away from moving into the grand final.
That is basically a win for New Zealand as well. Now, as he's moved over to the land of the long white cloud as well, so it's good. There's the Australian and the New Zealand feud, so it's good to have a talented lad on home soil representing NZ at the moment. So big props to Didder. On the next one coming up, we've got Clownish versus the Captain. Saint Captain.
That's correct. Both these players from GSG, so it'll be interesting to see how this one comes out. Like I said in the last GSG versus GSG, I don't think they'll be too upset with which player goes through here, but within the clan, it'll be a nice little bit of bragging rights for whoever can get up here. But based on what we saw in the first rounds from both these players, I think I'm going to have to go with Lionheart, Ron.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. Definitely going to say the same.
Yep, so it'll be interesting to see. Do we have any news from the losers bracket? Looks as though Dorito Chips moved forward to face Panic in round 3 of the losers, based on the fact that his opponent unfortunately was a no-show, so he is moving on there. But taking a look at the main bracket here, we got some interesting fights coming up in round 3, which we will be watching tomorrow. It's going to be George versus Red Billy. I think very convincingly George should take that one out, but like I said, we are going to have to see. We got Jay versus Matthew, the big get up.
Get up.
We have Drew versus Stinky Bolter, the big Bolter, the man that hasn't played a single match yet and is somehow one match away from making it into the grand final. And he's got, unfortunately, one of the best PKs in this bracket up against him for that fight. So, interesting.
He's going to have to get some practice in, I think, when he wakes up as well. I mean, all these other boys, they're looking warm, they're looking dangerous, they're feeling dangerous. Right, then Didder as well. He is going to be taking... I think Didder's going to take on the Captain here. Jake, Saurus Rex has gone offline, and he's left me stitched up here by myself. Jake, baby! Hey, Jake, come back, man! Look at that little mugshot of his, though. And the Age of Empires 2 in the background. Lovely swords. Alrighty. We are moments away from getting into the next fight between Clownish and the Capitan. GSG boys.
All right, I'm back.
You're back? I was admiring your dome, your little mugshot you've got here.
You know what I love about that picture is that it was clearly taken today because it's the exact same force moment on the television, and I'm wearing a different hat.
100%. I'm assuming that was the old Aussie internet issues there.
No, I actually had to go to the bathroom, Ron. I've been drinking a bit too much water.
Oh, fair play. It's going straight through you. Got to drain the main vein sometimes. It is what it is. Good to have you back, though.
Hey, thanks, man. It's good to be here.
Come on now.
So who do we have up next? We got Oza versus Lionheart. Okay. And then after that, we're going to be watching a couple of the losers matches, but jumping in.
Get to it, baby. Right, kicking it off. Clownish versus the Captain. I salute you, my good friend. Get in there.
As he comes into the fight and says, "Look at me, I am the captain." Now gets the first freeze into the DD and a couple of whips off prayer and a couple of whips on prayer, deciding to bring that tentacle out. We haven't seen it yet, Ron, but I think at some point throughout this tournament, we're going to see someone's tentacle whip run out of charges. And I would just love to see someone sat punching their opponent with a cracking tentacle in it.
That's definitely happened on the old Sand Casino Chucks, bro. It's the worst thing. Just watching yourself punch someone and getting whipped back. It's like, just drop the money.
Nothing worse. But in this fight here, looks as though both players are frozen one tile apart from each other. Oh, unfortunate for Captain there, getting a claw spec off prayer. Unfortunately hitting all zeros. And it looks as though at this point, Captain in the driver's seat and Clownish might be panicking a little bit here. I see that redemption going on, accidentally missing his prayers, but Now has the DD advantage, does Oza, and might be able to claw it back here with a nice big 30 bolt and avoiding his opponent's hit. So he gets a free hit there. Unfortunately, misclicking and following his opponent instead of stepping under. So he could have got a second free hit. But these bolts are going in for Oza at the moment. 37 into a 15. Let's see if he can keep this momentum going. He decides to eat up, which is interesting to see him eat up outside of the DD. You'd much prefer to be underneath your opponent eating up and trying to keep that momentum going. But you don't want to look like the man that got hit with a 25 whip to the dome, because you don't want to get KO'd on the low hit points there. So I can respect the man like eating. Now he has the DD. The smite comes on for Captain. Unfortunately, not actually hitting while he has it on. Captain now able to get a freeze while he's got the advantage. It takes a 40 off prayer with the bolt there and not able to get the freeze, and now he's been DD'd himself. Oza bringing this back. He was getting absolutely dominated at the start of this fight by the Captain, but now managing to get that advantage, the DD advantage, getting the momentum in the fight. He's hit 2 blitzes in a row, which is interesting. If you brew down once, you can blitz. If you brew down twice, you can't blitz. So interesting to see that he didn't hit a restore in between there. Maybe opting to go for the extra anglerfish. Yeah, if he had an anglerfish, he couldn't hit again. I don't know what's going on there, Ron. I haven't run the numbers on this one, but Oza now getting another freeze. Uh-oh.
Hang on. Stand by. Stand by, caller. We seem to have a cheeky little disconnect there.
Technical difficulties, Ron.
Here we go. Here we go. We're back in the action, baby.
What a big moment for the screen to go off as well. We had a nice little 42 bolt there for the Captain, and looked as though he's getting a nice bit of momentum back. As we come back in, he's also hitting a 32 bolt. So Captain potentially bringing that one back as we were off the screen there, because Oza was dominating the second half of this fight. That's a big claw spec. Looking at about 50 damage there from Oza. As I was saying, he was getting it brought back on. He brings out a big claw, but sitting on low hit points. We see him stand.
There was that little it was that little triple eat as well. We went from basically red to about 2/3 red hot quick. So nice to see the man utilizing that one.
Yeah, it's interesting to see him saving that triple eat for such a late point in the fight. I guess if he doesn't need triple eat, he's not going to use it, saving that Karamba one for when he needs it. These players have 3 brews in their inventory, only 2 Karamba ones. So you only need 1 dose of brew when you go for that triple eat. Whereas you use the entire Karamba one for the triple eat. So using it late in the fight. Clownfish here with the redemption. Looks as though he might be out of food. Trying to get the redemption proc off. Captain on almost full hit points. And I think I just saw Oza bringing out the floors. Potentially still has a spec left. I think if he did, he probably would have pulled it out by now. And there it is. He goes down.
In the bin, and another win for the Captain on a bit of a streak. A valiant performance indeed.
Yeah, definitely on a bit of a streak here. Winning his first one 2-1, but as we saw from that one loss, definitely deserved to win that one. Just got RNG'd out of it. So coming into this second matchup here, this is exactly what we were expecting to see. Oza, definitely a good PKer, but I don't think any match for Captain here. As we see the tracker coming in, and I am going to have to eat my words here, Ron. Sat here saying how Oza's no match for Captain, and he's actually taken it down on the tracker. So he was up 19 damage and 2 hits, as well as 8% of correct prayers. So maybe a bit of a mistake on my part. Maybe sleeping on Oza a bit here, and Captain getting pretty lucky with the RNG, an extra 103 damage that he didn't deserve to do, being added to his total. And Clownish getting a little bit unlucky, only 20 damage, 15 damage from there, but a tracker win there for Oza.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Straight back into it. I mean, the numbers don't lie, so maybe we'll see a cheeky little 1-1. I mean, it looks like Clown really had that, but obviously Captain came back through with the win, so let's get a 1-1 on the board.
Yeah, I think that'd be a great name for a Shakira song. The numbers don't lie, but both players being frozen here across from each other, and Oza getting the early advantage with that extra damage. Looking like he done about 80 damage in this first initial altercation here, but now Captain with the DD advantage. Coming in with a whip in robes, that's something you don't see too often. Using those robes, keeping the robes out with the whip. Players normally opting to stay in their tank when they go for the whip. The old robe whip is something I like to do, and I tell you what, I'm not good at PK. And as Captain almost gets KO'd here by Oza, the double claw coming in, and he was not expecting that. Wow. Now, Captain in the DD, eating up a little bit, getting himself composed after those 2 claw specs. Now gets his own claw spec on prayer, on tank for a 0. Not ideal when you're going in for those claw specs, but he gets a nice little 21 barrage as he gets staff bashed in return. I'm waiting to see a staff bash KO, Ron. Out of all of the most embarrassing ways to die, a staff bash KO would be the worst way to go.
100%. We wouldn't be talking about the 25 whip. I think a 25 staff bash would definitely take the cake. Would set him free. Who was it? It was Goofy that got that A.
I think it was Goofy, mate. Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah. Just a little reminder for everybody. When you see him at the GE, make sure you cop him some banter, eh?
Not only did Goofy cop a 25 to the dome to get taken out in his match, he then had to go on and verse. Who did he have to verse? He had to verse someone. Well, I've lost it. Who cares? We've got a match going on right now.
Back to the action. Over to you, my man.
Both players scored across from each other here. No DD advantages. Both players now unfrozen. Captain goes in for that whip, cops it on prayer, only for a 4, and now both players frozen again. Seeing a lot of long distance battles here as Captain takes 4 damage from the poison. How many times are we going to have to say it, Ron, before these players remember to bring their Sandfuse serum?
I think you're going to have to get their mum on the blower, brother. Give them a little text message saying, their offspring is misbehaving and they're not drinking their Sandfuse. It's not good enough.
The Sandfuse
responsible gaming out here, guys. Only responsible gaming only.
Exactly. The Sandfuse actually making a huge difference in these fights. 40 damage. That's 2 anglerfish, basically, that you're losing just from forgetting your Sandfuse serum. At least you're not like Gabba from the first round and forgetting your super combat potion, but Sandfuse definitely is a big move in these fights, and 40 damage is going to add up over time. Here we go. Another 4 damage coming in. Captain on the back foot here. Looks like he's out of food. Takes a claw spec. He's not out of food. He was just sat on 20 hit points for some reason. Takes a 30 barrage into a 10 barrage, and now he's definitely out of food. Oza just has to stick on high hit points here and hope to not get RNG'd out of this one. Captain here technically could use the poison tick if he's timing it correctly to proc his redemption. So maybe it was planned. Maybe he deliberately didn't bring the
redemption.
So he can proc his redemption. He does proc a redemption here. And if Oz is out of food at the moment and he's just seen his opponent proc that redemption, the nerves will start kicking in at this point, because the last thing you want to do is lose from this point when your opponent is completely out of food. That's a big claw spec as well. Looking for about 35 damage there. Oza just needs 1 big hit. That's all he needs to finish this one off. And Captain just sitting there, misses the redemption proc. He could have got a second one off there. And now Oza is definitely just going to finish this one off with the barrages.
Damn.
As I say that, he hits a bolt and takes it out.
Okay, that is going to even things up for a nice little 1-1. There we go. We're treated to a 3rd match in that series. I'll tell you, that's one thing I do want to see, actually, before the tournament does end, is someone come back with redemption and then KO their opponent. That gets the boys and girls out of their seats howling.
Yeah,
that's the stuff we want to see.
In the last tournament I casted, we saw a man that was completely out of food hit 3 redemptions and take the victory out. So it's always cool to see those ones. But we do have the tracker from that last fight. 71 hits versus 65 in Clownish's favor. 603 deserved damage to 446. So an absolute domination there from Oza, and it was not even close, Ron.
Captain was completely blind there, bro. 22 out of 65 attacks. He was moving rather slow. It's no surprise, really, that Clownish took that one out there.
Yep. So doubled the percentage there in terms of hits off prayer. 47 hits off prayer versus 22 hits off prayer. So you can see where that extra 157 deserved damage came in there for Oza, and not only a win in game, but also a deserved win on the tracker.
Yada, yada, yada. Rightio, we should be moments away as well from seeing these boys duke it out to see who's going to take this one away.
Who you got your money on, Ron?
I want to say the captain. You know, I want to say the captain, but I'm gonna go with Clownish, bro. Well, that performance just then was really good. It was great.
Yeah.
It was great stuff, Jake. Really rated it.
Going into this one, I definitely was on the side of captain, but based on what we've seen in the first 2 fights and the trackers, I think I'll be surprised if Oza doesn't win this one. Potentially a bit of RNG on Lion's side, but you never know, Ron. You never know in these types of fights. RNG obviously a huge factor in these PvP fights, and you know, you could be did a bitter and not very good at the game and still make it to round 3.
Oh, you're gonna do my man like that. What really separates a well, let me just intro this one. We're back with the 1v1 here. It's Oza versus Lion's Heart. This is going to be the deciding match between these two. I was going to ask what really separates a good PKer versus a great PKer. You know, obviously the skill cap's really, really high in the PvP scene, but what makes a great PKer?
The difference between like an average PK such as myself and these guys in this tournament is, number one, getting your prayers correctly, and number two, making sure you stay in your tank. You know, an average PK is really, really good at the offensive, but the defensive mixed in with that offensive at the same time is what makes the difference here. And I tell you what, Ron, I'm about to throw my monitor out the window because Captain is taking poison damage again.
Didn't get the memo, clearly. Oh, look, I'm going to call his mum again, okay? Got a number here. It's just not good enough.
2 fights in a row, and he's been absolutely dominated in the opening parts of this fight. 21 claw, has to triple eat. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm watching his son on the computer at the moment. Can you run into his room real quick and just let him know that he needs to drink his Sandfew? He's taking poison damage. Okay. Cheers.
Oh my god, we almost see a bolt KO there from Oza as Ron's on the phone to Captain's mum. Tell her to bring him some milk. He needs it at the moment. A big 45 to the dome. Once again, both these boys in the same clan. And I think a bit of bragging rights going to be coming for the victor of this fight. Wow, almost KO'd by a bolt.
Do you think it's possible that maybe he brought in like a super energy or something, because they look rather similar to a Sandfew? You know, he might have the classic Sarah Doman brew and strength pot switch, you know?
If Captain starts... he's... I thought he just got KO'd then. I thought he just got KO'd. If Captain starts running laps of the arena, I think we'll know that he's brought the super energy in. But wow, he is being dominated here, Ron. This is not even close for a third fight. I think Oza here is probably up like 300 damage at this point.
Yeah.
In the fight. And have you seen Oza take a hit yet?
I don't think this man's eaten anything, bro. That's it. That was a landslide. That was disgusting.
Obviously, the tracker is going to show that Oza got pretty lucky on his hits there, but also, what a performance. Like, being able to take advantage of a situation like that is something that does separate the good PKs from the great PKs, man. That right there, what a performance from Oza. He's going to be moving on to the next round, and Lion's Heart moving down into the losers bracket.
Yep, and he's going to be picking up a cheeky little fight with Gabba, and that will be up next. So he will have a chance as well to redeem himself. You know, he did look promising. I reckon he can get in there, but I think Gabba's a reasonably good PK, is he not?
Yeah, so he did get first rounded by Morrow. Obviously, a bit of a rivalry going on with those two, but definitely don't sleep on Gabba. I believe he used to be in GSG, actually, or Gabba. Right. So he's going to be coming up against one of his ex-clanmates. So a bit of rivalry there, I'm sure. But Oza moving on to take on Bitter in the next round, which is going to be a great fight. But the tracker from that last one, Ron, look at that. Yeah. 339 deserved damage, and he did 567, which means Captain was actually out of food at the end there. Like, there was 42 hits, Ron, and he was out of food. That is some of the most insane RNG I've ever seen in my entire life.
That's got to be, I would say, probably the biggest difference between deserved and actual damage we've probably seen this entire tournament.
Yep, 300 difference in the actual damage dealt between the players, and then 200 128 extra damage did Oza from what he deserved on the tracker there. And that's probably the least amount of hits we've seen in a fight that went to the player being out. Obviously, we saw that, 8-hit fight before with with the 25 dome, but
There it is.
wow, absolutely insane there. I remember now, Ron, it was Goofy that lost his round and then had to go and verse Seb in the losers bracket. So
Right. Yeah, no, he got done pretty dirty, I would say. But Clownish, just a little public service announcement. I think you need to buy a lotto ticket, my friend. Or at least get to the Sand Casino straight after the tournament, brother, because you've got some damn fine luck, my man.
he needs to go buy a lotto ticket. And I tell you what, if
Yeah.
we see this next match, Ron, and
Yes.
and Captain takes poison damage at any point,
Yeah.
that's
Shut it off. Yeah,
That's
we're
it.
done.
I'm walking off. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Just bring a sand few, please.
Yeah. So we've had a little shift as well. We're not actually going to be doing the Lionheart, so the Captain versus Gabba up next, but instead we're going to be doing Jinami versus Insta Joshi. And what's the number on the end of that one, Jake?
Jinami, I believe he made it to the second round of the winners bracket, lost to George, but as we said, a pretty good PK up. That being said, so Jinami was practicing with Didabita. Dida said Jinami is a demon on the sticks, and then Dida also saying that Josh was a demon on the sticks. So Josh losing to Dida. And now both these players coming up against each other. It'll be interesting to see how these two fare. But Jinami, I'll be completely honest with you, Ron, and it sucks to say because Jinami, great bloke, big fan of him, really good at PVM and TOB and stuff like that. But it looked in these fights like he was a bit out of his depth. So it'll be interesting to see if he can bring it back here, put on a show for the audience, and potentially take the win out here in this losers bracket.
Right, so you got your money on Mr. Joshua.
Definitely, mate. Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Me being a PVM, I'll back up Jinami. All right. I'll take this man's corner.
I'll definitely be sad if Jinami loses. He is the boy, but yeah, I've definitely got my money on Josh. I don't make bad bets, mate. And if I'm going to be a betting man here, got to put my money on Josh.
It's nothing personal. It's just business.
Exactly, mate. Exactly.
That's it.
Jinami here getting the DD advantage to start with, but his opponent unfrozen pretty quickly. Both players trying to go for the freeze here. Josh catching the freeze, should get that DD. Oh, unfortunately gets caught. So both players across from each other here. I would really love to see here in about 2 or 3 hits when he gets unfrozen, Jinami just coming straight in for a whip. He is within 1 tick distance, so he can get a nice little whip off potentially on the Mystics. We'll see if he does go for that. He doesn't. He goes straight for the DD. Josh is unfrozen straight away. Not the best move there from Jinami. Going in for the claws. A little bit too far away to pull that one off, but still manages to get the fakie off. And Josh goes with the melee prayer. Takes a 1 bolt off prayer. And now Josh with that DD advantage again. But Jinami catches it straight away and hits a 35 barrage into the claws. Unfortunate not to hit too much there. And he goes for the second claw on prayer. Both claws are 0 there for Jinami. And he's not going to be too happy with that result.
Yeah, that was a little bit rough that he didn't land any damage whatsoever, because the D-claws are generally, they're pretty accurate, especially with 2 specs. You know, you expect to get a couple of numbers, not 8 zeros. Can't be having 8 zeros like that. That's a bit of a stitch up. Jinami,
Yeah,
I feel you, my man.
He's going to be getting his special attack back throughout the course of this fight, but at the moment, Josh really in the driver's seat. Jinami doing damage back when he can, but he seems to be just on low health all the time. This is something that we saw in Jinami's first few matches. I believe he did get KO'd at one point because he was on 2 low hit points and just not eating up enough. And it seems as though he might not have learned his lesson from that fight, and he's sitting on half hit points at the moment right there. Those hit points, he could have been KO'd by that claw spec if he didn't catch that freeze. Oh, Jinami.
Very lucky that he got that one away.
Sorry?
Very lucky that he got that freeze away. That could have been all over for the man as well. Big J-Dog. Could have been in the bin. Looks like he got a nice little triple eat in there as well.
He did, yeah. That's something you can do in between the claw specs because it does happen over 2 ticks. You can get a triple eat in from 1 tick to the next. So even if it looks as though you could die, there is always a chance that you could eat out of it. But I will say, Ron, I think we are sleeping on Jinami a little bit here because at the moment it seems as though he is bringing it back. And he should have the DD advantage here. Unfortunately, gets frozen. A big 30 freeze there for Josh. And now these players, once again, in a range mage battle. And who's going to get the most right prayers? That's a triple lead again there from Jinami. The big man on the big sticks. Back to full health. That's something you'll see in these dual arena fights as well. Normally when you're in the wilderness and you eat an anglerfish, you can't go higher than 99 hit points. Whereas outside the wilderness, you go up to 121 from 99. The anglerfish overheals, and that does work in the dual arena as well. So normally you can't eat an anglerfish when you're on 99 hit points in the wilderness, but in these fights, the players can overheal, go up to 121, just to maintain some of that momentum.
I guess that's the thing to do. You want to spend less time eating as well. So if you're going to eat, you may as well go up to full so you can start getting more attacks in you.
Yep, that is exactly right. The more hits you get off, the more damage you can do. And if you get more hits than your opponent, most of the time, you're going to be able to see on that tracker that you've done the most damage. But Josh here with the DD catches another bolt off prayer. And that's on Robes as well. 2 bolts off prayer, one of them on Robes. Nice little 26 for him. Jinami manages to catch the freeze. Incoming big bolt. That's a 51. 2 hits off the max there. Jinami did not want to see that into a 35 barrage. Straight from the bolt into the barrage. Josh would have known that Jinami had to hit a brew there. When you take a dose of brew, your mage level's going down from 99 to 84 or 83. And that means you've actually got less magic defense. And it looks as though Jinami might be out of food here. Potentially the same on the side of Josh. I would say no, actually. It looks as though he's eaten just there. No, potentially both players out of food, but Jinami is going to go down in this first fight.
A loss for the PVMers and a win for Insert Joshi on that round. Jake, you're right. You seem to have gone down an elevator shaft or something right there, mate.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the elevator to get down here, mate.
Yeah. It's one of those little ones that with the compressed air, it's sort of got to pop you up. Yeah.
They took my camera off, bro. That was the funniest part of the oh, man.
Come on, guys. Play along. Keep up. Rightio. A 1-zip. By the sounds of it, you obviously you had your money on Josh. That's how it went. I mean, yeah. Took that one away. Nice and easy.
No, definitely had the money on Josh there. We do have the tracker coming through here. 73 hits for both players here, Ron. That is the Bodhi number. And as you can see from the tracker, 646 versus 685, Ron. It was actually a lot closer than we thought in terms of deserved damage. But Jinami, a 250 damage difference between what he deserved and what he actually dealt. And if we talk about the fact that momentum is such a huge part of these fights, and he missed out on 250 damage he deserved to deal, I think there's a good chance that Jinami might take this next one out.
Yeah, he got shorted there on the damage for sure. He obviously deserved a lot more than that, so that should have been a closer fight. The fact that they were pretty even on the freezes as well. So let's see if the man can perform and bring it back for a nice little 1-1.
Yeah, fingers crossed he can bring it back here. I'm definitely cheering for him, but like I said, I think Joshi is the better of the two fighters in this one. But I would love to see Jinami take this one down. Both players frozen across from each other as we speak. Jinami, once again, risking his hit points, Ron. I hate to see this from Jinami because he can easily just get one hit from a bolt. Just like that. A big bolt coming at his dome, all of a sudden, 53 damage. He's out of the game. Why is he sitting on 30 hit points there when he's not even D'd in on his opponent? He has no momentum. He just needs to eat there. But let's see if he can catch this freeze here. I believe he has frozen himself. A 21 bolt on the ropes. He does catch the freeze. He's going to need to get under here. He needs this time to eat up, heal up, get the momentum in the neck. Oh, the big claw.
Josh knew he was going to come in really, really close there, so it was a great time to pull the claws out. Good move on his part.
Amazing anti there from Josh, knowing that Jimmy was coming in. And there's another claw. That's a 43. Josh has done about 100 damage with both his claw specs here, and he will be very, very happy with that. Absolutely crazy to see. Both players now frozen into another range and mage battle. I think this is a part where Jinami can really shine. When they're apart from each other like this, there's not too much strategy that goes into it. You sort of just have to get your hits off prayer. Make sure you're not in your robes when you're getting hit. And he can definitely switch quickly here, Jinami. So I think that's a part of his game that he can definitely take an advantage on. But now players both going for that freeze again. Is either of them going to catch it? No. That's a claw scratch. Oh.
Come on, Jinami. Come on, brother.
He caught him off prayer there. He could have stacked that out with a 29 barrage into a massive claw. That could have been huge for him there. Unfortunately, hit the scratch. You hate to see that. Now he's away from his opponent. I don't think he's actually managed to get a single one of his claw specs off here, which means his special attack is not regenerating and his opponent's is. Which means very likely his opponent is going to be seeing 3 specs and he's only going to be seeing 2. And there's a 49 bolt into a 24 whip, into a 20 barrage. So much momentum going the way of Josh here. And Jinami really on the back foot. He's going to need to pull something special out to come back here, Ron. Another barrage coming in for Josh, 34. Oh my word, this man is just getting some massive hits, really taking advantage of that momentum that he has. Another 31 barrage. And Jinami, he is just getting absolutely swept here. He could definitely be out. Yeah, and there it is. He is out.
Oh, that hurt to watch.
Just like that, he's out of the tournament, Ron. He is defeated. Unfortunate for Jinami there. He definitely had a chance to make a run at it, but unfortunately just couldn't get through. Hate to see it.
Oh, it is what it is. So, yeah, up next we will have the Capitan, Saint Capitan, aka Lion's Heart, and he'll be playing Gabba as well. But before we get through there, we're going to take a cheeky look at the numbers for that match.
Wow.
Okay, what do you reckon? I mean, they were pretty even, actually. 42 hits for Jinami, 44 for Joshy, too.
We see in the chat here, Josh has actually just said, I had mad RNG, and he is not wrong about that. 399 deserved damage, and he did 572 actual damage. So once again, Jinami, very, very close on the tracker to his opponent, and really just getting absolutely smashed by the RNG there. So very, very unfortunate for Jinami. But that being said, you cannot sleep on Josh there. He got the advantage, maybe through RNG, but when he had that advantage, he made sure he kept the pressure on, made sure he kept his foot on the gas, and kept damaging his opponent. So Josh moving through to the round 3 of the losers bracket, and he is going to be taking on Scissor in the losers round 3, I believe, tomorrow.
Yes, sir. And it wasn't even just the melee luck the man had. He had quite the ability to land those ice cubes straight onto Jinami as well, landing 13 out of 20 of those, as opposed to Jinami's 7 out of 14. So, he loves the numbers.
Correct.
Yeah, no, he made them work. He made them work.
Exactly. Yeah. When he got that advantage, he definitely pushed it. As I said, Josh is moving on to face Scissor tomorrow. Scissor actually took out Morrow in a 2-0 in his losers round match. So, nice little result there. Who are we watching next, mate? We're watching Captain.
We've got the Big Gab and the Capitan. Big Gab and Captain, yeah.
Well,
so
let's see
I don't
if
think
we can bring it back here, mate, because in that first round, he forgot to bring his super combat. So, we'll see what happens in
potion.
I think I'd rather forget a Sandfeud than a super combat. I'll tell you that much for free. But Gabba frozen here first, which means that Captain is going to have the DD advantage. But Gabba not losing a hit here, managing to get a few hits off prayer as well. We just got word as well that Morrow unfortunately got called into work and had to forfeit his losers round match. So Scissor got the free 2-0 there. Unfortunate for Morrow.
Must have been out of sick days or something. Okay.
Man, getting called into work at 10 o'clock on a Saturday night, mate. You hate to see that.
That's rough. Got to be a bartender or something like that. Maybe that's why Shadi and all the boys are MIA at the moment. So there's something deeper at work here, bro.
Gabba once again being frozen, but now unfrozen. Cops an 8 whip off prayer. Manages to get 0 damage back on his opponent. Now catches the freeze. 35 barrage. This is going to give him some nice momentum. Gets a free hit there on his opponent. And his opponent now praying melee as he's bolting. And he gets a bolt off prayer on Robes as well. It's a nice little 32. Gabba getting some nice little momentum here during his DD freeze. And now moving away as his opponent is about to be unfrozen. Trying to get a little bit of distance on him so he has some time after that freeze immunity to get a refreeze. But his opponent, Captain, manages to get the DD, and now he's under. A couple of bolts coming in here, and 19. Incoming claw, that was 31 damage there 15-7-7. But all on prayer, so 31 damage on prayer. Gabba now with the freeze again and back on the DD. It's really back and forth in this fight here, Ron. One player getting themselves a DD, taking advantage, and then the other player just sitting there eating, getting hit, and then it's a complete reversal. The other player gets a freeze and straight back under.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go for the captain on this one, Jake.
Wow.
I'm going to put some bucks on the captain just because I say that. I've been minding my own business, burying some bones up at the altar, and Gabba has domed me a couple of times and taken my bloody stack. So my money's on captain. Get him, captain.
Hey, fair enough, mate. Fair enough. I'm actually gonna go for Gabba here, to be honest. Gabba is the boy, and he's actually putting on a nice little performance here. If I had to pick who is the better PK, I would have said captain to start this fight, but Gabba coming in and just showing that he's not messing around here, and he's in it to win it.
Yeah, I definitely think he remembered to bring a super combat this time. He's putting some numbers out. It's good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice little 18 barrages. He cops a 30 whip back, but now into the 18 bolt. So a nice little even exchange and a 35 bolt from Gabba into the 17 whip. You're not wrong there. I'm pretty sure he did bring his super combat, getting some nice little whip hits in there. Both frozen across from each other. We're going to see a range and mage battle for...
Oh, no. Jake, it's happened again.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. I might have to call his dad too. I think I just alert the entire family, bro. We've seen another poison tick on the captain. I've lost count how much damage this man's taken through poison now. It's too much.
There's only one reasonable explanation for this, Ron. He can't afford the Sandfew serums. Can we please get someone down in game to give this man some Sandfew serums? I mean, at this point, wow. It looks as though Captain was in the loser's seat here, but he's getting some nice little RNG at the back end here. Nice claw into a whip, into a bolt. And Gabba on the back foot. Captain stood underneath, eating up, cops a claw to the dome. Looking at around about, I would say 35 damage there, and it looks as though Gabba's going to take it out first round.
There it is. 1-0 to the big Gabs. What I wanted to see there, because I think the only way that the Capitan is going to learn is if he dies to a poison tick. That's what we need to see. That's what we need to see right now. Hey.
Absolutely, mate. I'm with you on that one. Yep. It needs to happen. It needs to happen.
Yeah.
This man needs to get a Sandfew. And the thing is, Ron, at some point in this tournament, it's going to come down to 40 damage. At some point, it's going to come to 40 damage, and he's going to lose a match because he didn't bring a Sandfew serum. But, as we can see on the tracker here, coming up, between the actual damage dealt to each other, Ron.
Talk to me.
There's about, I'd say, 40 damage difference there, mate.
Okay. Nothing really in it. That could have gone either way.
Yeah, 68 extra damage there for Gabba, which is actually quite a fair bit on this tracker for a fight that went that long. 68. He'll be happy with that result, not only winning in the game, but also winning on the tracker and even getting a little bit unlucky on his hits. And he got more unlucky on his hits than Captain did. So Gabba definitely going to take that one and putting on a nice little performance in this losers round bracket. Coming into the losers round after round one in the main bracket, getting 2-0. First rounded, and then in the losers bracket, he won his first match 2-0 against Keith, and now he's up 1-0 against Captain.
Alrighty-o. And is he linked with any of the clans at the moment as well? Who's he representing today?
I believe Gabba is not linked with any clans. Like I said, he used to be in GSG, and then I believe he left and he isn't in any clan at the moment. Maybe just goes out PKing with the boys every now and then just for a bit of fun, but I don't believe he's linked with any clans at the moment. I could be wrong, but pretty sure he's out solo.
Yeah, gotcha. He might have handed a few CVs around. Right, we are back into it. Gabba with the 1-0 lead as well, so he's going to be looked to closing that up. It's a best of 3 boys and girls. And a little reminder, these gamers out here are playing for a total prize pool of 1,500 USD. That is a few wets, I'll tell you what. First place 1,000, second place 350, and third is 150 as well. So there's some good incentives to call in sick, which I think Old Morrow probably should have done. I'm sure their bosses would have understood if he took the 1K away.
Yep, absolutely, man, absolutely. But they got a lot of stiff competition to get through before they get to that 1,000. And Gabba coming in with a claw spec, definitely could have KO'd his opponent there. Unfortunately, not to get the RNG, but he'll be happy with that claw spec and the momentum he's going to gain from it. Captain He's got this freeze here, 20 seconds on a freeze, and he's had to spend about 5 seconds of that 20-second freeze eating up because of that massive claw spec. And that's claw spec back from Captain. Comes in with about a 60 claw spec back on Gabba, and it's back and forth right now. This is a close fight. A 42 whip coming in from Captain. At the moment, I would say he's probably up third. He had a nice little bit of momentum at the start of the fight, and he's kept that going. And that claw spec that could have taken him out. Imagine how you would have been if that claw spec took him out and he was up on the tracker. At the moment, looks as though he might be up on the tracker. Missing a hit there, unfortunately. And a 43 coming back from Gabba, and gets a nice little bit of momentum as his opponent steps under. But a 35 bolt. There's a lot of big hits here, Ron. There's a lot of big hits going on. Captain on 40 hit points. What is he doing? He could be 1 hit from that hit points. Oh, I hate to see, Ron, these players not eating up and they're sat around 35, 40 hit points, because the last thing you want in a tournament with $1,000 on the line, one of the rare old school RuneScape tournaments, is to see a 25 whip to the dome and getting KO'd like our boy Goofy Slayer 4.
There it is. Just surely you blame the batteries running out on your wireless mouse, bro. That's all it was.
At that point, you need to blame something. But Captain here with DD advantage on Gabba. I'm gonna see a bolt come through. That's a big bolt. That's a 42 off prayer. As soon as I saw that spec, I knew it was going to be a big one, and another bolt off prayer there for Captain. He is in the driver's seat in the second fight here, Ron. It looks as though we might be going to a third match.
Gabba's very, very good at getting those miss hits for Captain as well. He's definitely tied his shoelaces today, and he steps out right, you know. I think that's going to buy him a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, we saw just in that DD, Gabba getting an extra 2 hits on his opponent, and a staff bash coming in as well from Captain. You know, we look at the trackers after the matches, and you see a staff bash come in, and it's not going to look good for you on the track, I'll tell you that much. And I believe that was on prayer just there, around a 30 with the claws. Gabba frozen next to his opponent, going for the whips. 3 whips in a row that have all been predicted by Captain. 4 whips in a row on the melee prayer, doing no damage to Gabba, and nice prayers there from Captain. But there's a 43. As soon as he gets caught off prayer, he gets punished with the max hit there. I believe it's a 43 or a 44 with the whip. And there's a big bolt coming in. Oh, this could go either way. I believe Gabba is almost out of food. Wow, maybe he's got a lot.
Close.
Once again, I'm made to look stupid by these PKs and have way more food than I thought they do. Incoming claws, there's a 21 off prayer for Captain. I don't think he'd be too happy with it at this point in the fight. I think both players are out now, Ron. I think you're right about that.
Yeah.
Let's see if Captain eats here. He doesn't. I would say both players likely out. And Captain with the DD advantage takes it out.
Well done. Claps in the chat. A great comeback there for the Capitan to even it up. I thought Gabba was going to take that out 2-zip for sure, bro.
100%, mate. My money was definitely on Gabba for that second fight there, but Captain showing he's not here to be messed with. Like I said, I think there might be a little bit of rivalry between these two players. Gabba being an ex-GSG member and Captain being in GSG currently. I know these clans don't really like it when people leave their clan, so I think there might be a bit of rivalry there. So not only just bragging rights for the winner here and not only moving forward, but also you got to remember these players fight each other all the time in the main game, and you're going to hear about it in the main game if you lose to them in a tournament. That is for sure.
100%. With a few of the numbers as well that should be up on the stream shortly. 73 hits there for Gab, 72 for Captain. You love it, eh? How is that meme not dead yet, bro? I swear it's been around for like 4 years. It's unbelievable. It's like...
He said the number.
I'm sorry. I've cursed. Arrest me as well. But now Gabba, he was owed a lot more damage. 751 on the deserved damage and 520. He fell really short on the RNG side of things there as well. That's unfortunate.
Definitely. Look at that. 108 difference in the deserved damage. And also, Gabba missing out on 230 deserved damage, Ron.
Damn.
That is a shame to see for Gabba there. But, once again, doesn't matter what the tracker says. Captain survived and Gabba did not in that second fight there. So, we are down to the wire. And this is where we separate the boys from the men, Ron.
Come on. It's pressure. It's go time, baby. One each. The decider is now.
Wish we could get that song going right now. Under pressure,
Yeah.
you know?
Someone cue that up, please. Whack
Can't we
in the
just get
jukebox.
Go on, Ron. We just heard in the air that we might get copyright strike for my singing there,
I
unfortunately.
mean, I'm a good singer, but I'm like not spot on, you know? I don't know if DMCA would quite pull that up. When you're in the shower, though, definitely. When no one can hear you, bro.
All right, jumping into this fight here. Looks as though Gabba has a DD advantage at the moment. Just as I say that, Captain gets unfrozen. Goes in for the freeze there. Does catch it. Can Gabba get one back? Decides to go for the bolt instead. Captain now stood under. That was a 33 bolt into the whip off prayer. Could have done a decent bit of damage there, but unfortunately only getting the 33. Into the 37 bolt. Into the claw on robes off prayer for a 29. Really, really unfortunate for Captain there. Could have done so much more damage with those claws. And now Gabba gets the claws off prayer for a 1. And then gets hit straight back for a 35 with the claws. That was an insane exchange there.
The claws there are attacking obviously like pretty quickly. It almost looks like they all show up in the same tick, but they don't really, do they?
Correct, yeah. The claws will show up 2 hit splats on one tick and 2 hit splats on the second tick. So players do have the opportunity to eat in between those 2 hit splats. The first hit splat normally will be the highest hit. The claws are a bit weird. Most of the time, your first hit your second hit will be half of the first hit, and then the final 2 hits will be half of the second hit. But sometimes the claws act a bit differently, where you'll hit a 0-0-0 and then a 45 for your last hit. So you never really know when that damage is coming in with the claws.
Yeah.
But Gabba definitely down food at the moment, and I would say, just from the observation and those claw specs, a little bit of RNG going in the way of Captain's favor again this match. But like I said, if you get the RNG and you can take advantage of it, that's what really separates the good PKs from the great PKs. Everyone gets some good RNG sometimes, and everyone gets some bad RNG sometimes, and he's just been chanced by a whip. I'm really just talking him up right now, and he's been chanced by a whip. Oh, nothing worse than that when you're casting a match and you're really gassing someone up, and all of a sudden something bad happens. But Gabba, now being DD'd on, cops a 20. And he's going to need to catch a freeze, regain his composure, get some momentum here. And that's another thing that happens in the DDs. We saw their captain was eating up. And if you're underneath your opponent and you're eating up and they're on the same amount of hit points, they don't know if you're eating. They might be spam clicking you the whole time. As Gabba, claw scratches on 20 hit points. That could have easily been the KO there. Oh my word. What a costly misclick for Gabba there. And now he hits about a 40 claw into a 25 whip. He's getting a nice bit of momentum back here. Really needs to catch a freeze and keep this going. But unfortunately, he's been frozen back. Only a blitz, so that's only going to be a 15-second freeze there for Captain. But he'll take that 15 seconds to heal up, get his composure back after that big bit of damage. That was a smite flick. I guarantee that was deliberate right there. Smite flick on the way out. And that was a 36 claw off prayer there for Captain. Into the 28 bolt. Gabba with the 40 whip off prayer. If he catches a freeze here, he could be looking very good in this fight. But at the moment, his hit points are very low. Could definitely be out of food. Is he going to eat up? He does. Okay, love to see that. Both players frozen across from each other at the moment. A mage range battle. But Captain there getting an extra couple of hits on Gabba and another hit on robes. This is not good for Gabba. He's copping bolts on robes. You don't want to be seeing that in these mage and range battles. And here comes the staff bash from Captain. He's on low hit points. Gabba with an opportunity to catch a freeze here as his opponent is eating up. He doesn't catch it. Now gets his opponent on robes. Both players caught. That's a big bolt from Gabba. 16 coming in. Not as big as it could have been. Both players looking as though they might be close to out of food here. Coming down to the absolute wire in this best of 3. Both players 1-1 in the victories at the moment. And the player that wins this is going to be moving on to the losers round 3. With the opportunity to continue in this tournament, the loser is going to be out, and that is going to be Captain. Gabba taking it down.
Wow. One for the solo boys. Not represented by anybody. A nice 2-1 finish for the big Gabba. That one came down, I would say, we'll see in a bit on the numbers there, but I would say that was pretty close. I would say Gabba would have been pretty close to being out as well, I reckon.
Yeah, as we can see from the tracker, we've just got the numbers. Yeah, so it looks as though Gabba was almost out there as well, if not actually out. But Captain, 744 deserved damage versus 686. So very unlucky there for Captain with 240 damage missing, but 130 damage missing for Gabba as well. Both players getting very unlucky, but on the tracker, we can see Captain should have taken that one down. But once again, you can't sleep on the fact that whoever dies on the tracker doesn't matter. It's whoever dies in game, and Gabba going to be taking that one down. So big up the man. Gotta say I'm pretty happy about that one. Good to see Gabba going through.
And look at the freezes too, though. I mean, Captain really fell short of some numbers. Not only more deserved damages, but he had a 58% on the freezes, bro. 10 out of almost 30 is the number in which he landed those freezes. So he and as opposed to Gabba's 130 as well. So he landed 9. He landed 3/4 essentially of his freezes, bro. I've run the numbers on that one, and that's a pretty nice little hit rate, I'll tell you what.
Yep. That's a big one, and very unfortunate there for Lionheart, losing his first match 2-1. Winning his first match in the winners bracket 2-1 against NHL, one of his own clan members, and then losing to his own clan member in Oza, and now straight out of the tournament. So winning his first match, whereas Gabba lost his first match, and now he's straight out of here. So bit unfortunate there for Captain. He did put on a nice little performance today. I gotta say I was very impressed with his performance, but unfortunately, what's going on here? We've got the
what's going on? We got a little rematch. We got a little rematch here going. It is actually, it's Jeff. My name's Jeff. I'm sorry, I'm not going to say that.
No, don't. Absolutely not.
No, we can do the 73 meme, but we can't be doing that stuff. This one is Skim TB versus Jenny. Jenny, I'm going to put my money on Jenny on this one here. Jake, what are your thoughts here, bro?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. My money's definitely on Jenny for this one. Jeff lost his first round match against Jinemy, who we've also just seen go out 2-0 up against Josh. And then Jeff made it to the second round of the losers bracket because his opponent didn't show up. So lost his first match, and this is his second match of the day. So I would say a pretty good chance. The big skiller nerd, as he's referred to, I think Jenny Death will be taking this one down pretty comfortably.
Yeah, no, it's already looking that way as well. Skim's done nothing, unfortunately, but gobble up his food at the moment. So he's free once again. He's going to try look to get a freeze on Jinemy and get some control back. Get some skin in the game, my man.
Yep. Unfortunately, does catch that freeze, and just as he catches it, gets frozen right next to his opponent. Unfortunately, not able to take advantage of that freeze. I've just realized, Ron, we've swapped sides.
We have. I like the little halftime. Well, it won't be halftime. I mean, we're not on that long, but a nice little swap. A little change in scenery, bro. Never hurt anyone, eh?
I'm gonna have to look this way if I want to look at you now. You know?
Yeah. Hey, Joy. Hey, man.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, brother. Hey. Wait. Back to the match here.
Back to the action. So it looks as though Jenny is in control of this. Get a nice little bolt off prayer and in ropes for that one. Unfortunately for a 0. Now with the DD advantage, is Jenny going to be taking advantage of that DD? Jenny will take advantage, and now looks as though Jeff is unfrozen. Both players. Oh, Jenny goes for the old Carol's top barrage there. That's not going to work out too well. But Jeff coming in with a big claw. I believe that was around 50 damage there from that claw. So potentially, I mean, I was too busy looking to the side of my room at the start of this fight. Don't know who's actually up in food at the moment. But Jeff with a nice little bit of momentum at the moment. And Jenny in the light mystics with the Guthix Max Cape. Comes with a 15 staff bash. And you got to be happy. Anytime you hit a staff bash and it actually hits, you got to be happy with that.
It's also been a while that I've mentioned the gold trim on the square as well. Also more bonus points. So that should help towards the deserved damage, of course. And just wanted to say that the max Guthix Cape looks a lot better than your max Cash from Scary's max Fire Cape, brother.
All right, man. Come on. You have to bring that up.
Yeah, a little bit. I had to do it.
63 attempts at the Inferno. I still haven't got it. All right. I'll get it eventually.
I believe in you, boss. I believe in you.
Looks as though Jeff was actually bringing this one back, but unfortunately now in that DD, Jenny's getting a nice little bit of damage off, a nice whip off prayer. Unfortunately for a 0, gets the claw on prayer though. So Jeff managed to get his prayer on for the most important hit. and still copping around 30 damage from that claw. Gonna try and catch himself a freeze here. And looks like he gets frozen himself in return. Still doesn't catch a freeze. Copping bolts on robes. Sorry, I got a bit of a hiccup here.
Oh, that's weird.
Now both players frozen next to each other. And Jenny on half health at the moment. Deciding not to eat up. Getting a nice little bolt off prayer and on robes. That's a 43 whip to the dome. I believe the max hit is a 44 with the whip. So 1 hit point there. That could have been a KO with the whip. I'd have loved to have seen a second whip KO. It is too funny. But at the moment, Ron, I got to say, we came into this saying Jenny's probably got the upper hand. But Jeff really holding his own.
Yep, no, he's bringing it back a little bit. Definitely moments of panic. You can see it with the overheads as well. But here we go. Okay, he's hitting him up a little bit. Jenny definitely on the back foot, but he just catches the freeze back, and that momentum's gonna change. It's gonna switch real quick here. Jenny's back on the heat.
Bro, Jenny's out of
hang on a second. What?
What's
going on here?
And Jeff has a claw stack left. Jeff's just got to hit this claw straight after he's unfrozen, and that's it.
What's going on? How has that happened?
Jenny, the big skiller.
Bro, I thought that was in the bag for Jenny completely. I'm surprised. I'm genuinely surprised. So that's going to be 1-0 for Skim T Beer, aka Jeff. Again with the numbers here, Jenny. Yeah, look, Jenny had a lot more attacks in there, bro. He had a lot more skin in the game. Skim had 56. So what actually happened there?
Yeah, so 56 hits versus 71 there. That's 15 extra hits for Jenny. 705 deserved damage, 541 actual damage. So 160 damage down compared to his opponent. 495 deserved damage and 580 actual damage. So that, I think, throughout this entire tournament is the biggest difference we've seen in deserved damage right there. Jenny deserving to do 200 more damage than Skim T Beer here. So unfortunate for Jenny getting RNG'd out of that one. There is no doubt about it. But Jeff will be happy with the victory in that one.
Rightio. So you reckon this one might go to a 1-1?
I think there's a pretty good chance this one's going to a 1-1 run.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Beast. Right, here we go. We're kicking it back off. We are back in the arena, boys and girls. It's a nice day out there too. 2:30 fan bake. Boys will be sweating.
Both players there opting to go for a bolt to start the fight, and then they both go for the barrages. Jenny getting caught in full robes, whereas Jeff there was in half robes with the Verex plate skirt. So both players not getting the freeze, but not the best performance there from Jeff. But he gets a 42 bolt at the start of the fight. That's nice, but that is a staff bash to follow it up. And if you get a 42 bolt and you follow it up with anything, I would say a staff bash is probably the worst option out of all of the weapons you have in your inventory to choose. And Jenny, nice little claw spec off prayer down, fortunately hitting all zeros. And that is something you don't want to see. Both claw specs off prey, hitting a total of 2 damage for Jenny there. That is really unfortunate with the claw specs. Claw's been the most accurate out of all the weapons. And only getting 2 damage from 2 claw specs. Probably deserving to do around 60 damage from both those claws, which is absolutely insane. And here comes the claws from Jeff. Off prayer, manages to hit about 40-50 damage. Once again, the RNG coming in nicely for Jeff here. Let's see if he can keep it up. Jenny with the DD advantage at the moment, doesn't get caught by the freeze and manages to get a bolt in the robes and a free hit right there. There's those free hits we were talking about on that tracker before, Ron. A free hit as Jenny steps out from the DD.
Roger.
And there's the freeze for Jeff. Is he going to go for the DD? He is. Something that I've seen Jeff do a lot is get the DD, go in for the DD, and then run straight back out. That can really confuse your opponent because they're not really trying to click on you as you go under because their attack isn't ready yet. Depending on whether they went for a whip or a barrage before, it's going to be 4 to 5 ticks in between attacks that they can go for. So if he goes under and then runs straight back out, his opponent might not know where he is at the time they're going for the attack, and it's going to be hard to click on. This is that movement we were talking about before, Ron. And if Jeff can you know, keep that movement up and actually start hitting his attacks
Breaking up.
off prayer and getting the right gear on.
Come on, Jake.
I think he's going to be a
Audio. Okay,
force to be
Jenny's on the
reckoned
back
with.
foot. Skim TBR. Definitely in control at the moment. And there it is. We didn't want to see that, but that is the poison damage that has so cursed our commentary. Jenny getting another freeze. Taking back a
is
little
anyone
bit
else
of the
hearing
control.
Is that just me or?
Nice little stand under as well. I'm going to start utilizing that freeze a bit more. Nice bolt and stacks it with the poison damage. Might be looking
Ron's
to finish
out
it
here
up as
making
well. We
fun
saw
of the
the claws.
Australian internet. I don't think he can even.
Getting a little bit eager to
he can
take
keep
this
his
to a
New Zealand
1-1.
internet together.
I think Jake's
Big
Australian
robotic
internet
Rono,
is
but
doing him
that being said, we're
absolute
gonna
wonders right
continue on
now.
with the fly here.
As I'm pretty sure I'm
looks
talking to
as though Jeff has
Skynet
himself
by
a
the
nice
sound of
little
it.
DD. Gonna sit under, eat up a little bit, but a bit
Go
unfortunate
anyway at
for
the
Jeff
moment
there.
as well.
Didn't really have
Nice
the time.
45 slap there from
There's
the
a
Skim
delay
man.
between
On the
when
big
he
bolt,
can,
baby.
Between when
Massive
he can
old boat.
eat
Always going
and
toe to
hit,
toe at the moment.
and,
Looking to get that freeze as well. Who's it going to be?
distracting.
Jenny on a bit of a choke as well with the staff stab. You get that freeze as well now. There's the claw. Very, very, very well hidden.
Okay, so it looks as though Jeff sitting on about half hit points here. I'm crying, me too.
Who goes there?
This is great. Is he back?
All right.
I don't
Just
know
going
if
to be
he's
putting a little
back.
bit of space
Ron.
between the two. I think they're going to be looking to freeze one
No, he's
another at this point as
definitely
well.
not back.
Who's going to cop it? Bro, a lot of stabs going on at the moment as well. Who's going to land it? Ginny is the ice cube at the
Hey, take it
moment.
away, Ron. You can cast this fight.
Nice bolt. Wrong overhead there from Ginny. And he was in the ropes as well. I think he deserved a little more damage than a cheeky 9. The fight is going along here.
He's back.
Are you-
He's
Bro, I'm like trying to pick it up, bro, and I'm just hearing like, like Skynet hacking my computer.
Wait, so you thought they couldn't hear me?
Wait, how do you mean? Wait, so was your mic coming through fine? Was it my Discord bugging out?
Yeah, yours was all. So you were casting that whole time thinking we could hear you. Okay, I'm sorry guys, we're gonna jump back in this fight here. Oh. Okay, I'm crying.
And the players are attacking each other.
I don't believe it, Ron, but Jenny Death is out of food. Jeff looks as though he's going to take it out in a 2-0. I don't believe it.
Sorry, what happened? So, someone died. Who died?
Oh, Jenny Death is out of the tournament, Ron.
Okay.
Jeff
We
is
can-
taking it down in a 2-0.
Oh, man. That's golden. Wow.
Oh,
You got to love some technical difficulties, eh? It's great.
Yeah,
It's just
that-
what you do with them that counts, Jake.
that was great.
Yeah.
That was great. And now Jeff is going to be moving on to face Gava in the losers round 3. But we get the tracker here again, Ron. Have a look at this tracker. I cannot believe it. 856
Oh my God.
deserved damage, and Jenny only hit 506. That's a difference of 350 damage.
Jake, did that man even miss a game tick, though? 92 attacks. Bro, that man was putting some whips out, I'll tell you what. That's huge
Wow. Wow, that is big. As you see, Jeff also getting pretty unlucky on the hits there, missing about 210 damage. So both players getting very unlucky, but 350 damage. That's the biggest difference we've seen between deserved damage and actual damage dealt. And that's just unfortunate for Jenny there. Losing on RNG both matches.
Okay, I mean, and that's probably why the the match went on for so long. Both obviously deserved a lot more damage, and that's why we saw so many attacks going out there as well. So maybe broaden the shoulders a wee bit there, boys. Maybe they both forgot their super strengths, their super combats. You know, who knows? Who knows?
No pots from
Rightio.
either player. But like I said, mate, that's going to be Jeff moving on to face Gabba in the losers round 3, which I believe we'll be watching tomorrow. We're also going to be seeing Unla versus the Pure Seb. We're going to see Panic versus Dorito Chips, and we're going to see Josh versus Scissor. There's going to be some really nice matchups in the losers round 3 tomorrow, Ron.
Yeah, my man. I am looking forward to it, brother. I'm very much looking forward to it. Just another little reminder as well, boys and girls. Check out the Method community team by typing !community in the chat. Signing up and becoming a member of the community team offers all kinds of perks, such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways with a capital G, baby. Get some free stuff. Who doesn't love free shit? Also, Method provide help to aspiring and upcoming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. As well, we've got some merch on offer as well if you guys want to drop an ! merch and have a cheeky little browse. Have a nice little window shop, okay? There's some pretty primo stuff in there. Also, make sure you guys are following Method on all of the social media platforms. You guys can click those little links in the chat and get connected by dropping an ! socials in the chat as well, okay? That is basically going to wrap it up tonight for the Oceanic PvP circuit. We will be back tomorrow, I believe the same time. Is that right, Jake?
Same time tomorrow, mate. Yeah, same time. I'm very excited for tomorrow's matchups. We got the winners bracket round 3. Those players are going to be moving on. Whoever wins tomorrow in their first matchup, they'll be moving on to the grand final, guaranteed. We're going to have some sick matchups tomorrow. We're going to see Dittabitter versus Oza. We're going to see Drew versus Stinky Bolter. Stinky Bolter being the man that hasn't played a match yet and potentially
elusive.
could make it through to the grand final. We've got Get Up versus Jay, and we have Billy versus George. I'll be excited to see. I think Ditta is going to go through, and so is Drew, which means we're most likely tomorrow going to be seeing a Drew versus Ditta matchup. It's going to be absolutely sick.
I would really like to see Matthew, aka Get Up, take on Jimmy in the semis, bro. I'd be a big fan of that lineup there.
Yup.
Yeah, big fan. So yeah, there'll be a round 3, which will be the first round we kick off with tomorrow. Then we're moving into round 4. Then we got the semis, and then we got the finals. And these guys are playing for a total prize pool of $1,500 as well. First for $1,000, second for $350, and third for a cheeky little $150. And it's all USD as well. So that does add up at the end of the day. We're going to make some quick shout outs, bro. Just want to say it's been an absolute pleasure to do this with you, Jake.
Mate,
make it easy. Yeah. Oh, stop. Okay. We're almost there. We can almost make out in the green room after this. Okay. And some other shout outs as well to the viewers and, of course, Method for putting this on. It's great to see someone, putting on some wicked events outside of Jagex' stuff as well. So it's cool to see the community get bigger and then bring some more players and some more attention to the PvP scene here as well. So a massive props to Method and you guys again for filling the seats. It's been great. Give yourselves some little claps in the chat as we wrap this up. Do you have anything you want to say there, Jake?
Yeah, I will just say a big thank you to all the players that actually showed up tonight. We had a lot of no-shows. It is a Saturday night here in Australia, so all the players that took their Saturday night away to come and participate in this PvP tourney and put on a huge show for the crowd. Big props to those guys.
Yeah, massive ups. And that is a cheeky little wrap from us. Ladies and gentlemen, we will see you tomorrow at 7 a.m. GMT as well for the final rounds of the Method Mayhem OSRS PvP circuit in the Oceanic region. That's all from us. Good night and enjoy. Peace out. Wish I had like the little newspaper.
The surface of the sun needs a golden one, the perfect golden gun.
What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you tonight. Nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, it's breaking my heart.